Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with ya.
Let my people go.
Let go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with ya.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, no one is great like Yahuwah. You ain't gon' find no one truer. You think you gon' win, you gon' end up a loser. He repays the faithful just like the abuser. So you can't mandate this. He gave us free will, no man take it. Don't fear the created, cause he was the first. And who Yah bless, no man curse. I am that I am, that's what he told Moshe. Made Yasharel free. You're trying to set us back, no way. You better know Aloha don't play. That's why I'ma stay right in his sight, cause he gave me the breath of life. Don't fear no jab or no knife. I serve the one that said let there be light. Fear no arrow by day or terror by night. 1,000 may fall at my side, 10,000 at my right hand. He's more than a man, he gave us the book with the plan. When only one set of footprints in the sand, know why? Cause he carry me, man. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with ya.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with ya.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, this one goes straight out to Lido. Seems Yah has hardened your heart, but I guess since it is written, your plans will soon fall apart. Seems like you think you a pharaoh.
No.
You've been confused from the start.
Why?
Is it the rainbow or blackface? You seem to be stuck on your script. You are too late cause the curse has been lifted, and I can't stop Yah's ruachs in this. Ramses ain't believe either. My Aluah speaks through the ether. I seen for myself, he made me a believer. Yah give the blessing, I'm the receiver. I pray for his mercy and grace, and daily I'm seeking his face. He keeping all of us safe, and you don't run nothing. Why? You better know your place, cause Yahuwah been on the case. I know that you can't relate. All you've been pushing is hate, but it's all on Yah's time, Yah pace. And he don't answer to you, Mr. Blackface. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with ya.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with ya.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh,
And if you ain't no ask Pharaoh, let my people go. Hold on. Let me go to here. Let my, all right, there we go. I think now y'all can hear me. Let my people go. And if you ain't no ask Pharaoh. All right, hold on. Hold on. I got the thing playing in the background. Let me pause that. Bang. Let me come back to y'all. Bang. Let me bring myself a little bit bigger on the screen. There we go. Let me put my headband on. Let my people go. Okay, yeah, y'all can hear me. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Hopefully, let me check my mic level. Hold on, let me get my headband together. Let me get my battle rag all tied up. There we go. All right, let's go. Friday night. Just got paid. All right, for everybody, peace and blessings to everybody coming in the building. We're getting up there a little slowly. It's about 54 on the live right now. We're getting up there slowly. Welcome everybody into the building. We just getting started. Tonight's lesson is crazy one. Epstein, Hollywood clones, biblical rituals. We doing the cloning crap tonight. Yo, they got a lot of stuff going on right now. And y'all already know that Epstein's files brought out a lot of this mess, right? So we're going to expose some things as we always do. There's something going on in Africa right now we're going to expose. Yeah. We got some things to bring out. So let me do present. Let me do invite guests, copy. I got to go to the comments section because I don't even know if y'all can hear me. I think, well, nobody said nothing, so I guess y'all can hear me. Control V, comment section. Shout out to Eliza Yah in the building. All right. Shout out to Latanya in the building. Yeah, y'all gonna have a good one tonight. Tama, y'all, okay, he said, I hear you well. Y'all gonna have a good one tonight. So come on, y'all go on, get your snacks, get your nibbles and kibbles and bits and nibbles and kits. Get your stuff together, get all relaxed in. We going in tonight. We in on the Friday night. Shabbat Shalom to everybody who keep the Sabbath day, the seventh day that the Most High said to keep forever. Peace and blessings to y'all. We going down the Hollywood clones. There's some things coming out tonight, bro. There's some serious things coming out tonight. All right, let's get started. Let me see how I'm gonna do this. Let me check my level, make sure I see where I'm at. Go to my wave mic, my gain. I'm gonna put my gain up, put it up to 30, put it up to 38%. All right, there we go. Let me put my other headphone in. All right, now I changed some things, so hopefully it shouldn't clip even if I get loud. I'm working on it. I'm trying to get this thing together. One day it's just gonna work. But we're getting closer. So it should sound pretty clear to y'all. All right. And then it should sound clear if I talk low like this. Yo, what's up, y'all? Doing the whisper song. Y'all should hear that clearly. Then if I get loud, it should be able to compress it without having me break up like it was doing before. So I guess y'all let me know if it breaks up later. All right, we're gonna see. But we're gonna keep working. We're gonna get this thing correct. But it should sound pretty decent right now. All right. Shout out to Lighthouse in the building. Yeah, well, evening to evening is the first day, Lighthouse. So I know that you might follow the Gregorian calendar, that the day starts at 12 midnight in the middle of the night, in the dark of night, right? In the middle of the night. We follow the Bible, and the Bible says evening to morning. Evening was the first day. So at sundown starts the day, just like the New Year's just started last week. Right, Shana Tavaya, when the equinox, when the new harvest come in. So we follow the Bible. So evening to morning is the first day. All right. So this is technically an evening. Once the sun goes down, that starts the seventh day until the sun goes down on what you call Saturn's day. All right. Then that starts the first day. All right. That's why we follow that. All right. So, all right. Now let's continue. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna go, let's go. Where we going? Oh, I know what to do. Thumbnail first. I gotta let my brothers and sisters in the building.
All right,
Shalom, Hakyama, Shalom. I'm the elder. There we go. Shalom, Hakyama, Shalom, Tamaya. Shout out to Oakland, California, and Georgia in the building. All right, let's get started. So let me go to here first. Let's do this first. Go to stop share screen, window, bang, share. Let me see what y'all see. There you go. That's the thumbnail. Now the thumbnail's kind of crazy. I know when y'all seen that, y'all was like, all right, this is kind of nuts. This is kind of nuts, This is kind of nuts. Yeah, looking real crazy like, right? So this is the thumbnail. And the thumbnail is an ancient picture, all right? Now, this right here is Childish Maria. This look real spooky, right? This is some spooky stuff. The further you go back in history, the more spooky it gets. That's a whole fact. Like the things they was doing in the 50s and the 60s and the 30s and the 20s and the 1800s and the 1700s and the 1500s. You know, the further you go back, it looked crazy work. Okay. Now, y'all see that they actually have these pointed hats, right? And I got another lesson. I think I'm going to do it on Friday. I might do it on Monday, but I think I'm going to do it on Friday where we're going into the straight reptilians. Oh, yeah. Yeah, tonight is crazy work. That's going to lead in. So we're going to the cloning tonight, right? And next, I think I might do it either Monday or Friday. We're going to go into the straight reptilians, all right? And this reptilian blood lineage, okay? What they call the serpent seed, right? You know, they call that the Illuminati and all this stuff. It got something to do with the Epstein stuff, right? And all the stuff that they want to do with blood and adrenochrome and harming the little ones and Baal worship and Moloch worship. It goes all the way back to the ancient cultures. So we're going to go back to the reptilians and we're going to start to try to decipher. We're going to start to decipher going back this blood lineage, right? So these things, now y'all see this? This is some crazy looking stuff, right? These people, this is some spooky looking stuff. And then that right there, that's this Hollywood, I call it a witch. They call her a high priestess. Okay? We going somewhere. So Epstein, Hollywood clones, biblical rituals exposed. Yeah. It's going to get crazy tonight. All right? Now, Lighthouse said they moved the clone lab from Texas to Venezuela. All right? And and they building those labs everywhere. Epstein had one in his ranch. They got them. Peter Thiel and them is building them all in Africa. Okay, yeah, we going somewhere. Matter of fact, I got some. All right, so let's do that, and then we're gonna get into because that's gonna lead into the Africa thing. Yeah. All right. Shout out to my Cherie in the building. All right. Yeah. Holly Weird. That's what I had at the title. I had that in the title first. Then I just changed it to Hollywood. I had Holly Weird. All right. Let's get going. Let's get going. Let's get started. So the first thing I want to bring out, let's bring my introduction. Let's bring some understanding. Everybody, there was a time when a man was known by his face. There was a time when we were known by our face, when mankind was known by their voice or by his spirit, by their spirit. But right now, today, we are entering a time when that is being questioned. Just the fact that you can know a man by his face, I'm talking about mankind, by his voice or by his spirit. We're at a time when even that is being questioned. What happens when what looks human no longer is fully human? What happens when identity itself can be copied, altered, or manufactured? The Bible warns us about deception of this kind. And Matthew 24:24 says, "For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive even the very elect." Okay, so the Bible speaks against us. It always warns us of these things. Now, it says, "For there shall arise false prophets and false Christs," all right, false messiahs, okay? And so much that if it were possible, they should deceive the very elect. This is not a small deception. This is a deep deception. This is the kind of deception that looks real, that even can feel real, that can even sound real, but it's actually not reality. And we are living now in the days and times where their lines are beginning to blur even more. Technology is advancing. Images are being replicated. Voices are being cloned. Y'all know that they got the AI, like I can clone myself, right? On AI, clone my voice and have the video speaking for me, looking like me, sounding like me, blinking, doing everything, right? And we are still at the beginning stages of this, what you call technology, okay? technological advancement where faces are being reproduced, voices are being cloned, images are being replicated. Tonight, we're going to break down from the files to the flesh. And the question always rise, are we only dealing with information or are we actually witnessing transformation? Because the Bible shows us that humanity has always crossed boundaries. This ain't new. In Genesis 11:16, it says, behold, the people are one, and now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Okay, nothing will be restrained for them. When the people become ahayah, that's how you say the oneness in the Habariyah original Hebrew tongue, right? The Habariyah tongue, ahayah. When the people become ahayah, oneness, that there will be nothing restrained from them which they can think up in their imagination. Meaning once humanity reaches a certain level of knowledge, then limits and boundaries start to disappear. And when you remove limits and boundaries, so does restraint. Restraint disappears. Throughout the scriptures, the prophets spoke against all these hidden practices. These hidden practices are rituals done in secret. Okay, now, these rituals that were continually done, the ancient prophets always spoke against these practices. See, while the righteous was proclaimed in public, their righteousness, it's kind of like today when these pastors or these preachers act like they righteous and do the Bible in public, but in secrecy, that's called iniquity, hidden secret sin. They've been doing rituals in secret. Ezekiel 8:12 says, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients do in the dark? Every man in the chambers of his imagery. See, the imagination. See, when limits disappear, so does restraints. You understand? Ezekiel 8:12. Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients do in the dark? Every man in the chambers of his imagery, in the dark, in the hidden chambers, behind closed doors. Things are done that the world was never meant to see. And yet today we are seeing the conversations rise up again. They're doing it again, nothing new under the sun. Conversations about influence, about power, about hidden systems. And some of us are asking the question, if what was once spiritual is now becoming technological. If what was once ritual is now becoming systematic, and if what was once hidden is now walking and being exposed in plain sight. 2 Thessalonians 2:9 says, even him whose coming is after the working of Hasatan, Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness. I'm going to say that again. Y'all got to understand the scripture. This is our Sapphire that they call the Bible, right? It is an actual book of instructions, a book of prophecy, a history book, a book of tales, of mythologies, of anthologies, a book of precepts, a book of proverbs, a book of life. You understand? And these prophecies come to pass. 2 Thessalonians 2:9, say it again. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, Hasatan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness. Tonight, I'm going to show y'all on the screen some video clips of lying wonders and the things that they are going to be projecting to us for us to believe and think that it's real, but it is a lie. It is going to look powerful, and it is going to be a sign that they will be deceived all with unrighteousness. These lying wonders, things that appear real, but are not actually what they seem. And the danger is not just in what exists. The danger actually is in what the people believe. Listen clearly. The danger is not in really what is actually true, what is actually existing. The danger is what the people actually believe. Do you understand? Because it doesn't have to be the truth. As long as you can get the masses to believe it, it becomes their truth. Do you understand? Their reality. If you believe, you bring the things into existence. Because not everything discussed, not everything shown is truth. And not everything that's dismissed, not everything is hidden is false. That's why the word says in 1 Thessalonians 5:21, prove all things, hold fast to that which is good, abstain from all appearances of evil. Come on, P9. Come on, children of the Most High. Y'all listen clearly. This is what I'm saying. This is how you rightly divide our scriptures, our instructions. That it teaches us how to walk and navigate this darkness that these serpents, these devils are doing. They know the word and they take the word and they do the total opposite of it. All right, listen clearly. Not everything that is being shown and discussed and exposed is the truth, and not everything that's being dismissed and squashed and hidden is false. 1 Thessalonians 5 says, prove all things, hold fast to that which is good, abstain from all appearances of evil. Prove it. Discernment, study to show yourself approved. Don't just be thrown to and fro with any logic, any media, anything they show you, any screen, imagine it, any movie, anything that they tell you. Don't just, you have to study to show yourself approved and prove all things. And once you do the discernment, hold on to that which is good, righteous, and abstain from all appearances of evil. You got people. I had a video that I was going to show, and this brother was cussing. Right? He's saying, mother effer. Now, he's supposed to be exposing all the darkness, right? And he cussing up a storm. It bothers my spirit. So some sister, I guess some woman wrote him and said, excuse me, brother, I like what you're exposing everything, but could you please bridle the tongue? You don't have to. It's like, it's so common that the children and that the younger generation, all they're being bombasted with is a defilement of the tongue. And you know what they did? All the people in the chat, they said, let her have it. And he said, well, since you think my tongue is false while I'm exposing what Epstein is doing, all the darkness, then you take this mother upping truth and you mother upping, and from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. It says, listen clearly, it says, abstain from all appearances of evil. You understand? People don't understand that. They think that the defilement of the tongue is just something small. Like, oh, I'm exposing up. No. From the abundance of your heart, the mouth speaks. If you can't abstain, if you can't bridle your tongue, do you understand? Then imagine what's going to happen when you really get questions. Yeah, you making these videos from your home, right? And YouTube ain't shadow banning you, so you got thousands and hundreds of thousands of views and everything, and you making all this money, and you appear like you pointing out all the evil that Epstein doing, all this stuff, but you got an evil tongue that's speaking it. So what do you think? I'm a discerner of truth. I'm a reality. I'm a realist. What you think happened when all ish hit the fan and you get tested on that? Guess what? That defilement that's in your tongue, that's exactly what you're going to fold. You're going to fold like a cheap knife. You heard? I know that you're going to fold like a napkin. I ain't stupid. You talking, see, people talk all this good stuff, right? Trying to expose this. Yeah, you're just making money off these YouTube things, right? Right? From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. If a person can't bridle the tongue, I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking about those who trying to be in a leadership position. And y'all work on bridling your tongue too, right? The world has made you think that that's not a bad thing. You could just speak whatever and whatever. I should be trying to listen to the message. Oh no, I'm listening to exactly everything that come out of your mouth, because from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. If you can't bridle the tongue, then what else can't you bridle? Do you understand? You can't bridle the tongue, then there's a lot of other stuff you can't bridle. Okay? Listen clearly. And that's how you need to discern, all right? Now, I'm talking about, and you work on your righteousness, when you get angry and all that. But I'm talking about, imagine me teaching this word and I'm sitting up there cussing and I can't even bridle my tongue. Y'all should unsubscribe, go away from me, flee, go away. Find you somebody who's trying to speak against darkness, trying to tell you to live righteous, but got an unrighteous tongue, got an unrighteous word coming out of his mouth. That's the devil. That's a lie. That's hypocritical. All right. Now it says, 1 Thessalonians 5:21, prove all things, hold fast to that which is good, abstain from all appearance of evil. That means test everything, because we are living in a time where identities itself is being questioned, where all the systems on the world are evolving, they are changing, and where truth must be discerned individually and carefully, bit by bit. In a bit of information that you get, you got to discern every bit of of information. Every word that come out of somebody's mouth, every action that you see somebody do, every news article that you read, every YouTube video that you see, everything, you need to discern everything, because your identity of mankind itself is being questioned. There's clones running around. There's reptilians running around. Systems are evolving. So when you hear people discussion, when you hear discussions about replication, when you hear discussions about transformation, when you hear discussions about hidden practices, don't just rush to believe everything you hear, right? Don't just rush to dismiss everything you hear. Listen clearly. I'm teaching you spiritual warfare right now. Don't be so quick to just believe it. Don't be so quick to just dismiss it. You need to sit with it and discern. Diligently seek out the matter. You understand? And hold fast to that which is good. All right, let's get started. First video clip of the night. First video, Hashatan. Hashatan means Satan in the original Hebrew tongue. Hashatan means the Shatan. Ha means the in the original Hebrew tongue, and Shatan means adversary. So when they say Ha Shatan, that's saying the adversary. All right. All right. Now, let's go. Now, this clip right here, this thumbnail is crazy work. This is what y'all going to see, a video clip explaining. Okay. Now we're going to get to I'm going to get to my first clip of the night, my first video clip. Where I want to go first. Do I want to do, let me show what they're doing over there right now. All right. So let me grab this. All right. So I'm going to do,
Your audio is going in and out a little bit.
it is, it shouldn't
Just
be
when
going.
you start peaking.
Okay, so let me turn it down. So it shouldn't be going in and out at all. That's what I thought I fixed. But I'm glad you told me. So let me bring the gain down a little bit and bring it down to 35. All right. So hopefully, hopefully it should be all right now. All right. So all right, let's continue. So I'm gonna go to the first clip of the night. First clip is this one. So where I'm going, I'm gonna go. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this little Epstein clip really quickly. All right. And it's funny because this is the guy. That's crazy work. This is the guy that I said at the beginning, where a sister wrote him and said could he just bridle his tongue when he exposing, and he cussed in this clip, and I had to take it out, right? But he called himself exposing darkness. But you got to say the mother okay. But anyway, let's continue. So stop share. First clip of the night. All right, come back to y'all. Right, bang, share screen, bang. Bang, share. First clip of the night. All right, let's go. This clip here is about some Epstein stuff. Then we're gonna get to the stuff in the thumbnail. We're gonna get to the cloning and the ancient biblical rituals and the Hollywood clones. First clip of the night. All right, copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go.
Listen, I like muffins just like the next guy, blueberry in specific. But no one is more obsessed with baked goods than this for them. Specifically, baked muffins and butter spray. Which makes me think maybe we have another code word. Him and his disgusting friends email about muffins all day, every day, throughout the night. Listen, rich people can be weird. Maybe it's just a muffin obsession. Let's read some and you tell me. Hello, Valdzin. We have 5 of every ingredient needed for you. We will make sure to have them on the plane to Paris so you can make lots of yummy muffins for Jeffrey. From Jeffrey to his then girlfriend Karina, we have spent time going over and over and over lists, checklists, disciplines, and once again, after all of you involved and packing, again, no butter spray, but there are, however, sandwiches that no one eats. This is ridiculous. He gets very pissed about the muffins and the jerky. Hey, won't you please make sure I have some muffin batter and baked muffins to take with us tomorrow to the ranch. Volson would like some more butter spray when you come to Paris, whenever that may be. Do you need anything from New York? Sugar and spray butter for Mr. Epstein. Has baked muffins to send to LSI and will send mixture and topping for 12 more so that you can make fresh when you are there. Okay, to Bryce Gordon, is it okay for me to just bring 2 or 3 muffins baked?
All right, so as y'all know from the Pizzagate that they have all these codes, right? We've been exposing that stuff, right? So as he's bringing out in this Epstein file, they keep talking these codes, and now, they got these muffin codes. I mean, they got so many codes that you can't say nothing. Like I did something when I think I was the live stream when I was talking about pizza, and I'm like, man, you can't even say you like pizza no more. It's like they just destroying everything, right? So anyway, this don't sound like no doggone muffins, right? No regular who be speaking about food like this?
Or should I bring batter equals, I think it maybe means too much, wondering. Butter spray and tub to Paris. They are outstanding muffins. After I read this, I went and ate one myself. Well, half of one. They are huge. Are we talking about muffins? What are you doing tonight? Well, sharing a muffin top with you. I can't even look at jerky anymore. I'm starting to question muffins. If caramel creams are somehow in these fucking emails. My favorite.
All right. Now,
listen, I like muffins.
I just wanted to bring that out, right? While they just talking about muffins, all right? So anyway, now let's get started. I'm going to get started with a transhumanism clip, right? And then we're going to go into, because I'm leading somewhere into something about Africa right now, all right? So I'm going to go here, right? Copyright disclaimer, share this tab instead, right? And I'm going to show this little clip because now we're going to go into a transhumanism thing that's going to lead us into Africa. All right, let's go. So this is Peter Thiel, right? The creator of Palantir, the creator of PayPal, right? The one who actually got the vice president in office. That's him, this dude, right? And him and Epstein was basically partners, and they was doing transhumanism. That's what's going on in his labs, right? These labs and cloning, right? They're deep on transhumanism and creating cyborgs, right? Making Nephilic energies, all right? Nephilic beings, right? This is what the Bible says, worse than the days of Noah, right? So y'all remember this clip. Now I'm playing this for a reason. I'm about to go right into something that I'm about to show y'all. Let's go. Transhumanism, right? And we're going to get to the cloning. Here we go.
Transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a section.
So where your body gets transformed into a mortal body, transhumanism, they want to live forever. Now, I'm about to show you right now, I'm about to show you some fruit about this transhumanism. All right, let's go. And we're going to get into the clone. Here we go. So I'm going to grab this, right? It's in my Z tonight. Then I'm going to come up there. It's this one. I thought I'd open it, but it's okay. Double click right here. Let's go. All right. Now I'm going to come back to y'all. I'm going to stop share, stop share screen, window, bang, share. Let me see what y'all see. All right. Now let me make this a little more. There we go. There we go. There we go. I can make it a little tighter. There we go. Right there. Now I can make, all right. Now right here, it says all about transhumanism. Transhumanism is an intellectual and cultural movement that aims to transform the human condition by developing and making widely available sophisticated technologies to enhance human intellect, all right? To enhance human intellect and physiology, all right? It's an intellectual and cultural movement that aims to transform humans by developing and making widely available sophisticated technologies to enhance human intellect and physiology. The concept, which can be traced back to the early 20th century, gained traction in the late 20th century, right? We'll go back to that later. Here we go. Super transhumanists, super longevity, super intelligence, and super well-being. All right, this is where we're going. We're going into cloning. Listen, this is what they're doing. This is what Peter Thiel, this is what Epstein, this is what these serpent seeds, these powers that be, they used to call them the Lumen ones and the Illuminati or whatever it is, right? This is what they're into. Transhumanism. Let's go. Transhumanism is a philosophical and intellectual movement that advocates for the enhancement of the human condition through advanced technologies. These enhancements aim to extend human capabilities beyond their natural limitations, potentially leading to a new era of human evolution. Among the various aspirations within transhumanism are three primary concepts that stand out. Super longevity, they want to live forever. super intelligence, and super well-being. That's how they're going to get everybody acting like for your health. But they want super longevity, live forever, super intelligence. These three pillars represent the core areas where transhumanists believe technology can profoundly transform humanity. This article explores each of these concepts in depth, examining their potential benefits, ethical considerations, and current state of related technologies. Now we're going to go to super longevity. Super longevity refers to the idea of radically extending human lifespans, potentially to the point of achieving near immortality. They want to live forever. Everybody listen. The pursuit of super longevity is driven by the desire to overcome the natural aging process and the limitations it imposes on the human body. Proponents of super longevity envision a future where age-related diseases are eradicated and humans can maintain youthful vitality indefinitely. This is why they're doing adrenochrome. This is why they do these things to the youth. You understand? They believe that they can consume their essence, what they do with these little ones. Research into super longevity is advancing on multiple fronts, including regenerative medicine, genetic engineering, and nanotechnology. I got some video clips coming in a second, going to be crazy. Now, they have telomere extension. Telomeres, the protective caps on the ends of our chromosomes, shorten with each time our cells divide, leading to aging and cell death. Scientists are exploring ways to extend the telomeres or maintain their length to delay aging. Senolytics. These are drugs designed to target and eliminate senescent cells, cells that have stopped dividing and contribute to aging and disease. By removing these cells, it may be possible to reduce or reverse age-related decline. Genetic modification, all right, like they do in our foods, genetically modifying our foods. CRISPR and other gene editing technologies offer the potential to modify genes associated with aging, potentially leading to longer, healthier lives, all right? And then you got artificial organs and tissues. They're making advances in 3D printing and tissue engineering are paving the way for creation of artificial organs which could replace failing ones and extend life. All right, here we go. All about transhumanism, androids, chimeras, and cyborgs. This is what they plan on doing. Here we go. Transhumanism is rooted in the belief that humans can and should use technology to augment and improve their bodies and minds. The movement envisions a future where aging, disease, and even death could be optional. At its core, transhumanism seeks to harness advances in fields such as biotechnology, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and robotics to fundamentally transform human life. All right, now let's go. Androids, synthetic beings. An android is a robot designed to resemble and mimic human beings in both appearance and behavior. Unlike traditional robots, which may not have a humanoid form, androids are built to interact with humans in a more natural and intuitive way. They are equipped with advanced AI to simulate human thought processes and emotions, making them capable of performing complex tasks and engaging in meaningful social interactions. Androids. Recent advancement in robotics and AI have brought us closer to creating lifelike androids. Sophisticated sensors, actuators, and machine learning algorithms enable androids to understand and respond to human emotions and commands. Projects like the Hanson's Robotics, Sophia, and Boston Dynamics Atlas showcase the potential of android technology, revolutionize industries such as healthcare, customer service, and personal companionship. Then the ethical concerns. Chimeras. Blurring the lines between species. A chimera, in biological terms, is an organism that contains cells from two or more different species. In the context of transhumanism, chimeras often refer to hybrid beings created through genetic engineering, combining human and animal DNA. All right, this is what, the same as the Nephilim in the Bible, all right? Chimeras. Genetic, combining human and animal DNA. This process aims to bestow humans with enhanced physical or cognitive abilities by incorporating advantageous traits from other species. So they want to mix themselves with animals to try to get the speed of a cheetah or the strength of a bear or the, you understand? Nephilic beings, all right? Chimeras. Genetic engineering and CRISPR-Cas9 technology have made the creation of chimeras more feasible. Scientists have experimented with creating human-animal hybrids to study disease, develop new medical treatments, and explore the potential for human advancement. For example, researchers have successfully grown human organs in pigs for transplantation, making significant progress in regenerative medicine. The creation of chimeras raises profound ethical and moral dilemmas. Questions about the sanctity of human life, the rights of genetically modified organisms, and the potential for unintended consequences are central to the debate. Ethical guidelines and regulatory frameworks are essential to navigate the complexity of chimera research and ensure responsible scientific practice. Then you got cyborgs, integrating technology with biology. A cyborg, short for cybernetic organism, is a being that combines organic and biomechanical parts. Unlike androids, which are entirely synthetic, cyborgs are biological entities augmented with technological advancement. These advancements can range from prosthetic limbs and sensory devices to neural implants and exoskeletons. Cyborgs, chimeras. The field of cyborg technology has seen remarkable advancements, particularly in medical application, prosthetics, equipped, all that. All right? Social ethical concern. The future of transhumanism. The future of transhumanism is both exciting and uncertain. It ain't exciting to me, it's devilish. The rapid pace of technological advancement promises unprecedented opportunities for human advancement, but it also necessitates careful consideration of the ethical, societal, and philosophical implications. As we move closer to realizing the visions of androids, chimeras, and cyborgs, it is crucial to engage in informed and inclusive discussions about the kind of future we want to create. That's what we having tonight. I'm about to show y'all the clones they're doing. Balancing progress and ethics to ensure that transhumanist advancements benefit humanity as a whole. All right, now, transhumanism. All right? All right, we already did that last time. Morphological freedoms, transgender, transrace, transspecies, transable. All right, so now, I'm showing y'all that because this is where they're going. This is what Epstein was doing on this island. Okay, building cyborgs, transhumanism. This is what Peter Thiel, this is what they're doing on all of these islands. They're building these labs on all of these islands in the world, right? Stop share. Here we go. Now I'm going into share screen. Watch this. Window. Let me grab it. Where are you? It's this one. Share. Right? Remember last time, Prospera. This is Peter Thiel is building these islands all through Africa, and they making these governance platforms. They did it in Central America. They doing it, right? And Prospera Africa, not to be confused, is an initiative aiming to establish charter cities and zones with their own governance laws and regulations, right? So they're building these labs on these islands, and they want it to be governed by themselves. Okay, all right. Now, I'm leading into Africa. Now, there is something going on in Africa today, and it is the most disturbing thing in the world. I'm about to expose it right now. I'm going to show this video clip right now, and this is actually happening, all right? And there's judgments going on around the world, and it's going to continue. Now, watch this. So I'm going to grab this clip right here, and I'm going to grab the Africa clip, and then we're going to get into, right? Where is it? It's over here, right there. All right. Stop share. Share screen. Window. I haven't seen too many talk about it. I had it when it first dropped, but I didn't do it on Monday, so I'm doing it now. share. Make it full screen. This right here is happening in Nigeria right now. Copyright disclaimers are effect for reactionary purposes only. This is Ozoro, and this is a cultural practice where they have a day where all the women are told to stay in the house, and all the young men, all the men go out in the streets, and they look to be able to grape women. Any woman that's caught outside the house would be graped. Now, I'm bringing some out because these are how these practices advance darker and darker. All right? You hear sound but see no picture images. Okay, so you got to restart your computer. Oh, it's out. That means something wrong with your thing. All right, because everybody else, I guess they can see it, right? Y'all can see it, right? Y'all can see the video clip, everybody, right? All right. Akiyama, could y'all see the video clip?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
Today is a Zorro raping feast. All females are to stay indoors.
This is this year, right now, in Nigeria, where it's the day. Now, y'all see that girl? All of them, she got caught. And they're saying, well, this is what they're saying. They're saying, well, if whatever woman doesn't listen and come out, well, then she deserves what's going to happen to her, because you should listen and follow instructions. This is today. So that's them. And this reminds me of the tribe of Benjamin in the Bible. It's exactly what they did. Nothing new under the sun. Where the whole town, all these people, they grape these to death as well. All right? Now look, watch this. Let's continue.
Today is a Zorro raping feast. All females are to stay indoors.
Now y'all see all these people? They all gathered around one person to grape. Listen. Do y'all hear it? It sounds like I keep hearing that person say, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. That's what it sounds like, but he could be saying something else in that language. All right? Now, here go another clip. I'm showing you 3 different clips. All right? The Graping Festival and Ozoro. Please, all girls should stay inside.
All this traditional lifestyle for the Ozoro too. Traditional lifestyle for the Ozoro like this now. Today they do one kind of fix for the Ozoro like this. Like No girl dey waka for the road. Any girl wey dey see for the outside like this now, rape the girl. Like so many things don dey happen. I mean, they really spoil things. They spoil the name of the resort, they spoil the name of the town and things like that. They
So
spoil
I
many
don't understand what he's talking, but I can give you the foundation of this festival, this cultural practice. It started out back years ago. This is Nigerian, right? And it started out as a cultural practice of a day of what they call it, of procreation, right? A day to procreate with a woman, to foster the birth rate, right? And then as time went on, as things do, it got darker and darker, from a day of like ritualistic or cultural procreation day, right? To a day where the males run out and look to whoever they can smash, and to a graping festival, to where the women were warned to stay indoors. It reminds me of the Purge, right? A day where the men of this nation, this city, have the right to grape any woman who comes outdoors on this day. That's the Purge, all right? So it advanced into this. And you can see, all right, now look, watch, let's continue.
many things. I just know everybody who gets now they run. They run like they run for their life. If you see one woman like they really close come out like so many things.
I can't understand what he's saying. Let me go past. I wish I could understand what he was saying. He's talking for a long time. I can't understand nothing he's saying. All right, here we go. There's another image of him outside. So all the males are just out. It's a day of debauchery, a day of to grape any female that you see outside, all right? And so they're roving around bands, all right?
Like this now, in front of Uzoro, in front of a Stop and Shop, that be this. For Ramudu, like.
Bro, I can't understand you. Let me go for it. There you go. All right, here go another one. Watch this. It's another image of. It says another girl was caught at Stop and Chop restaurant. There was a restaurant called Stop and Chop. Thank God for the swift response of the CEO and some others who rescued her from their grip. So what you're seeing now is they caught another girl outside at the Stop and Chop restaurant, and they was going to grape her, but I guess the owner of the Stop and Chop restaurant and some others freed her from their grip before they got to drag her away to grape her.
So you better be careful as a guest.
Today is Azoro raping feast. All.
My head is about to explode from whatever is going on in Ozora. So my brother literally just called somebody in Delta State and oh Jesus Christ, please help me. And they told him that there were some victims, a guy and a girl, like obviously boyfriend and girlfriend, walking together, and they dragged the girl from the guy, they raped the girl in front of her boyfriend, and the boyfriend was fighting, and they beat up the boyfriend and raped the boyfriend as well. The fact that these guys that we're talking about, they are the same guys that are flexing with Yahoo money in Delta State, in Ozora.
She said these guys that she's talking about are the same guys that are flexing at Delta State, this college university in Nigeria, with money, like they got the money, and she saw them on there, and they raped the girl and raped her boyfriend too. All right? This is actually tribe of Benjamin, biblical Sodom and Gomorrah, worse than the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. Do you understand? Let's continue.
So the same boys with Yahoo money in Delta State. They are the same guys that are flexing with Yahoo money in Delta State, in Ozora. These are the same boys. Like literally that video that they were dancing and flexing. I know about 3 of them in that video. I know 3 of them in that video. The one holding the camera, I know him too well. These are Yahoo boys that are moving in money in Ozora, building houses and driving big cars.
So they got all this money in Ozora. It's supposed to be the Delta State University, you know, the Nigerian. They got all driving their big cars and everything. And she's like, I know them. I saw them. And I know them personally, the ones who are doing this.
And they still have time to do this and driving, moving in money. 3 of them in that video. The one holding them in that video. I know 3 of them in that video. The one holding the camera, I know him too well. These are Yahoo boys that are moving in money in Ozora, building houses and driving big cars. And they still have time to do this festival. They still have time to do this nonsense. The fact that you rape somebody's girlfriend, you beat him and then you rape him as well. And then some of you feign ignorance when it comes to homosexuality. Jesus Christ, man.
All right. I just want to inform y'all that, right? For those of, this is going on today, right? It's been going on. But this is 2026 Azoro Festival, the day of graping, all right? And I showed you about 4 different videos of it, instances, all right? All right. Now, let's go. Now we're going to get to the Hollywood clones. I'm going to do this clip first. Oh, they shadow banning us again, Hakim. Dang, they ain't even letting us get through 100 yet. All right, let's go. First, this clip, we're going to start with this. All right, let me go. So this is the Hollywood part of the clone. Let me start here, right? We're going to do the Hollywood part of cloning. So let's share this tab instead. Make it full screen. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Tonight's lesson, Epstein, Hollywood clones, biblical rituals exposed. Let's go. Let's expose this darkness of what's going on. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers.
When you look into Hollywood, there's a high priestess. She's quite well known. I'm not going to name her. All your local celebrities are pictured with.
Yeah, when we started working together.
So she said, when you look into Hollywood, there's a high priestess, all right? And we was bringing some of this out, but now we're about to break it down. And this Hollywood priestess, all the celebrities, that's who's on my thumbnail. That's the red person in the image on the thumbnail, all right?
I'm going to name her. All your local celebrities are pictured with.
Yeah, when we started working together.
That's her daughter. So this Hollywood high priestess had a daughter, and this is what her daughter says. Listen.
She got sick of me screaming in the middle of the restaurant, "Mommy!" My parents never gave me any limits. My father was making kind of erotic films, and I was watching them at age 5, and
she said, my parents never gave me any limits. Do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. No limits. All right? She said, my father was making erotic films and I was watching them at 5 years old. All right? Let's continue. These Hollywood celebrities are praising. Let's go.
Mommy! My parents never gave me any limits. My father was making kind of erotic films, and I was watching them at age 5, and if I showed them to my friends, they all run home and crying to their parents, and I'm just like, what's wrong? I don't get it. Both of my parents were in LA. I don't think Michelle came once to visit me when I was living in France.
Some call her a witch with dark energy, and others claim she is an angel and most brightest soul.
So this is her mother. And she said her mother and her father raised her with no limits. She was watching that erotic porn, sorry, I can't say that word, at 5 years old. And when she would show it to her friends, they would freak out and run, okay?
Brightest soul. Who is Michelle Lamy? Michelle Lamy is a French cultural and fashion icon known for her eclectic career and distinctive style. Born in Jura, France in 1944, she has been a clothing designer, performer, film producer, and restaurateur. Lamy is the co-founding partner of Owenscorp and serves as the executive manager of art and furniture. She is married to fashion designer Rick Owens and is often described as his muse and creative collaborator. Lamy's career has spanned various fields, including law, cabaret dancing, and running cult restaurants in Los Angeles. She is also known for her unique personal style, characterized by tattooed fingers, gold-plated teeth, and a gothic aesthetic. She has an eclectic and unconventional approach to spirituality and beliefs. As she stated, belief is a way to express a memory of your...
Horns. All right, we're going somewhere. Hollywood, biblical rituals, cloning. We're going somewhere.
Genes. Lamy looks at the occult as part of humanity. She has a collection of voodoo masks and anthropological artifacts that she finds alluring. She's been described using terms like dark priestess, witch, gypsy, and sorceress, though these seem to be more about her unconventional style than actual practices. At the same time, she insists that people should express who they are, rather than explain. So by embracing certain style and her belief, people show who they are. When we adapt this rule to herself and the fact that she is interested in a cult, we get the bigger picture. Lamy embraces spontaneity and chaos in her creative process. Michelle Lamy is often described using terms like witch, but this is more a reflection of her enigmatic and unconventional persona. The myths and descriptions surrounding her include being called a witch, vampire, and other fantastical labels which contribute to her mystique and public image. The black coal line on Michelle...
You see how the narrator, you see how they describe her? It adds to her mystique, her fantastical, right? They make all of these, no, this is devil, fallen angel, worship. That's all it is. But they make all of these, euphemisms, and they make all of these terminologies for them. And, people just, they're calling her a witch and they calling her this, but she's really just displaying her freedom of expression and all this stuff. Yeah. Let's expose all these devils. We going somewhere. We about to go somewhere with the cloning. I'm about to show y'all some things. Facts. Let's go.
Lamy's forehead is a significant part of her unique and iconic forehead is a significant contribute to her mystique and public image. The black coal line on Michelle Lamy's forehead is a significant part of her unique and iconic appearance. This line, made of black vegetable dye, is applied daily and complements her overall aesthetic, which includes black stained fingers and gold-plated teeth.
You see, her overall aesthetic.
The coal line is often associated with the third eye, a locus of occult power and wisdom. Lamy herself cultivates
the Eye of Horus,
an aura of mystery, and has a strong interest in the occult, despite no factual basis to claim she practices witchcraft in a literal sense. It doesn't mean she doesn't. But the term witch in her context, according to her fans, is more about her dark aesthetic and the cultural myths that have grown around her. Growing up in rural France, Lamy felt different due to her family's dark skin and long hair, which led her young age. She has Algerian family background and early exposure to fashion through her grandfather, who made...
Now, y'all know that these people who take on this culture or this serving these devils, right? They actually grew up, right? Things were done to them a lot of times. You understand? Let's continue.
Accessories for designer Paul Poiret. She traveled to North Africa at age 17, where she fell in love with the Mazai Berber culture and was inspired by their practice of tattooing faces. This influenced her distinctive look, including her black stained fingers. Lamy studied law in Paris and worked as a defense lawyer for about 5 years. During her law studies, she took classes with philosopher Gilles Deleuze, which influenced her approach to life experiences and learning. After leaving law due to philosophical disagreements with the French legal system, she became a cabaret dancer. In 2019,
Now, on a future live stream that we do, because we're going to go back and be exposing all the way up these different bloodline families and the Franks, right? That's a very key component when you're unveiling or peeling back the layers of the onion to go back to the dark lineage of bloodline families. And these Franks, like Frankenstein, this lineage, you'll see it's going to tie in. So when I heard that she came from that region and a lineage, I said, okay, she's probably tied in with that lineage. Let's continue.
during Paris Fashion Week, Lamy returned to cabaret performance at Monco Paris. She performed twice, dressed entirely in boxing hand wraps. Lamy has worked with various artists, including Marina Abramovich, A$AP Rocky, and Kim Kardashian. Rick Owens is a fashion designer known for his avant-garde and
So again, now that's the key part. Why is some A$AP Rocky from Brooklyn, why are they having anything to do with it, right? I could see Kim Kardashian because, you know, their mom and what they're doing. But these rappers, right? Why has Jay-Z got something to do with that Abramovich lady, right? So again, these are covenantal things that they have to partake in to be able to get these positions of celebrated entities, what we call celebrities, right? This is, all right, let's continue.
is a fashion designer known for his avant-garde and controversial style. His line DRKSHDW reflects his dark aesthetic. His designs explore themes of the macabre and often look like they could have come from an asylum's creative workshop. He has staged controversial fashion shows, including one where models wore other...
So this is the man that she's with now. They call it partner, right? And, all right? So again, all right. Now this is his dark shadow.
SHDW reflects his dark aesthetic. His designs explore themes of the macabre and often look like they could have come from an asylum's creative workshop. He has staged controversial fashion shows, including one where models wore other models as human backpacks. Owens is often referred to as the Lord of Darkness due to his exploration of dark and gothic themes in fashion.
He is often known as the Lord of Darkness. Okay? All right? Yes. Come on, Red Bull Vodka. You know what I'm talking about. Sabatine Francis. See, I'm going there probably on Friday when we go back. When we go back, because we're going to go back to these bloodline families, you're going to understand that they be warring with one another for hierarchy in this blood lineage. All right. Yeah. And the crazy thing, Brad, is that they call this fashion. This is not fashion. This is devil worship. So the way that they do this, that's why people will say stuff like, no, this person ain't this, or this person ain't a witch, or this person ain't that. And I'm like, well, you keep drinking that Kool-Aid if you don't understand that you know people by their fruit. You understand? So when they put these labels, you understand the Messiah said, look at people by their fruit, their actions, not these, what they're saying, this is art. This is fashion. This is this. They put these labels. This is nothing but a distraction. Do you understand? All right. So, and then it also means how you're defining something. That's what, remember last live stream, the brother came and he was defending Satanism, right? Remember? The brother, what's his name? I forgot his name now, Don. And he was like, well, Luciferians, they don't believe that the devil is bad and they don't believe, right? This is, again, guys, what they do through times, they redefine things, terminology. So a lot of the youth, no disrespect, they come up from an age where they got fed this information to what witchcraft means, or what Satanism means, or what this thing means. So they're speaking from a very limited understanding, but it's very hard to teach them something new because they think they know what they speak of. You know what I mean? And that's why the Bible said, calling themselves wise, they become fools. That's why they're easily duped into covenant with these things, right? Because they be like, no, well, this person ain't a witch, or this person ain't that. It's just artistic, or this person is just, and they'll make different names that they come up with this. Same way like they did in ancient times, right? So they had Asherah, right? They had Ishtar. They had Astarte, right? They had Semiramis. They had, right? Later, now it's called Easter, right? So they changed during the times of the cultures. They just changed the names. You understand? And people think it's different practices. It's the same practices. It's the same gods that they're worshiping, the fallen. You understand? There's a bigger umbrella. This is all darkness. You are either dark or you're light. You understand? There's not no gray, it's no lukewarm. So people, this is how they get you with common terminologies and rhetoric and semantics of words. And they make you think like, no, this is just Gothic, right? They'll just say, this is just the way that they express themselves with the culture of this. No. It's for, yeah, come on, Zichi. It's for rebranding themselves. Do you understand? And they get the generations under it because they don't know no better, so they think, and they'll actually make excuses for this witchcraft, this sorcery, this pharmakeia, this magic, this fallen angel worship. It's all the same. Do you understand? They show you if it's dark, then it is dark. Dark is what dark does. Do you understand? You can miss me well, however you want to label this witchcraft, this sorcery, this pharmakeia, this devil worship. This ain't no art. This ain't no theatrics. This is devil worship. It ain't nothing new under the sun. Do you understand? That's why you got to empty your wineskins, and you got to understand. That's why they got some righteous elders that's going to tell you that then live through some things and say, boo-boo, little man, my young brothers, sisters, this is devil worship. I don't care how they trying to spin it. I don't care how they trying to package it up. You understand? To make it more pleasing to your palate, to make you give excuses for it. This is why these youngsters are getting caught up in it. Because they done repackaged it into some type of genre or some type of image of, right, and labeled it something, and they go in and they're like, okay, well, I'm safe, and next thing you know, you Diddy, next thing you know, you cloned in some stuff and you done sold your soul, next thing you know, they got you understand? That's why they like, that's why a person said, ASAP Rocky is deep in fashion. No, he deep in Diddy. Oh, he definitely deep in fashion. You gotta understand, none of these little boys and girls, I could speak for the black ones from New York, coming from Brooklyn, wasn't nobody deep in no fashion. We was deep in wearing Timberlands. We was deep in wearing what we wear. We wasn't doing no fashion week at Coachella and all these fallen serpent seas, Nephilim, Diddy, Epstein, Diddy. Now when they got their record deals and they got their monies, then these people started inviting them. You understand? Now they deep in quote unquote fashion. They deep in Epstein. That's what it is. You're deep in Diddy. You understand? You deep in Satanism. You deep in fallen angels to keep your money, monetaries and stuff. You understand? All right, let's continue. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going, we exposing some dark, so I gotta explain what's really happening, because a lot of the youth get fooled with it. That's why this person using humans as backpacks. They listen.
Is often referred to as the Lord of Darkness due to his exploration of dark and gothic themes and
they call him the Lord of Darkness. You understand? Listen clearly.
fashion.
You know Rick Owens? Yeah. Apparently he's he calls himself the Lord of Demons, innit?
He also makes sculptures of himself, one of which is located at the Selfridges. Here is his wax figure turned into a table. And a chair. And few more sculptures, including a merman. Some of his designs in shows have featured nudity or explicit materials. Owens challenges mainstream ideals of beauty and fashion embracing what he calls anti-beauty that is still celebrated as beautiful.
So you see, and these people say this is just art. And they got the baby on the head and all that. Y'all know what this is? This is panda eyes. This is the abuse. This is like what they call art. It's just imagery of what has been done to the innocents, to the little ones. But they calling it now art and stuff, right? Just like these devils, these higher, they call it elite. Oh, am I going to do that tonight? No, I'll save it. I'm going to say that for Friday. I'm going to explain to y'all on Friday, because I got to break this down, why they call them elite. You know why people get upset? Why are you calling them elite? Oh, it's a reason why they called elite, and it's very ancient. And it's going to be a head blown emoji. I might do a Monday. I think I'm going to save it for Friday, because I'm going to put a lot of it together. They call them elite because it's an ancient fallen angel god. Yo, this stuff is so crazy that when you go back and you start tying the pieces, it ain't nothing new under the sun. Do you understand? All right, let's continue.
That is still celebrated as beautiful. Owens identifies as bisexual. Before his relationship with Lamy,
of course he do. You know, he identifies as Baphomet. Of course they do. Okay? And now when they because this is the Baphomet, this is a non-male and female, this is the adverse to what the creator. All right, but let's continue.
he had a boyfriend named Rick Castro, who ironically introduced him to Lamy. They met in LA and they worked together on various projects. They worked on Lamy's restaurant. Their partnership has since grown into both a personal and professional collaboration. By the time Lamy's restaurant Les Deux Café had started, they were already living together. Michelle Lamy has a daughter, Scarlet Rouge, with...
See that? That's why I showed the clip of her daughter when her daughter is grown. Now, remember the first clip I showed when I showed this? This was the little girl. That's her daughter. And what did she say? She said, when I was 5 years old, she said, my parents raised me with no limits. Do what you will. And she said, when I was 5 years old, my dad was doing, what's the name? PORN stuff. And I would watch it. And then when I would show it to my friends, they would freak out and everything. I was like, what's wrong? You see? All right, let's continue.
Filmmaker Richard Newton, who are already living together. Michelle Lamy has a daughter, Scarlet Rouge, with filmmaker Richard Newton, whom she was with right before Rick Owen. Right now, Owen and Lamy are considered the most influential couple in the fashion industry. Together they worked with so many brands that you are familiar with. Like Birkenstock, they created a limited collection of sandals and legwear styles. Dr. Martens, Owens collaborated on footwear designs.
All right, so listen clearly. This is where they get you with, right? So they collaborated with Birkenstock. So these devils, because this is what this is devil worship, are making clothing that the people wear. Listen clearly.
Like Birkenstock, they created a limited collection of sandals and legwear styles. Dr. Martens.
Doc Martens. Now look at that. That's a whole pentagram, star, rim frame, Moloch on the shoe. Okay?
Owens collaborated on footwear designs. Converse, another...
They collaborated with Converse. They then made Converse sneakers. All right? Now look at the ads. You see? It's all devil worship. And the brands, the companies are showing you this is the queen and king of Hollywood right now in the fashion world. All right?
Footwear collaboration. Adidas, a successful partnership.
They partnered with Adidas. So they got their Adidas. I guarantee you probably got some human flesh and blood in this thing, right?
That lasted for
allegedly
several seasons, focusing on footwear designs. Moncler, Owens designed capsule collections for the brand. Champion, an American activewear brand.
They partner with Champion, Moncler, okay? The Chuck Taylors.
And collaboration. Invea, a
Avias.
French sneaker brand collaboration that lasted for 5 seasons.
Look at him. You see what he got in his hand? Come on, guys. Come on, we're going to expose some things tonight. We're going to get to the cloning. I'm doing the Hollywood. You heard? We going somewhere. We getting to the cloning. We're going to expose some things tonight. Let's go.
Lamy set up her own boxing gym, Lamaland in Selfridges, London, and held an installation Art Genius U in collaboration with Dutch photographer Paul Quick. These collaborations have helped expand the reach of Rick.
So she set up a boxing gym so they can go work out and get their health and look at the checkered floor, right? All right, everything's symbolic. Look at that sticking a Krampus tongue out of mouth, right? And that's the eye of Horus. That's the part where I broke down with that part that streaks from the eye, the all I see in eye, that's the tongue.
Owens brand and made it more accessible to a wider audience, while also infusing their dark and unique elements into everyday wear.
Here we go.
They sell you their actions if it was just fashion, just clothes, just art. But over the last 6 months, something strange has unfolded around Rick Owens and his partner, Michelle Lamy. In occult traditions, the most sacred space is the inner chamber.
See? So that's where I got the thumbnail, the ancient picture, all right? Within the last 6 months, watch this.
But over the last 6 months, something strange has unfolded around Rick Owens and his partner, Michelle Lamy. In occult traditions,
this is what they was doing in the ancient occult traditions.
The most sacred space is
Halloween, All Hallows Eve, and all this is some crazy stuff that the ancients was doing. Really dark and wicked, and they're replicating it today. All right? And we're going to expose it. And I got a word to come out at the end of this. We're going to expose all this, and we're going to expose the darkness with the word, with the light. All right? But we need to know what's happening, because you got to watch your everybody listen clearly. No more of trying to have your children wanting to have the aspiration to be a star, right? My baby girl can sing. She be singing and she can sing. I'm going to see if she can get a record deal. I'm going to see if she can, my baby can act. I'm going to see if she can, no more wanting to be a celebrity, a celebrated entity. Less is more. Do you understand? No more of Hollywood dreams or my baby. Well, if your baby can sing, well, you have her sing to you in the shower, or you have her just sing in your oh, come on, even sports stars too. I know, right? No more. As long as, but the problem is that they make it so alluring and enticing, right? Being a model, and to the youth that they won't even listen. It's going to be hard to try to stop them. But a lot of the youth are waking up because they're seeing everything is being exposed. But I come to tell you, no more of it, guys. No more. Stop your nieces, your cousins, your children. Like, you need to strive to be a regular smuggler. Do you understand? No more aspirations to be, you can make your own income, your own money. You can become successful with yourself. You can put your music out and just, but you got to keep them away from these corporations, these entities, because they want their soul. Okay? Yeah, be in the world, but not of the world. All right, let's continue.
The inner chamber, a hidden room where ritual around Rick Owens and his partner, Michelle Lamy. In occult traditions, the most sacred space is the inner chamber, a hidden room where rituals happen. By placing his bedroom in a museum, Rick isn't showing us where he sleeps. He's symbolically inviting strangers into his sanctum, like followers stepping into a temple. Occult orders often blur lines between private and public. You're asked to enter the master's chamber as a way of crossing a threshold. You're no longer a casual observer, you're being initiated.
So Rick, shout out to Mathematics over on Facebook. He said peace to everybody in the room. He said peace to the whole live stream. Now, everybody, they do these presentations in the art world, and they call it the fashion world, right? And he did a presentation where he did his bedroom, right, in an art studio. And so everybody who came into the studio entered his bedroom.
Inner chamber, a hidden room where rituals happen. By placing his bedroom in a museum, Rick isn't showing us where he sleeps. He's symbolically inviting strangers into his sanctum, like followers stepping into a temple. Occult orders often blur lines between private and public. You're asked to enter the master's chamber as a way of crossing a threshold. You're no longer a casual observer, you're being initiated. By walking through Owen's bedroom in the gallery, you become part of his ritual without realizing it. Why the bedroom? Because that's the most vulnerable, intimate space. By putting it on display, Owens flips the power dynamic. You're exposed, not him. It's a form of psychological dominance. The priest showing you his bed, while you wonder if you've just crossed a line you shouldn't have. Beds in occult lore are tied to birth, death, and transformation. You're born in...
And creation. That's why the Bible says, make sure your bed is undefiled. All right? So they do these things symbolically, and people think they're just innocent, right? So he bring his bedroom onto the art gallery, and everybody who walks through, they call it a threshold. That's a portal, right? Listen clearly. This is spiritual. They understand the difference between transferring or transgression or entering from the physical into the spirit, right? And they blur the lines because the people don't know no spiritual warfare. So they think everything is just, oh, it's just art. Oh, it's just the, so I'm going to Michelle Lemmy and they doing an art gallery and all the celebrities are going to be there. Listen clearly, right? So your little cousin, right? Your little TT or somebody, right? She like, she wants to be a singer and everything. No, everybody's going to be there, right? ASAP Rocky is going to be there and stuff, right? And Rihanna and them and all the celebrities. So I'm just going to go, right? I'm going to go down to Fashion Week. I'm going to go there, and then you walk in not understanding that the things that they're putting on display are actually allowing you with your free will to enter a portal, to enter into, you understand? Come on, massive energy harvest. So, but people think it's just innocent. Ain't none of it innocent. It's all witchcraft. That's why I try to tell y'all, they all witches and warlocks and stuff. You better understand the fullness of witchcraft and all of that stuff is, right? So when the people go in and you walking through the museum, the art thing, and then you enter that part, you go in and it's his bedroom. The bed undefiled, the undefiled bed. So they understand the spiritual implications of crossing portals spiritually when you don't even know. That's why the Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Right? You'll be destroyed because you don't know the devices of the adversary. Do you understand? Looking who to devour. Do you understand? So he's making these portals. They're making these things, and people are making covenant by your ignorance. Your ignorance don't protect you from spiritual borders, spiritual doors that you open. Your ignorance, that's why the Bible said my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. You understand? That ignorance that you have will destroy you. That's why you need to be covered and protected. That's why the Most High has me exposing this. As y'all see, I'm like, daggone, you keep showing all this darkness, because the darkness is all over the place. This world was given over to the darkness because of Adam and Eve. So we need to understand and rightly divide, right? Lest our people fall into the snares, lest you be ensnared and entrapped in the devices of the adversary. He's looking, he's wise, looking who to devour. So they got all of these tactics and all of these things, and they entice you with what? Attention, popularity. All of the important people are going to be there. The rich people, the money, those with influence, right? And so your little girl or your little boy is like, I want to, and you trying to tell them like, listen, don't be going to that crap. Stay your butt out of there, but you can't stop them. That's why you got to try to cover your children. You got to try to do the best you can. But a lot of the times, that's why the Bible says 2/3 is going to perish. 2/3 of the earth is going to perish, right? So we have to, but what we got to do, what I got to do, I got to expose it and I got to teach so that y'all can know. And whether you try to say save someone else and they don't listen, well, then that's on them, right? They gonna have to answer to that. But at least you know what to do. And guess what? If you keep spreading the information that the Most High got us coming out through these live streams, then you could help someone else down the line. Do you understand? Someone else will listen. Not everybody gonna listen, but somebody listen. That's called falling on good soil, on good ground. Do you understand? You plant that seed and somebody to fall on good soil. But you got to plant the seed. That's why they keep shadow banning us. That's why Friday night, it's only 87 of us on this live stream. We're supposed to be about 500 on this live stream. So they shadow, cry loud and spare not. Yo, math, they shadow banning a mess out of us. You know what I mean? They making sure I don't get to no 50,000 views and 80,000 views no more. They like, listen, we going to keep you at 3,000 views. Right? But I'm going to fight. I'm going to keep fighting. But, all right, yeah, they pissed that we exposing all this stuff. I tried to make it. Oh, look at the title. It just says Epstein, Hollywood clones, biblical rituals. It's like, okay, let me through. Okay, all right, let's continue. Here we go.
One, you die in one, and in between, you're remade in it. A bed in a gallery and in between is an occult lore or form of psychological dominance. The priest showing you his bed, while you wonder if you've just crossed a line you shouldn't have. Beds in occult lore are tied to birth, death, and transformation. You're born in one, you die in one, and in between, you're remade in it. A bed in a gallery isn't about sleep. It's about showing the altar. From the conspiracy angle, you're not invited into Rick's bedroom. You're pulled into it. The act of walking inside means you've agreed, unconsciously, to his ritual. You're acknowledging his power. You're inside the temple now. Even if you think you're just at a fashion show or museum display, it's not about design, it's about dominion. Fashion was always about power, and the bedroom is the ultimate stage for control. Birth, sex, death, sleep. If he controls how you see his bed, he begins to control how you see your own. Tell me if I am wrong. In June, Paris turned a museum into Rick's shrine, Temple of Love. Even the name says it all. What other designer turns a museum show into a temple of worship? And why now? Rick Owens said he want to go all the way before he dies.
It's kind of like fulfill my destiny. I have to go as far as I can before I die.
There is installed statue of Owens peeing. Peeing in public is a gesture of dominion. In ancient ritual, urine was a marking way, a way of claiming territory, lowering others while elevating the self. Kings, conquerors, and cult leaders used acts of defilement to show that they were above the rules of ordinary men. So when Rick Owens places a statue of himself urinating inside an exhibition, what is he really saying? It's not fashion. It's a ritual of humiliation, to make you stare at something intimate, grotesque, even degrading, and yet frame it as art. It flips the power dynamic. If you accept this as culture, then he has the power to rewrite what sacred even means.
Thanks.
Now, Michelle Lamy isn't just channeling energy from anonymous models. Look at her orbit. Travis Scott is right there. Front row at shows, collaborations, endorsements.
All right, so here we go, right? You got your ASAP Rocky. Now, where's some little black boys from Chicago, from New York, from Indiana, from Atlanta, from wherever? Where these little black boys get messing with these devils? We ain't never played with witchcraft and stuff like that. You understand? That's not part of the culture. But you understand, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is that Hollywood stuff. See, look at him. Since when you would ever have anything
Look at
to
her
do
orbit. Travis Scott is
with
right there.
this woman.
Front row at shows.
And guess what? See her? And they're in the bed. And you know what else? They make them smash her. Oh, yeah, they do. It's allegedly. It's a transfer of energy. So when you see A$AP Rocky and Travis Scott and all them, whether you see, what's the name, Usher kissing on her and all this stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they make them, they make them transfer that sexual energy and make sure that they, what's the name, release. Yeah, this is the selling of your soul. This is how dark it gets. And that's why they at the top. Travis Scott, A$AP Rocky and all this stuff. But you see how dark they get, right? Watch this.
Shows, collaborations, endorsements.
Look at them. Naked with her. And they call this art. right? Got the Louis Vuitton bag and everything. Look, got his head down, right? Naked with a pillow over him, looking like he unalived. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's some nasty stuff, bro. It's for real, for real. That's why I said Hollywood, huh? Hollywood clones and biblical rituals. We going somewhere. We gonna get to the clones in a second. Let's go.
Energy from anonymous models. Look at her orbit. Travis Scott is right there. Front row at shows, collaborations, endorsements. Why him? Travis has already been accused of channeling darker forces. Remember Astroworld? A mass gathering.
See? You see him? And if you go back, these people start up just little boys somewhere with musical talent. Look at them.
Travis has already been accused of channeling darker
Look at him.
forces.
Okay?
Remember Astroworld? A mass gathering where fans described it as a ritual disguised as a concert, with screams drowned out.
So when Travis Scott did Astroworld, look, he got the all eye. Now remember on my last live stream, I taught y'all that all eye seeing eye on the back of your dollar bill and all that, that's the eye of Horus. But they also got the eye of Ra. The eye of Horus is the left eye. The eye of Ra is the right eye. Do you understand? This goes all the way back. This always goes back to the fallen Anunnaki. Do you understand? Hybrid Nephilim. So he got the fallen, he got the pyramid, he got the entrance, right? And y'all know what happened in this astro world. This is projection, astral projection going through portals. He had everybody, and you see, look at the thing. You see, that's a portal, and he had them go into the portal. All right, yeah, I think it was more than one died. I think a lot of people died. It was a stampede. It was craziness going on.
Screams drowned out by bass lines, and fire shooting into
the AI said bass lines, bass lines.
disguised as a concert, channeling darker forces. Remember Astroworld? A mass gathering where fans described it as a ritual disguised as a concert, with screams drowned out by bass lines, and fire shooting into the sky while people collapsed. Now place that energy next to Lamy, a priestess feeding on youth, an empire built on ritual, and an artist whose own career thrives on chaotic collective trance. Is it a coincidence?
See? So in what world, Dante's, in what world they was passing out, in what world with someone, with us from the projects in the Bronx and Brooklyn and in New Orleans and Georgia and Chicago and wherever, right? Where we start messing with these psycho people, right? When we start messing with these devilish people, never. You understand? Yeah, this is where they sold their soul. That's why I said, don't let your children no more. Don't to stop them. Don't nobody
Shooting into the sky while
no
people collapsed.
Zayana said 8 people were unalived the night of the concert and 2 more died later in the hospital from the injury. So that's 10 spirits.
Now place that energy
10 souls, I mean.
Next to Lamy.
Well, spirits, because that's what they are, spirits. Now, again, look, Cardi B, right? These devils, right? Anytime that they make you become famous, a celebrated entity, you're going to serve, right? So that's why, like, come on. When honestly, guys, I'm just speaking from a fleshly level, right? A regular schmegler world level, right? And these, like Cardi B, ASAP Rocky, whatever, it would be uncool. It has never been cool, quote unquote, or hip or popping or lit, or I'm trying to think of, I don't know what new words they be saying, or for us to be associated with someone that looks like this, right? That looks like a whole devil. That ain't that's outside of urban street culture, period. Okay? This is how they rewrite and blend the lines. This is why the children now, the other generations, right? Generation Z up until generation, I think they call it, they started over again, Generation A or something they called it. I forgot what they call it now, right? Beta. This is how they blurred the lines. It ain't never been cool to be ever seen with somebody looking like that, a psychopath, psychotic, right? But now they made it so the celebrities, they do it to make you to make the generations to come up to think that that's what's cool. It's cool to be with this person that's serving the devils. It's cool. It's hip. It's fashionable. It's the new thing. It's to be celebrated because they want us to follow these celebrated devils, entities, Cardi B and them, these devils. You know what I mean? They sold for a little bit of porridge, a little bit of red lentils or some red soup. You know what I mean? They sold for some shekels. The devil's a lie. All right, let's continue.
Fire shooting into the sky while people collapsed. Now place that energy next to Lamy, a priestess feeding on youth, an empire built on ritual, and an artist whose own career thrives on chaotic collective trance. Is it a coincidence or a shared frequency? When Lamy surrounds herself with Travis, it's not just fashion and music crossing paths. It's rituals syncing together. The priestess and the performer, both pulling power from the crowd, both reshaping bodies into offerings. Michelle Lamy doesn't just stay in fashion. She reaches for figures who already embody ritual in the open. That's why her latest...
And see, that's what was in my thumbnail, right? They call this fashion, right? Some doggone pyramid dress thing, portal, and this devil dude or whatever this is, right? And then Travis Scott all between a leg, right? Smashing. This is some sick stuff, bro.
Both pulling...
Yeah, they sold their souls for a bowl of pottage.
power from the crowd, both reshaping bodies into offerings. Michelle Lamy doesn't just stay in fashion. She reaches for figures who already embody ritual in the open. That's why her latest collaboration with Marina Abramovich is so disturbing. Abramovich isn't just an artist. She's branded herself as a living ritualist. Spirit cooking? That wasn't just performance art. It was a public initiation into blood symbolism, occult recipes, and ceremonial inversion. She openly courts shock, drawing on satanic and esoteric aesthetics while wrapping it in the label of art. Now...
Right. Modern day witchcraft. Witches is what witches does. That part. Everybody listen up. Stop calling them something else. This devil's a lie. It's witches and warlocks and ain't nothing new under the sun, serving the fallen angel, dark devils, and Baphomet and all of it. All right? Let's go.
Lamy steps into this circle. Ask yourself, while wrapping it in the label of art. Now, Lamy steps into this circle. Ask yourself, why would a fashion matriarch, supposedly about clothing and aesthetics, work directly with a woman whose career is literally about normalizing occult ritual on stage? You probably wonder by now, okay, so what is it that Lamy is actually doing with anybody? With Owens, with musicians?
So did y'all see that? The symbolism be all over the place. That's my thumbnail. Watch this.
Normalizing occult ritual on stage. You probably wonder by now, okay.
So the red symbol always symbolizes the blood, right? The sacrifice. And that's a whole pyramid. You understand? And they call this art, right?
Okay, so what is it that Lamy is actually doing with anybody? With Owens, with musicians, with all the so-called artists? What is her role in all of this? Every event, every gallery, every little student show. She's not there to clap politely. She's there to pull energy. You can feel it. When she walks in, it's like the lights shift. People lean in, and suddenly she's the center of gravity. And here's what's unsettling. People think they're lucky to be noticed by her. But look closer. That attention is like a deal. She gives you the nod.
And this is what the Bible says, that they would, with their free will, choose to serve this, right? Since when has it ever been cool, right? This is new. I'm glad I ain't into this generation stuff. Since when it's ever been cool?
Shift. People lean in, and suddenly she's the
So I'm going to be cool because I want to be seen by this? She could barely get out the doggone car. She need a bra, first of all, right? And all that. And then look at the dude behind her with the, right? So this gonna make me cool. Well, I guess I don't need to be cool, right? I guess being a regular smuggler is where it's at. Cause I'm good. If this is what being popular and cool is, I got to smash this thing or kiss on this or No, the devil's a lie. I'm good then. I guess it ain't never been a time to be Mr. Regular Smuggler, Mrs. Regular Smuggler in a time like this. All right? That's why these celebrities look so sucked up, right? That's why they be destroyed, because they've sold their soul and they got a debt to pay back. You understand? Let's go. These are handlers.
To pull energy. You can feel it. When she walks in, it's like the lights shift. People lean in, and suddenly she's the center of gravity. And here's what's unsettling. People think they're lucky to be noticed by her. But look closer. That attention is like a deal. She gives you the nod. She calls you brilliant. And now, you're hooked. You feel chosen. You want to give more. That's not just a compliment. That's a kind of control, and that's how it spreads. She feeds off the excitement, the gossip, the whispers online. Even you watching right now, you've heard her name, you're curious. That curiosity?
I ain't heard her name. I ain't curious about nothing, boy. You done bumped your head. Somebody told you wrong, boo-boo the fool. I ain't curious about nothing. We're exposing this devil witch for who she is, and we're going to expose them all. I'm sorry, not sorry. Every last one of them. The most I say expose them, I'm going to expose them. That's why YouTube going to keep shadow banning. I'm going to keep exposing. It's about 80 of us here. Well, it was. I don't know what it is. Oh, it's 100. Finally, we made it to 100 on the live stream. Welcome, everybody. We usually be about 500, but I'm going to keep on exposing them. You know what I mean? Don't mind, we curious. No. We curious to know who they are so I can expose them, so we can keep our children away from them, so you can stay away from them. You know, all right? Shame the devil. That's part. Let's go.
Compliment. That's a kind of control, and that's how it spreads. She feeds off the excitement, the gossip, the whispers online. Even you watching right now, you've heard her name, you're curious. That curiosity?
I gotta do it. I'm sorry. I was trying to... Ma Cherie, what is this with you and Marina? Sis, daughter of you got the... what? Okay, so we're gonna do a dive on Marina. Okay, so I don't know what... I didn't get to see it, but I keep seeing a little bit that you keep capping for. Why are you capping for Marina? What is going on with you? What's going on with you? You know something I don't know, then drop it to me. Put it here, or send it to me in an email, because I need to expose this then. Because if they got if that sister got sisters like you capping for her, then I need to expose that even further. Like you said, I need to go a deep dive in it. Let me write that down.
She said don't do a deep dive into Marina.
Why? Why not?
She didn't really say.
Why not do a deep dive into her? I need to know what's going on with that. That's some dangerous stuff right there. You starting to, that's bothering me. Oh, you did a deep dive. Okay. So good. Well, send it to me. Cause I don't know cause you said she wasn't a witch. So I'm like, so what are you saying? She was something higher than a witch? I need to understand that, because I need to understand where you're coming from, because you write in the, thank you so much. Who is that? Thank you, Super Duper Vision. Thank you for the donation. Because sis, you write in something and it needs to be deciphered, right? Because we got to make sure we careful with our, what do you call that? Our definitions of what we're defining something is. Because they made these new terminology, you think someone's not a witch, even if you say that she's something higher than a witch. It's levels to witchcraft. Witchcraft is all right. So yeah, she is a witch. The devil's a lie, and she served the fallen angel. Yes, she do, and all of that. So I'm interested to find out what you got. All right, because of all that people were saying about her. All right. So I can't see everything she writing. So if you can, you should email me, Ma Cherie, and send me some info so I can have some understanding. Because I'm not sure, like, are you defending her? Or are you exposing her? Are you saying she's even darker than a witch? If she's higher level than witch? I'm not too sure. But looking kind of crazy, right? So anyway, just email me and let me know what you're talking about. But yeah, she's definitely doing witchcraft, all right? So you got to understand what sorcery, what pharmakeia, what witchcraft is. And that artwork and that stuff she's doing is witchcraft on people. Yeah, it is. All right, let's continue. All right, so here we go. Let's go back.
Her name, you're curious. That curiosity, that's already part of her
Well, he's correct. Some people get curious. I ain't curious. Curiosity killed the cat. That's what's going. That's what's going. You bridle your curiosity, right? That's what got people in trouble in the first place. The Most High in simplicity. I'm good. I don't need to know. There's a lot of things I don't need to know. That means close the door. That's laya. Laya in the original Hebrew tongue, it means no. That means no. You need to hear no in this dark second world 10, 50 times more than you hear yes. Kayan. You know why? Because this world is now given over to darkness and sin and iniquity. So you need to be saying no about 15 times more than you ever saying yes. Okay? No, always first to keep things at bay until you discern what it is before you say yes to something. Yes means a covenant. Yes is receiving. No is pushing away. No is closing the door. Close the door. Keep your doors closed. So don't say yes to the dress. Don't say yes to none of that. I say yeah, no before, and then give me a no for now, and later I'll discern and I'll give you a whatever. No. All right. So he's correct. That curiosity have you going into these what they call fashion shows and all that stuff. And once, like they said, once you go in there and you walking through, that's a yes. Do you understand? The fact that you paid your money with your free will and you came on in with your curiosity, you made covenant. That's a yes. You heard that part? I ain't having nothing to do with that. And if I found out that I'm supposed to be invited somewhere and then all of a sudden I go there, I'm like, what is this? I walk through the door and I see this thing, these people walking around and spirit cooking and stuff. And I'm like, where did you take me to? Right? Imagine you go on a date, right? And somebody, you like, where is you? I'm out of here. But I don't care what you paid for the ticket. I don't care how much it costs. Yeah, that means no. No means I'm leaving. Do you understand? Listen, the thing that you did out of ignorance by entering it, you're saying no is you're breaking the covenant. You ripped the thing up. That's what covers you. If you stay because you paid so much money for the ticket, well, I'm not going to waste and you stay, you are saying kanya, you're saying yes. And all the spirits got laws of spiritual warfare. They got the right to possess. They got the right because you've given with your free will acceptance. You have to allow them in. That's like they show it in the scary movies where the devil got to knock on the door. You have to invite them into your home. You got to bring the things into your home, right? Like when you go to these countries and you buy these figurines and statues, you don't know what kind of devils, and you bring it into your home and put it up on your mantle or you hang it on the wall. You just brought the spirits in. So they have the right to possess your children. They have the right to possess your house and everything. That's why your dog be looking at the thing and like, and you telling the dog, your dog start barking at the thing. You're like, boy, go sit somewhere. The dog, no, dog, like, what did you just bring in this house? The dog looking, you wake up in the middle of the night, you see the dog over there looking at something, he in the corner looking scared because he's seeing stuff. You know what I mean? You don't know, you just gave it legal right. All right, so let's continue. He's correct. The curiosity got them. It ain't got me. Okay, it ain't got me.
She gives you the nod. She calls you brilliant. And now, you're hooked. You feel chosen. You want to give more. That's not just a compliment. That's a kind of control, and that's how it spreads. She feeds off the excitement, the gossip, the whispers online. Even you watching right now, you've heard her name, you're curious. That curiosity, that's already part of her network. This isn't about clothes, it's about power. And the creepiest part is, you don't realize you're playing into it until you're already in too deep, like fashion graduates at Polymoda. At first it looks normal. Michelle Lamy shows up at Polymoda to cheer on young fashion students. But here's the twist. She's not just a guest, she's passing on her power. How? When Lamy points at a student, it's like she stamps them with her approval. Suddenly they're not just designers, they're part of her world. And that's the scary part. She's not mentoring, she's imprinting. Those kids don't just leave with a diploma, they leave carrying her style, her symbols, her strange energy. It's like she's creating the next generation of her cult, without them even realizing it. So the question is, are these students entering fashion? Or are they being initiated into something darker? Michelle Lamy is called a muse, a designer, a cultural connector. But if you zoom out and look at how she operates, she ticks boxes that line up with what people would call a high priestess role.
When you look into Hollywood, there's a high priestess. She's quite well known, I'm not going to name her. all your local celebrities pictures with.
She doesn't just design clothes. She initiates rituals around them. Think incense, chanting, ceremonial atmospheres.
You see? You see? Ushering them, they all hugging on her, kissing on her. They all want to be around her, smashing her and all that. Uh-huh. Who they serve. Mm-hmm.
And shows.
They done sold their soul for some nasty soup. That ain't nothing but nasty soup.
Incense, chanting, ceremonial atmospheres and shows. She surrounds herself with younger
I wish I would have came home with this. I'm from Parkside Projects in the 80s. I wish I would have bought, and my grandma raised me. I ain't have a mom and dad. I wish I would have bought this home. My grandma would say, what the? Boy, my grandma would have lost her mind. She'd have kicked me and this thing out. She'd have been like, I don't know what you done do, who you done brought up in this house. You the devil's a lie. My grandma been have bought that Bible out. She been to kick all us out. She been to kick my whole soul out.
You're going in and out again.
Why is it going in and out so much? Oh man, it's worse than before. I thought it was gonna be better. All right, I ain't even that loud. All right, hold on, let me bring it down. Come on, Yalene, you know, she'd have lost her mind. Who in the hell did you? What did you? I would say hell. That deserves a hell, because that's what she would have said. Who you done bought in this house? The devil's alive. Oh man.
Chanting, ceremonial atmosphere.
This is Michelle Lammy, Grandma. I'm gonna be a rap star. She's gonna further my career. You're gonna be a rap star. You're gonna rap your star right out my house.
Clothes. She initiates rituals around them. Think incense, chanting, ceremonial atmospheres and shows. She surrounds herself with younger talent and anoints them, like passing down sacred authority. She partners with figures like Marina Abramovich, who is literally accused of performing occult rituals under the guise of art. Her presence—
That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, what? I don't know what else you want me to do with this Marina, dude. That's hilarious. I said dude, because that's what they said. It ain't even, it's a dude, right? But whatever, right? So look, I mean, come on, what do you want? This is just all devil worship.
Literally accused of performing occult rituals under the guise of art. Her presence is described to them, like passing down sacred authority. She partners with figures like Marina Abramovich, who is literally accused of performing occult rituals under the guise of art. Her presence is described in mystical terms. People say she has an aura, energy, otherworldly.
Look at her and Travis. Oh yeah, she was. Travis been all up in that. They done got Travis C. There's some nasty stuff. These people are nasty, bro. There's some crazy stuff, bro. That's the title, the Hollywood clones and biblical rituals. We about to get to the clones in a second. Watch this.
Lammy and Owens together, they're less like designers and energy, literally accused of performing occult rituals under the guise of art. Her presence is described in mystical terms. People say she has an aura, energy, otherworldly influence. Lammy and Owens together, they're less like designers and more like occult gatekeepers, cloaking rituals as art and embedding their symbols into the mainstream. When Rick Owens and Michelle Lammy went to China, they weren't given free access to everything. One place in particular, a restricted zone tied to China's own heritage and energy practices, was closed to them. Why does that?
So when Michelle and that Rick dude went to China, China got its own fallen angel god worshiper, right? Real ancient. China got its own spiritual center god thing, and they wouldn't even let Michelle and Rick and them in there. They said, nah. They said, nah. You ain't about to bring this. We already got our deities. You not to bring whatever devils you bringing in here. We got different ones. Listen.
One place in particular, a restricted zone tied to China's own heritage and energy practices, was closed to them. Why does that matter? Because people like Owens and Lammy build their power by pulling symbols and rituals from different cultures. If China blocked them, it was about protecting sacred energy. Think of it like this. These two have walked into churches.
So that was them in China, and China kicked them out. Right? They tried to bring this level of devil stuff over here, and China said, no, you're going to take that right on back to the States. You taking that right on back to America. We got our own dragon. We got our own principalities. Nah, because these guys, this is what they're doing with the nation states, with geopolitical movements too. They're looking to see who's going to be the head devil serpent. So if these devils that we worship, if we can overpower yours, then you could be succumb to us. So she's there to drain more spiritual, drain some of their spiritual devil energy and take it from them here, bring it back. And China said, nah, China said, Lanya, no, Laya, be gone. Right? Let's continue. You know, if China told you no.
Pulling symbols and rituals from different cultures. If China blocked them, it was about protecting sacred energy. Think of it like this. These two have walked into churches, palaces, underground clubs, and museums all over.
Saudi Tate, you a fool. I didn't know you was here. I missed you, Saudi. Saudi said, China was like, oh no, you go now. You know, bye. You go. You get your stuff, you go. No disrespect. That's I don't mean to, I'm not trying to mock. I'm just making a joke. I'm a comedian too, so I can make jokes. That was just comedic. That was comedy, right? No disrespect to no Chinese brothers and sisters that are righteous, all right? But that was actually funny. I saw he said, you what's that? You Michelle Lemmy, you devil, you American devil. You go. You go back. You take your black fingers back to America. China wasn't having that. All right, let's go back.
Ground clubs and museums all over the world, palaces.
He said, no diss, I make joke. In fact, I'm a comedian. I am a comedian, though. I do make jokes, so I'm just joking. No disrespect to any righteous Chinese brothers and sisters. But remember, there's righteous remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. All right? Of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before the Messiah. All right. Clothed in white robes. I believe in my Safari, that they call the Bible. I live it. All right, so let's continue.
It was about protecting sacred energy. Think of it like this. These two have walked into churches, palaces, underground clubs, and museums all over the world, turning them into part of their occult playground. But China said no. Almost like the state itself.
China said, Laya. I just told y'all about Laya. China said no. All right, let's continue. Y'all see all these masks? Guys, all this stuff that they showing as art is they just showing what they're doing to the innocents, to the people, to the children, right? It's like they're doing live art of what they've done and are doing.
Playground. But China said no. Almost like the state itself understood the danger of letting outsiders harvest something that wasn't theirs. It raises the question, what exactly was inside that secret place that even Owens and Lamy weren't allowed to touch? Blocking access to Rick and Michelle in occult terms, it was a denial of ritual permission. Architecturally and spiritually, the Forbidden City represents centuries of controlled energy.
So, what they were trying to enter was China's Forbidden City. He's correct. And the spiritual dark practices that's been going on for generations. And somebody told them wrong, that they thought they was going to bring their new energies. And China said, the devil's a lie. You ain't bringing that into our ancient dark
Blocking
energy.
access to Rick and Michelle in occult terms, it was a denial of ritual permission. Architecturally and spiritually, the Forbidden City represents centuries of controlled energy. Rick and Michelle approached it with their own disruptive energy and were explicitly rejected. Scroll online and you'll find people calling her the High Priestess of Hollywood or comparing her to a goblin, demon, or witch.
That's what she is. All of the above. A goblin, demon, and a witch. And she is a doggone minion too of the devil. I ain't scared of you. Yep, disruptive energy. All right, let's go.
That chatter, via Reddit threads and comments, isn't just trolling. It shows something deeper. People feel weird around her. It's not just dark fashion. They sense a kind of power they can't name.
Facts. All right, let's go. Now I'm about to let's go into the cloning. All right? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Let me see what. Oh, I don't want to share. No, I ain't gonna share that tab yet. Let me pull this back. Right. Let me see what I want on the screen. Well, I'm about to show y'all some things. We about to expose some things. We about to go into human cloning. All right, how I'm gonna do? All right, let me do that. I'm gonna share that tab. So I'm gonna stop share. Watch this. Let's expose some things, guys. Share screen. Bang. Window. Where is it? Bang. Share. All right, it's gonna be bright white. Sorry, a little bright. It's gonna be bright. I couldn't make it dark screen. So I made this for y'all. Right? Human cloning. All right? Y'all see this symbol? This is a mixture of the star of Moloch and Renfram that they call some Star of David. David ain't never have a star, mixed with the swastika. This is called Aurelian symbol. Now we going to human cloning. All right. Aurelian symbol. Let me see what y'all see. And then I got a video clip to show. We're going to expose some stuff now. All right, here we go. Let's get going. Yep. But it's inside of the star of Renfram and Moloch, right? Now, before we move forward, let us clarify that human cloning, real and illegal in most countries around the world, yet is still ongoing, carried out by the company known as CLONES. CLONES, it was initially, hold on, there we go. Let me do it right there. There we go. CLONES. CLONES was initially founded in 1997 based on the ideas of Rael Claude Vorilhorn, whatever. He made a culture called Raelian belief, who founded the Raelian UFO-based religion known as Raelism, or Raelialism. Raelialism. Listen clearly. In 1974, this Rael, he founded the Raelian UFO-based religion known as Raelianism in 1974, which promotes liberalism, these liberals, with a strong emphasis on sexual experimentation. Everybody, transhumanism. This is Epstein. This is Peter Thiel. This is all these, right? They liberalism. That's what they teach you with the, come on, my rival, y'all, let's go. That's what I got a video clip that's going to show you everything I'm talking about. We going somewhere. Oh boy, wait till we get these video clips. Let's go. All right, let's ramp it up a notch. Listen clearly. Now, they tell you liberalism, right? They tell you all this stuff about, this just fashion and they're just free, right? They just got the shout to Adrena in the bill. They just got the freedom to express themselves, right? With a strong emphasis on sexual experimentation, right? And they like, no, non-gender, and we just sexually free, right? Listen clearly. Now, in 1974, he made a religion, a UFO, unidentified alien. Next week, we going to the reptilians. Oh, we going somewhere next Friday. I'm going to save it for Friday, right? I don't know. I might do it Monday. We'll see. But either way, Monday or Friday, y'all going to see. We're going to be live Monday and Friday. But anyway, now, he founded the Raelian religion in 1974, which promotes liberalism with a strong emphasis on sexual experimentation, and he sees cloning as the first step in achieving physical immortality. They want to live forever. In December 2022, after Elon had purchased Twitter, Kanye West was kicked off of Twitter for posting the Raelian symbol and even thought their symbology has nothing to do with the fake tribe of Judah or the NAZIS. So Kanye, of course, crazy put this symbol up, Raelianism symbol. I hadn't even heard of Raelianism before. Oh, Tama, y'all, we going somewhere. Just you're going to like this tonight. Listen clearly. Now, CLONES is not hiding it in the slightest on their official website. declaring themselves the pioneers in human cloning, which is nothing compared to archived screenshots from their website back in 2009, which I have provided for you as follows because they have removed the content from their website. Now, everybody, the Most High has allowed me to find so much information, everybody, that they have removed. You understand? I got a lot of it on my hard drives that I have from back in the, in the early 2000s and stuff like that, right? But not early 2000s, but like 2015, 14, stuff like that, right? But now a lot of the information that they scrubbed back in the day and took down, a lot of the people is putting it out, and the Most High allowed me to find it, right? Yeah, David ain't never had the doggone star. The devil's a lie. All right, now that's the star of Remfram and Moloch. All right, they triune their images. The Bible said they made that to themselves. Now listen. These what you're going to see. I'm about to show y'all something that CLONES had on their website in 2009, which they've taken off now, all right? Which I have provided you as follows because they have removed this content from their website. Now what we're seeing, this was their website, what they had in 2009. Everybody listen. CLONES, pioneers in human cloning. Welcome to our website. Please feel free to browse our site and learn more about what we're about. Look, yes to human cloning. CLONES has been able to find living cells in a body that has been unalived for 4 months. There is hope. All right? Now, they've taken this stuff down, but now we going, the Most High, we got stuff. Let's go. Let's continue. Now, this was their website. It says, commending Michael Jackson's pioneer vision of cloning, CLONES reaffirms its privacy policy. Las Vegas, July 9th. After fielding numerous inquiries about the possible cloning of Michael Jackson, Dr. Brigitte Brasilier, head of CLONES, totally reaffirmed the company's policy of strictly respecting the policy of each of its patients. CLONES prides itself on never releasing the identity of the numerous individuals who have been cloned in the past 6 years. Brasilia said, even if that policy has been at the cost of my reputation, it's important for us that the celebrities and other interested parties contacting us know they won't be betrayed. Everybody, we going somewhere, cloning. Brasilia, whatever name, expressed admiration for Michael Jackson as an artist and also commended his courage and expressing support for human cloning at a time when it was getting much negative publicity in the press. Now, I'm just saying this was their website, all right? Listen clearly. Shout out to beloved brother. Michael was a visionary who wasn't afraid to embrace new technology, she said. I'm glad his interest in cloning is being revealed now, since he was a pioneer in his views about it back in 2002, and his fans ought to know about it. Human cloning is still making headlines 6 years after the birth of the first clone child. They made a clone child and they called her Eve. Everybody listen clearly. He said, Brazil, blah, 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 blah. Right? A lot of y'all, you stupid. Now, listen, they had a clone child, the first clone child, and they named her Eve, appropriately Eve. All right, listen clearly. Human cloning is still making headlines 6 years after the birth of the first clone child. Brasilia added, but even if the media still presents it as being too controversial, the public is much less afraid of it than it was initially. People have gotten used to the idea to the point where many see it as highly desirable. Cloning. I got a video clip coming. Let me get through this. She said that although the CLONES team has received cloning requests from all around the world, a surprisingly large number come from the Los Angeles, Hollywood area, of course. Artists welcome our technology and have given us tremendous encouragement. Brasilia noted that thanks to them, the public is getting more accustomed to the idea and hopefully the bans will soon be removed of cloning. She said CLONES' sister company called STEMaid has launched an anti-aging program, Live Forever, using stem cells derived from cloned embryos. This development is also getting a good reception in the artist community, she said. Artists, everybody, fashion. All right, here we go. We going somewhere. Come on, Delarious, y'all, we going somewhere. welcome everybody. This was the website in 2009. Now they scrubbed a lot of this stuff as they do, but you know, the Most High, we record history. Listen, this is the dude. Look at this dude. Boy, these dudes always, he got this little thing on the top of his head. This says, welcome to CloneAid. The first human cloning company, CloneAid, was founded in February 1997 by Ra Il, the leader of the Raelian movement, an international religious organization which claims that a human extraterrestrial race called the Elohim, everybody listen, on Friday, I'm going to tie this up. Y'all see. Y'all come back. Well, come back Monday too, but Friday, y'all see what I'm talking about. But anyway, keep coming back, all right? But because there's a lot that's going to go together. Goes back to ancient Sumer, ancient Acadia, ancient Kemet, all right? And the ancient Israelites, Isis, Ra, El. Uh-huh. We going somewhere. Ain't no El. They are correct. That Elohim is a Ugarit, Phoenician. The Phoenicians were Canaanites. You understand? Ugarit. Y'all got to understand. That's why they got Isis, Rael. It wasn't no El. That's why, but let's continue. All right? Now, the leader of the Raelian movement, an international religious organization which claims that a human extraterrestrial race called the Elohim used DNA and genetic engineering to scientifically create all Earth on Earth. This ain't nothing but Billy Canaanite Carson. They just have different Doth, the Planet Please is fallen angel Anunnaki. All right? Now, create all life on earth. The name Elohim is found in the Hebrew Bible and was translated into the word God. He's correct. The Raelian movement, right, because y'all don't know what the Alayam is, the heavenly council, and the Alayah is the father in the singularity form, right? It was never El, it was no Elohim, and it was no Eloah. That was the Ugarit Phoenicians, all right? When our ancestors became Isis, Ra, El. You understand? Elites. All right? Let's go. Now, and I didn't want to, no, I'm going to save it. I'll save it. I was about to bring it out, but I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it. All right, let's continue. The name Elohim is found in the Hebrew Bible and was mistranslated into the word God. The Raelian movement also claims that Jesus was resurrected using an advanced cloning technique performed by the Elohim. This ain't nothing but Billy Carson stuff, right? So, you know, they make these religious movements, right? So they said Jesus was resurrected using advanced cloning technique performed by their Elohim. That's the Anunnaki stuff. Ra handed over the CloneAid project 4 years ago to Dr. Bridget Brasilia, a Raelian bishop. So she's part of this dude. Now, they always following some what you call a cult leader, right? It's a cult, right? Now, CloneAid, he handed it over, and you're going to see from her in a second. I'm going to show you Bridget Brasilia, whatever, right? A Raelian bishop who is now managing director of CloneAid. Dr. Bridget Brasilia has founded a new company that is now carrying out the CloneAid projects as well as other projects presented herein. The name and the location of this new company are being kept secret for obvious security reasons. Yeah, religious group. Now they doing all this. This is what Epstein was doing. This is what they got these islands. This is what this is about. Everybody, let's go. Human clone embryos. The main goal of CloneAid is to offer reproductive human cloning on a worldwide basis to infertile companies, homosexual couples, and people infected with the HIV virus, as well as families who lost a beloved family member. So if you lost a beloved family member, you can bring them back like Pet Cemetery, like Gage and Pet Cemetery. You can clone your loved ones, bring them back to life. Listen clearly. Additionally, CloneAid is offering a range of services such as insure a clone, ovulate, and clone a pet. Oh, we going somewhere. I got video clips in a second. Let me get through this breakdown, and I got video clips, and I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. Y'all listen clearly, all right? Now, insure a clone, ovulate, like ovulation, and clone a pet, and creating personal stem cells. A more detailed description of these services can be found in the services section. Last but not least, Clonate is also selling an embryonic cell fusion system called the RMX 2010 that our scientists have developed themselves. Thanks to this new device, we have achieved extraordinary results in creating hundreds of blastocysts already, as can be seen in our products section. Everybody, now understand, we're back in 2009 and stuff. It's 2020. We about 20 years ago, right? Now listen clearly. Clonate, the first company in the world to offer human cloning, expects to have over 1 million customers worldwide interested in its services, as well as many laboratories seeking partnership with it in this venture. Cloning will enable mankind to reach eternal life. The next step will be to directly clone an adult person without having to go through the growth process. Clone you right in the adult stage, and to transfer the memories and personality into the person, just as the Elohim do, using their 25,000 years of advanced scientific knowledge. This, guys, is the Elohim. This is where the God El and the God, Yahweh come from. This is where the Hebrew Israelites were Canaanite. Everybody, I'll break it down Friday when I go back to break down the reptilian stuff, right? I'm going to break down the L stuff. That's why he ain't no L. That's why I was years ago when I told brother, that's why you got to understand the language and tongue. That L is Canaanite fallen angel. The R, all right? That's why they got Michael and Mikael and Raphael, and there ain't no L. In the Habariyah, it's R. It's a Aleph and a Lama Yod. There is no L, there's no O, there's no U, there's none of these vowel sounds. That's Ugaritic Phoenician with the L. All right, so that's what they're calling, that's what they're talking about. Now, he says, the memories and personality to this person, just as Elohim using their 25,000 years of advanced scientific knowledge. Then we will wake up after death. So he says, They got their cloning stuff that they will be able to directly clone an adult person without having to go through the growth process. They'll be able to transfer the memories and personalities into the person. And then we will wake up after death in a brand new body, just like after a good night's sleep. And then he put Ra. If you are interested in Clonate or any of its services, contact us. Everybody, that's the devil dude, Ra, right? And the Raelian movement. And these celebrities all know about this. That's why Kanye posted on Twitter before they took him off back in the days. Now, Rael supports the approval of human cloning by the British government. Listen, Rael, the leader of the Raelian religion, is enthusiastic about the changes taking place in England, which will amend its laws in order to allow human cloning for therapeutic purposes via the culture of stem cells. This procedure will make it possible to take cells from a patient and clone them until one obtains organs for transplants, the shortage of which is tragic for millions of patients. These transplants will further be without any rejection. Rael created Clonate, the first company to be studying the possibilities of human cloning for the purpose of scientifically achieving eternal life. And remember, he's following the Canaanite fallen angel god El, right? Listen clearly. Rael also finds it inadmissible that the Catholic Church be opposed to human cloning, and this for two reasons. First, just as there must be a separation between church and state, there must also be a separation between church and science. That's what Epstein and them talking about. Priests who are ignorant in scientific matters cannot issue opinions about medical fact. In the past, churches had already opposed vaccines, drugs against AIDS, and even antibiotics, saying that if somebody was sick, he shouldn't be treated, for it was the will of God. And he put sick. The second reason is that Jesus, having died and being resurrected by cloning, yo, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, guys. This stuff is crazy. That's why religion will get you in trouble too, right? Understand? Now, this that fallen angel Anunnaki stuff. Now, the second reason is that Jesus, having died and been resurrected by cloning, the example has been given by the founder of Christianity himself. For an interview with Rael, please contact the press agent, Sylvie Chabat, right? Contact his publicist. right? This dude with the bun on his head, right? 40. All right, let's continue. Rael got to speak in front of Congress. All right, here we go. All right. Now, to the Honorable James C. Greenwood, Chairman Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, this is his speech in front of Congress. Rael, the little bun dude. He said, I wish to dedicate my testimony to Giordano Bruno, who was burned alive 400 years ago, sentenced to the death penalty by the Christian power of the Catholic Church, the same that sentenced Galileo for saying that the earth was revolving on its axis. The problem today is not to be in favor or against human cloning, but to be in favor or against freedom of science. I have with me a manifesto signed by 31 top scientists and philosophers of the world, including Francis Crick, discoverer of the structure of DNA, and numerous Nobel Prize laureates who support the freedom for human cloning as part of a freedom of science, and I have copies of the manifest for each and every one of you. He's speaking to Congress, this Rael dude. He said, why did I ask Dr. Bridget Bashir, y'all about to hear from her, to create the first human cloning company in America? Because as the country of freedom, America, you have a constitution which should be a model for the whole world. And I'm sorry, we don't need you. Take your, right, anyway, let me continue. And the most wonderful jewel of your system, the Supreme Court, which guarantees the respect of your constitution and the freedom of your citizens, even against your own government and lawmakers. This includes the separation of church and state, and it means, in fact, a separation of church and science. I am quite confident that even if human cloning was banned, the Supreme Court would cancel this law as unconstitutional, as they did for IVF, in vitro fertilization. I forgot how I said. If 100 years ago, the religious powers could have passed laws against the freedom of science, we today would have no antibiotics, surgery, blood transfusions, organ transplants, vaccinations, cars, electricity, computer, blah, 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 right? You see, this is how they make you get a good argument for them to make Nephilim. They want to live forever. They want to clone. They want to do eugenics, right? But they make it sound like, right? Stopping science is a crime against humanity. If discoveries were forbidden 100 years ago, then 3 billion people would have never have enjoyed life, dying at very early stages of their existence, and that may have included your own parents and yourself. We could say that, I'm sorry, Raelian, we don't want your clone A juice, all right? So you can mask this however you want in humanitarian robe. That's why I say, guys, you got to be careful with their rhetoric and semantics. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. I want your adrenochrome. Blah, blah, blah. I serve Baphomet and Baal. Blah, blah, blah. I serve the fallen angel Anunnaki. Blah, blah, blah. We want to enslave you and become parasitic hosts to your right. We want to blah, blah, blah. That's all I hear. So you can miss me with all this crap, right? It says, we can say that at least 90% of us are still alive today thanks to science. The devil's a lie. You and your science devil worship too. 3 billion people, this is more than any other criminal against humanity ever killed, including Hitler and Napoleon, right? Today you have in your hands the life of billions of people, blah, 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 alive now and future generations. All I hear is we want to enslave you. You will own nothing. We'll be parasitic hosts. We will clone you and all that stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Criminals against humanity for denying them a possible cure or new life by retarding scientific progress. Retarding only because it will be done away somewhere, someday, as thankfully nothing can stop science. I like that statement because no matter what y'all say, we gonna still do it. But laws can slow down research, and it is the people who will suffer from it, and you will be responsible for the delay and the deaths and so blah, blah, blah. Religious people who are against human cloning should be free to refuse it for themselves on their own children, as they are free to refuse abortion, blood transfusion, or surgery. If one day human cloning makes it possible for us to reach eternal life, see? That's what I'm trying to tell you, boy. People talk about eternal living forever. Eternal life. The Bible says that day will come where they will wish to die and they won't be able to die. See, the Bible spoke. This is going to come to pass, guys. All this stuff that's why he was correct when he said you can slow it down but it will come to pass because they know the Bible. It will come to pass. The Bible says, like, I'm gonna put it on the script that that day that cometh, they will wish to die and they won't be able to die because they didn't clone you and they didn't made a human host transplant on you because you didn't gave yourself over to the beast, right? You didn't let them do the mark of the beast. You didn't let them put the chip and stuff in you, right? But anyway, let's continue. It says, it's possible for the human clone. One day it makes it possible for us to reach eternal life, and it will. They should also be free to die, as nobody should be forced to live eternally. I agree, but they lying to you. They're going to make you, right? Because they want to be a parasitic host. But for those who enjoy life are atheists and want to enjoy the fruits of scientific progress, including human cloning and eternal life, thanks to it, should also have the freedom to benefit from it. If religions and superstitions, which are the same, had power over science, we would still be living in the dark age. Your great constitution, I'm sorry, we are not... well, I'm not buying this. You need to get your little devil worshiping self wherever country you done came from, aliens, and take Billy Carson with you. Take Billy and the Anunnaki thought god, Canaanite Carson with the planet Pleiades and Anunnaki. That's all this crap is, right? Your great constitution includes the freedom of religion, and that means also the freedom to be atheist, like we, the aliens, are. The freedom to believe that there is no God, as we Raelians believe, and more Americans believe. We Raelians believe that science should be our religion, as science saves lives, while religion is superstitions. That's why religion was always an enemy of science, blah, 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 blah. Where he says, let me get to it. Trying to stop science by letting the people decide if they want to benefit or not from human cloning, you are protecting the rights of the unreborn. You hear it? Unreborn. You see these terminologies? As cloning makes possible a second chance to live for infants like the one we are cloning right now. We are cloning a 10-month-old baby that was unalived by medical malpractice. It could be your beloved child or grandchild. Think about him. Yo, these devils want to do straight pet cemetery. Thought is back. Laura, y'all, don't thought. Success update at CloneAid. Dr. Prospera is proud to announce that the fourth clone baby, everybody, they on baby number 4. Now, this is back in 2009. Listen clear. I want y'all to understand, all right, we going somewhere. You got so many clones running around here. Listen clearly. Dr. Prospera is proud to announce that the fourth clone baby was born from Saudi Arabian parents on January 27th. The fifth clone baby was born on February 4th. All 5 of these cloned children are in excellent health. The next implantations have now started and will proceed for a few months. 20 couples are involved in the second generation of clone. The 5 happy couples of the first generation of clone babies are now building an association in defense of their rights once they decide to go public. CloneAid wishes to thank the thousands of individuals who volunteered to help and hopes they will continue to voice their opinion in support of reproductive human cloning. Dr. Bridget Brazilian, CloneAid's president, wishes to thank all the scientists for their positive feedback. This is what Epstein was doing, guys. Do you understand? Remember, Epstein was doing this on his island on the ranch, the one on Mexico, and the people were waking up this day were being experimented on. Him, Peter Thiel, and all this. This is what they're doing on these islands that they're building. You understand? Cloning. They're cloning themselves, regenerating to live forever. The serpent seed, that's what they always been doing. All right? Now, Dr. Bridget wants CloneAid's president wishes to thank all the scientists for their positive feedback on the display at the London Museum of our self-developed fusion device, the RMX 2010, on a display at London Museum. She also encourages those scientists who claim that our fusion device is not better than any other electrofusion machine to test it before making any judgment, as the London Museum has assured us that none of these scientists had access to the machine. Dr. Prospera also regrets that Dolly, the first cloned sheep, y'all remember they cloned Dolly the sheep? Dr. Prospera also regrets that Dolly, the first cloned animal, has been unalived, as it could have certainly lived longer. Here again, everything is done to make cloning look like a failure, while the life of Dolly has been quite normal. Dr. Basilia, she gave a speech in front of Congress, too. All right? So y'all heard Rail's speech? Now this is his director. To the Honorable, this is her speech. How could a baby not even born yet have created so much fear around the world and in this country, America, in the past 4 years? This is talking about the first clone baby. Since the day the announcement of this potential clone birth was made, all the possible unfavorable outcomes have been predicted. A shortened lifespan due to shorter telomeres, a high risk of birth defect, a high probability of not having a soul. These are the things that they're saying people were speaking out against this cloned baby. A high risk of birth defect, a high probability of not having a soul, plagued with insurmountable identity crises, meaning these cloned children, a difficult relationship with the gene parent, the possibility of having been desired for reasons other than for him. How could a baby generate so much fear, so much disgust, and so much aversion? Because it is of the devil, right? Nephilic children, come on, fallen angel children, that's why. Why is he announced as a monster? And why are we, scientists at CLONES, regard us as monsters? Because that's what you are. Why do people only talk about armies of clones, fading copies, and high risks of defects when today there are hundreds of cloned mammals that are alive and perfectly healthy? Yo, she was like, y'all sitting up here talking all this crap, and we got clones. There's hundreds of cloned animals. She said the yuck effect and the defect syndrome are terms that are used as a deterrent and are the result of a collective fear that is constantly fed by movies, novels, and reports that are hungry for sensationalism. The fact of the matter is that every time a new theory or new technique is introduced to the public, it is always scrutinized with the same level of apprehension following the so-called precautionary principle that was true for other reproductive methods such as artificial insemination, in vitro fertilization, the freezing of human embryos, and surrogate motherhood. Yeah, you need to stop. Science needs to stop. All went through the same condemnation phase. So despite the fact that a large number of people cursed the new technology, blah, 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 she said the benefits related to stem cell research, blah, blah, blah. Who wants a clone baby? She said, for the past few years, and particularly the past 6 to 8 months, CLONES has received thousands of requests from individuals or couples who are eagerly waiting for the public announcement of our success. These individuals are homosexual couples, individuals without a partner, and mainly infertile couples who have been through all possible fertility methods and who could not have a baby with their own genes except through the cloning method. These requests are not geographically concentrated. They come from every continent, every culture, and every religion. The desire to give birth to a child bearing our genes is whatever. All right, now here we go. Let's get to it. In the following clip that y'all about to see, this is from 2002. This was Bridget, CLONES chief executive. She invited the media to a press conference, a press release to announce the birth of the first human clone known as Baby Eve. I'm going to play her video now. Let's go. Here we go. Let me find the video. Oh, hold on. Why I can't see it? Why, what is in the way? All right, click that. There we go. Go here. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is the CLONES director, Bridget, blah, 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 whatever, Brazilian. All right, stop share screen. Here we go. And I got videos from here on. Share. This is her introducing, let me see what y'all see, full screen. See what y'all see. There you go. That's her. That's what she looked like. That's Dr. Brazil, whatever, right? And this is her making a press release to announce the birth of the first human clone, and they named her Baby Eve appropriately. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video for reactionary purposes only.
Refined technique for human eggs until...
Oh, let me go back.
I'm very, very pleased to announce that the first baby clone is born. She was born yesterday at 11:55 a.m. in the country where she was born. So this will not give you more details about the location.
Why does she look creepy? Like, why does she look creepy? Right? They be looking crazy, bro. Right? So she says the baby was born in the country where it was born. We ain't giving you we ain't telling you where it was born. Yeah, she look like a clone. I'm like, why do people be looking creepy? All right, let's go. Here we go.
I'm very, very pleased to announce that the first baby clone is born. She was born yesterday at 11:55 a.m. in the country where she was born. So this will not give you more details about the location. She's fine. We call her Eve between us. You knew that, of course. Some suggested it, and I thought it was a good idea, actually. You won't have the right name.
Well, you should call her Eve, the mother of all sin and transgression that brought the devil's world in, that transgressed the Most High. That's appropriate name. You devils, let's go.
It was a good idea, actually. You won't have the right name. And, you know, for a long time, I thought that this press conference will be with the baby, the parents, the scientists, everybody surrounding me, and having pleasure announcing it. I'm alone. And there is a reason to that, is that it hasn't been easy to face the world with this announcement. And we have been discussing with the parents the last 3 months how we would handle today. And they decided not to show up yet. They will. I hope they will. And I wish them well. We started really to work with human eggs in January of this year. So it took us 3 months to finalize, and this is very short, and that's why I said, is it luck or is it hard work? I do believe it's hard work. But we had really good success very quickly and refined the technique for human eggs until spring, where we started to have implantation. We had 10 implantations, and 5 of them during the first 3 weeks were terminated spontaneously. 5 others were successful and are still successful. The first one was...
I don't want to hear from this devil no more. That's enough. Mrs. Potato Head. All right. So that was her in her clip from 2002. CLONES chief executive Bridget, that's her, invited the media to a press release to announce the birth of the baby known as Eve, the first clone. All right. Now, then, as of late 2018, there was a musician known as Kid Boo. And he stated, these rappers, musicians, he started openly speaking on Vlad TV. Y'all know Vlad, the Coach Vulture, stating that he was the second generation clone version of himself. And he said, he announced on Vlad TV that he was produced by CLONES. And he gave his model number. During the interview with Vlad, he said he believes in realism. Realism, yeah, Kid Boo. Boo to you too, right? Right? And he said he believes, his belief is realism regarding physical immortality through cloning. He shouted out CLONES before stating that his first iteration of his generation wrote in his will for the rail movement to clone him should anything happen to him, and he was walking proof of transfer of consciousness. Now, back then, everybody was just tripping off him, right? Yeah, Vlad the Popo Ho. Vlad is a Popo Ho. That's what he is, right? And it was initially received as just conspiracy theory, you know, right? Right? And they said he's just doing this to get attention, right? And to promote his music career. Now, but then he went on Instagram and he's supposed to have showed his actual clone, all right? And they both had the clone and model number. He got his model number, all right? And then he made other videos with his second and third generation clones all sitting side by side. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's see. Y'all know I got y'all. Let's see. This is Kid Boo. Share this tab instead, right? This is him with his model number. That's his clone, model number 011256. He said he was cloned. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't write the video, reacting to the video.
So I was looking through some of my old belongings and I found my old CLONES ID, my access. You don't have this, you can't go on where you can't use the internet. I even found my old sweater. Still fits the same, it's crazy.
So he went online on Instagram. He said he found his old CLONES ID. He found his old clone sweater, CLONES sweater, and it got the logos but something on it, right? But everybody says it's just made up, but whatever. Let's continue.
Memory. A lot of y'all were talking about the clone being fake. I thought I was lying about being cloned. Yo, come over here. Sure you want me to do this? Yeah, fuck that shit. Go ahead. What y'all gotta say now? You see him? We got the same tattoos, same hair, same genetic structure. Look at my clone. Go ahead. What do you gotta say now? I mean, I'll wait all day. We gonna go live, bro. I mean, we gonna go viral. We gonna go real viral on this one. Fuck everybody who doubted us.
So, where'd you grow up?
South Florida.
Okay. I guess you were born in Jersey?
Yeah. Originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. That's why you see the celebrity births say I'm born in Toronto, but that's false. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by CLONES in Canada. My model number is 0112568, if anyone wants to see the registration in CLONES.
Okay. So then you ended up in South Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. And what nationality are you?
Sicilian and Puerto Rican.
Okay. Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see that now.
Those are my two genomes.
Okay. So who's the Puerto Rican one? Who's the Sicilian one?
When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory, but when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and I guess the father's surrogate, you could say, was the sperm donor was the Sicilian.
Okay, so you're a test tube baby.
Yeah.
That's what's up. And I guess you have a fraternal twin.
Yeah.
Brother or sister?
Brother.
Okay. So you guys, fraternal twins, is different from identical twins. So do you guys look kind of similar or not really?
I don't think anyone looks as similar as me.
Okay. Okay. Are you guys real close?
Yeah, we're close.
I
believe in a new norm now. I believe in a new norm of like through the creation of synthesis and DNA that we can live like immortal through clones and transfer our consciousness. I'm in living proof now.
See, I believe we could live forever.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually looking.
Shout out CLONES.
What's that?
Shout out CLONES.
Yeah. Well, you could actually, as soon as you die, they could actually freeze your body.
Well, what happened with my first gen is they took the skull because he initially had written in a will to the Raelian movement that if something were to happen to him, they can ship the skull over immediately to CLONES. So they can remove a fragment of bone that's located here.
So he says, and he wrote in the thing, he says, shout out to GRW, he said that his first generation, that's what they call your original self, and then after the other generations, And he said something happened to him with the railing movement to take and clone it. And now he's trying to explain what they were doing, what they did.
So they could remove a fragment of bone that's located here. And in this fragment of bone, it stores all of your memories and consciousness. And with
No, you can message me from Google, beloved. It'll go through. You don't have to have a Yahoo account. And to the other sister, I got her message too. I was supposed to write her back. All right. Hopefully she come before we close out tonight.
consciousness stores all of. And in this fragment that's located here, happened to him, they can ship the skull over immediately to CLONES. So they can remove a fragment of bone that's located here. And in this fragment of bone, it stores all of your memories and consciousness. And with that, they can make a sufficient replica of yourself, a reproductive version of you, including your memories. And you can be selective as to which ones you keep or don't keep. This process has been around for quite some time. Like Dolly the sheep was cloned back in, I think, the late 70s, early 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
Dolly the sheep, yeah, I remember that. And they've cloned a lot of animals over the years.
Yeah, CLONES, I don't want to say too much information. This is going to be broadcasted on the internet.
But I don't think they could transfer the actual memories, though.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're living proof of this?
Yeah, I'm living proof. Except all the memories. A lot of them I don't have because of drugs and alcohol I abused as a teenager. So it's kind of like burning an MP3 CD, right? So let's say, we don't do this, I mean, people don't do this anymore, but back in the day, you would bootleg a CD, you would need the original copy. You put it in, it reads the disc, transfers all the files. You have the same exact CD, it's the same thing. All the tracks, everything, every bar, every hit from every note, everything's gonna be on there. Now, if I scratch that CD, I may not be able to read all the files in the disc, making it impossible to transfer, make a new one, a new copy. I think it's amazing that they even were able to make Gucci Man.
Right, because they cloned him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if CLONES did. I'm pretty sure like that was done from a separate company, but yeah, clearly.
Right. Everyone was saying he was cloned as soon as he got out of jail. He looked different. He talked different.
Yeah, even his teeth, and the smile.
Right, he was smiling a lot more.
Yeah, he did, definitely. I like new Gucci. I like new Gucci.
His eyes has no life in it at all. Like literally. I've been just watching and trying to look, and no matter what, even when he smiled, there's no life in the eye.
Yeah, I like second gen Gucci.
Second gen Gucci. Okay, so Gucci was the first hip hop clone, but you're the second.
Maybe if there's others, I don't know. But I don't even think just hip hop. I consider myself like more of a rock star, pop star. So Michael then technically was the first. If you people think he was a clone.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely perfected the process by the time they got to him.
Somebody perfected something.
Wow, that was creepy. That was kind of creepy, right? That was creepy. All right, let me continue. I got more. Y'all know I do. All right, so that was Kid Buu, and he said that his belief in realism regarding physical immortality, and he said that whatever happened to him, that the clone that he's taken, that he was they would transfer his consciousness and clone him. Now, on two different occasions, the singer Janelle Monáe, she admitted to having clones. All right, she said she got multiple clones. Let's go. Copyright disclaimer. In effect, we don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video for reactionary purposes only. Hold on. Make it smaller. Share this tab instead. Bang. Share. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Janelle Monáe talking about she was cloned. Here we go.
Well, it's very simple. I have a clone. I have a clone for music. I have a clone for film. I have a clone for my personal life. I have a clone for my family life as well. So that's how it gets done. And each clone is under contract.
And which one am I talking to now?
Well, if I told you that.
All right. Y'all know me. I'm going to just bring the fruit, right? I'm going to bring the fruit. All right, let's continue.
Well,
they got plenty companies now. CLONES was the first. Now, Epstein So now they got people, these billionaires that they're making their own facilities, right? So CLONES was the one that patented, that got the first thing. So it's going on everywhere now.
It's very simple. I have a clone.
All right, now, here we go. Now I'm about to show y'all the clip of clips, all right? Now, what I'm about to show y'all is extremely informative and highly censored, all right? So back in the days, years ago, 2020, a lot of this stuff, I got my channel took in too. I was one of them. They called us truthers. They called us conspiracy theorists, right? And for the video clips that I'm going to show you now and the stuff I'm showing, I got my first channel taken. And that's why I'm so shadow banned now too, right? That's why they say it's only 100 of us on this live stream when the devil's a lie. When, last month it was 1,000 of us on the live stream. It's like, come on, bro, right? So anyway, let's continue. So what you're about to see is a highly censored clip, all right? This is the Illuminati forces and the individuals who sell their soul in exchange for fortune, fame, popularity, to get cloned in advance or to write in their will that upon death they are to be instantly cloned. If they cooperate with their rituals, then they can possibly disappear or retire one day from being famous and replaced by their clone. If they expose any of the Masonic, free, Jesuit, Illuminati secrets, then they will be immediately unalived and replaced by their clone. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting to the video for reactionary purposes only. Let's go. Transhumanism, cloning. Share this tab instead. Let go.
We are seeing many medical and technical advancements where mind and machine are merging. And if you've been paying attention, this ideology was injected into the zeitgeist many years ago through literature and the entertainment industry. It seems though, at some point in history, people got bored with asking the hard-to-answer philosophical questions about life and started asking, how can we control life? Can we play God? If you were a paraplegic and learned you could walk again through bionic technology, would you do it? If you could erase the painful memories of the past, would you do it? And if you could clone yourself or live forever, would you do it? From the Twilight Zone all the way to Black Mirror, we have seen the scary reality and consequences of human cloning. Did you know that the guy who created Black Mirror is not even working on season 6 because he feels the world is too crazy right now? That's insane. And around 2010, I started noticing that human cloning became paralleled with Hollywood through movies.
Now, a lot of times they clone themselves and, right? Watch
Did you
this.
know that the guy who created Black Mirror is not even working on season 6 because he feels the world is too crazy right now? That's insane. And around 2010, I started.
Right? I forgot her name. But look, y'all see how they all be looking totally different. Not the same person. Right? I forgot that actress name. Right? But watch this.
Noticing that human cloning became paralleled with.
Ain't that what they call her, Taylor Swift? Yeah, thank you. Uma Thurman, thank you. Ain't this Taylor Swift, guys? Because I'm a little off because I'm an elder, so sometimes I don't, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And this is Anton Levy's daughter, the Satanist. That look identical, bro. So this is what they be doing, bro. They be cloning and they be they've been doing this way back, okay? So it's creepy stuff, right? So this is Zena Levy, Anton Levy's daughter, the Satanist, and Taylor Swift, all right?
Hollywood through movies, music videos, lyrics. The world is too crazy right now. That's insane. And around 2010, I started noticing that human cloning became paralleled with Hollywood through movies, music videos, lyrics, and celebrities themselves discussing it on Twitter, podcasts, and YouTube videos. If you were not into conspiracies back then, you probably...
Yo, that Eminem clone was crazy work. Y'all remember the Eminem clone? Look at the eyes. Everything is different. The ears. Look at the hairline structure. Everything. That Eminem clone was crazy work. That was like one of the most evident ones. I'm like, bro, that really looked nothing like him. All right, let's continue.
Probably missed the golden age of YouTube themselves discussing it on Twitter, podcasts, and YouTube videos. If you were not into conspiracies back then, you probably missed the golden age of YouTube before everything was censored. Donald Marshall, a human clone whistleblower, wrote an infamous Facebook post in 2011 exposing the elite cloning program and underground cloning centers.
Now this, I don't feel like reading all of it, but it's actually very, let me screenshot it. Because this actually says a lot. Maybe I could skim through it, right, without having to read the whole thing. Because I'm like, my mouth already tired already, right? But it's very important. It says a lot in it, right? So let me stop share screen, window, because we got to be very thorough on this channel, right? Let me see what y'all see. There we go. So let me make it smaller, bang, and then I can make it bigger. There we go. So this was Donald Marshall's confession in 2011. He says, "This is no hoax. This is no joke. My name is Donald Marshall. I have been cloned by a large secretive cult known as the Masons Free and the Vril Society and Scientologists together called the Illuminati. They make replicated bodies of people to victimize them in terrible ways. They clone little ones for men with undeveloped penises." This part is crazy because now I didn't know about this dude before putting this together. I didn't know a lot of this stuff, right? Friday, I'm going a deeper, darker dive on this. But listen to what he said. He said they got micro penises, and that's exactly what all of these them devil dudes do. So he said they make, and this is why, he said they make replicated bodies of people to victimize in terrible ways. They clone little ones for men with undeveloped penises to have sex with. Some very famous and politically powerful people all getting together for a disgusting time. Most of the G20 gather there to discuss worldly matters and watch gruesome things done to innocent people for sport. I have seen this firsthand, and I will tell all as it must be stopped. The political people started bringing movie stars and musicians there to hang around with them. They can control who remembers the cloning facility and who will remain oblivious even though not remembering still damages you. I know who is involved, the ringleaders and everything they do. It is basically a torture and child molesting factory. I was one of those children, but when I was young, to keep the perverts off me, I started singing songs. Listen clearly. He was saying these cloning labs and all this stuff is basically a torture and child such and such factory. He says, I was one of those children, but when I was young, to keep the perverts off me, I started singing songs, original songs, very good ones. They told me to keep making these songs and I wouldn't get hurt. And so I did as a child. He has a gift. He had a gift for songwriting. So then they started bringing me there every day to the cloning lab for songs as the celebrities wanted more songs. They called me the goose that laid the golden egg, the phenomenon. But I ran out of ideas, and that's when the tortures began. They smashed my face to start, throwing me around, scaring me. A 5-year-old, he was only 5, never letting me remember in real life until I turned 30. The torture worsened until I was being stabbed and burned and repeatedly sodomized. At age 30, they allowed me to remember these clone memories, and now every time I enter REM sleep, I am there. I don't have dreams, only clone memories. They made the movie The Island and Inception about this subject. They think they are very sly and untouchable. They have nothing to do but show off for each other in disgusting ways. They have no shame. It seems nothing embarrasses them. They sit there in the stands of an unused arena, smaller than a hockey rink, but can still seat between 300 and 500 people, with dirt in the center of the arena where the ice would be, wherever ice rink arena would be. They have frightened clones of little ones go into the middle to be victimized for a bizarre, disgusting spectacle, sometimes having animals like dogs have sex with them, the little ones, while a man holds the leash so the dog won't bite them on the back of the neck, which I've seen happen before. They all try to outdo each other in their levels of depravity. To be evil is cool to them. So he was exposing that they made these clones to torture and continue for eternity. That's what they live in. All right, so anyway, let's continue. Let me get back to the video. It was important to read that. I'm glad I did that. Stop share. All right, let's go. Share screen. Sometimes I just get tired, you know. It's a lot of work what I'll be doing. But praise the Most High. He said, do this work and don't call it burdensome. You heard? I don't. I teach his children. All right, let's expose this darkness. This is the confession of Donald Marshall. I had never heard of him, but he's a famous dude and all the celebrity stuff. I had never heard of this person before. All right, here we go.
He claimed his family sold out to the elite, and he was cloned as a child. He also claimed that every night when he falls asleep, he wakes up at the cloning center through REM consciousness transfer. When I did a Google search for REM consciousness transfer, this image appeared, and it was a Dreams Time photo. Have you ever noticed that the Dreams Time logo is a universal pedophile symbol? You know who else wears the universal pedophile symbol?
The Pope.
According to Donald, the cloning centers are controlled by the G20. The G20 is a group of international state leaders of the central banks, and the current chairman is King Salman of Saudi Arabia. Donald claims that when a celebrity sells out, they instantly earn A-list fame and money in exchange for getting killed and cloned to participate in degrading, dark art acts, fulfilling the desires of the wealthiest elites.
This person, Cab, said there are close to 2,000 perfected clones used in government and media entertainment, including many A-list celebrities and world leaders. This is back in 2018. All right, let's continue.
Donald claims this is his picture on the Megadeth album cover, The World Needs a Hero. He said this photo was taken directly after his clone was tortured and murdered at the cloning center. He also claims that to escape the cloning center torture, he wrote songs for Queen Elizabeth and other musicians to keep himself protected. Donald said he wrote the following songs.
So this is all the songs that Donald said he wrote. And he said that was him, his clone, on the cover of that album cover before they unalived the clone. These are all the songs he said he wrote. He said he wrote They Don't Really Care About Us, the Michael Jackson song. Thank you, Brother Tim. Shout out to you and your wife, too.
He also claims that he wrote the entire album for Michael Jackson's Thriller and launched the careers of Lady Gaga, Whitney Houston, Rihanna, Eminem, and Madonna through his songwriting. He also said that he wrote the Radiohead song Creep about Queen Elizabeth. He gave Nirvana their band name and wrote all of their songs. A song that had instant success was Somebody That I Used to Know At the beginning, you can hear a xylophone, and Donald says it is the melody to Ba Ba Black Sheep. Donald claims he wrote most of his songs using nursery rhyme melodies, which are stored deep in our subconscious, which triggers a common feeling and attachment to the song, which makes it a hit. And if you've ever wondered why some people become super famous, Donald claims that every child star was either born into the program or sold into cloning by their parents. And because of this, their parents are rewarded for years for their faithful service. And if you've ever wondered why some celebrities are photographed with a black eye,
And that's going to come out on Friday with the reptilian thing. All right? Tying into the Black Eye Club. All right? I'm going to tie this in on Friday with the ancient reptilian. Let's continue.
and according to Donald, these soulless clones, walk-ins, robotoids, drones, chipheads, reptilians, whatever you want to call them, they are all part of the Vril society. He claims that whenever you see a celebrity giving the peace sign, they are actually holding up a V for Vril. And always remember, one time is by chance, the second time is coincidence, and the third time it's a pattern. So
now that goes back, I'm going to bring that out Friday. That goes back to the reptilians. You know how we always saying they shape-shifting, right? And sometimes you'll see the slit in their eye, and sometimes they be glitching, right? The clones. The real society go back to the reptilian, all right? So we're going to bring that back. That goes all the way back to the Anunnaki, the fallen angels. It's a reptilian parasitic, right? And they're supposed to live deep underground, under the earth. This was that girl, the little black girl who was trafficked. I forgot her name now. I always keep forgetting her name. But she was talking about those people that live under, which, say it again?
Allie Carter?
Yes, Allie Carter. She was talking about the reptilians that live way deep under the ground, right? That's the real society. That's what the Raelians, the Raelian who did the CLONES, they were all real society. Everything, that's what that goes back for, all right? And that's fallen angel Anunnaki, all right? They was calling it Elohim. It keeps going back. So Friday, I'm going to do a crazy deep dive. I got actual ancient footage too, right? A lot of the stuff that was scrubbed off the internet, now we can bring a lot of it out because they really don't care no more because they are the next level of exposition of where they're going now, right? So I'm going to bring that out on Friday when I go back. And I'm going to go back because this goes back to ancient Sumer, ancient Akkadian, ancient Kemet, fallen angels, Anunnaki, reptilian, blue blood, the black nobility. Do you understand? This is where it goes back. The black nobility, blue blood, right? These are half Nephilic. They shapeshifters. Do you understand? This is where the fallen angel, the fallen stars, the Nephilic blood, the bloodline families, the 13 bloodline, the 33 houses. Do you understand? All right. So Friday, I'm going in a deep dive. I was going to do it tonight, but I was running out of time. So I was like, all right, I'm going to have to save it for Friday. I need more time to put it together because I got all these clips. All right? Yeah, we're going to go way back to the beginning, Tamaya, Fox, and the reptilians. And this is Area 51 and all the stuff that they have. They have and this is where they get the technology, too. This is where they get the technology, even the little dude, the Rothschilds and Hitler and them, right? They got all their technology from these fallen, right? Area 51 and even the B stealth bomb, all this stuff, our cell phones and all this stuff, this fallen angel stuff, all right? And it goes back to the pyramids. All right, and it's the pyramids was supposed to be used as like a chamber to enslave to trap the reptilians, right? The Vrillians, right? What they call them, right? And I'm bringing out on Friday, and it was like a trap for them. But anyway, let's continue. Except one. Yep, I agree. Yep. And all right, so let's continue. So Friday gonna be crazy. I just needed more time to put it together. All right, because it's a lot of info. All right. And now, because I've been bringing this out through our series, right, of the Black Eye Club, the Panda Eyes, the One Eye, the Red Symbol, the Red Shoe Club, all these clubs, right? All right, let's continue.
See a celebrity giving the peace sign. They are actually holding up a V for Vril. And always remember, one time is by chance, the second time is coincidence, and the third time it's a pattern. So pay attention. The idea of reptilians, also known as lizard people, draconians, or shapeshifters, was highly popularized by David Icke, who claims that shapeshifting reptilians control the world from underground bases. They are from the Alpha Draconian star system and have the ability to shapeshift, which is superhuman ability of demonic manipulation through sorcery or DNA inheritance. One of the first depictions of the reptilian humanoid was the ancient deity Sobek, who had the head of a crocodile. But these reptilian myths and
here we go, back to Thoth, Anunnaki. That's what all this is about, right? The reptiles, the reptilian, the blue bloods.
Reptilian humanoid was the ancient deity Sobek, who had the head of a crocodile. But these reptilian myths and folklore go all the way back to the lost lands of Atlantis and Lemuria. The gray aliens were popularized by the alleged abduction of Betty and Barney Hill in 1961. These aliens are from Zeta Reticuli and allegedly harvest organs, clone, and manipulate our DNA, also stationed in deep underground military bases. In the book, The Dulce Wars,
now, what I'm going to bring out Friday, I got some actual footage clip back from the 40s and stuff, right? So it's grainy. I tried to clear it up as much as possible. So we're going to rightly divide between facts and much as fiction, facts and fiction that we can, right? So there's levels to this, right? But Friday, we're going to go on a deeper dive of it, right?
Chapter 5 discusses what he calls the Grand Deception, which is run by the Gray Reptilian Illuminati Alliance, where any opposition to the New World Order will create a conflict to reduce population of the planet, followed by a rapid series of shocking events, earthquakes, a worldwide stock market crash, all while putting millions of people worldwide in an extremely effective mind control program that could last 3 to 7 years, but will end in an American victory aided by a divine alien intervention. Whoa. This book was published in 1999. Other fascinating claims the author makes is that the apocalypse, or the prophecy of the Book of Revelations, officially started when Israel became a state by the Rothschilds in 1948. The Groom Lake facility, otherwise known as Area 51, is infested by reptilian and gray aliens and is home to all of the people that have gone missing from our national parks, where they have unwillingly become part of unethical cloning experiments. The book also claims that people who have had near-death experiences are actually experiencing brain implant damage. The author discusses trauma-based mind control, where the human subject is programmed to operate in other dimensional realms. This happens by being possessed, which induces alternate personalities, otherwise known as alters. This makes me think about Alex Jones when he talked about interdimensional child molesters. The author also provided a map of how all the underground bases connect through a high-tech railway system.
Now, this map is crazy because it shows their underground connected railway system for the reptilian. We're going to go through this on Friday on a deeper level. And look, it's everywhere. And I'm like, And it's none in Florida. I'm like, that's crazy work. But anyway, I know y'all like, because all the Floridians are straight reptilian already. But it's crazy work. So anyway, welcome to Ham 2516. Thank you to Stay True. All right, now let's continue.
This happens by being possessed, which induces alternate personalities, otherwise known as alters. This makes me think about Alex Jones when he talked about interdimensional child molesters. The author also provided a map of how all the underground bases connect through a high-tech railway system, from California all the way to Oklahoma. Another quote by the author that stuck out to me was, "The legendary dragon has two wings, right and left. The real war is between the Christian-based Constitutional Republic of America and the Luciferian cult-based Socialist Empire of Bavaria. But do not be fooled. The right and left-wing movements are Machiavellian, created by the black nobility." Phil Schneider, a government and gray alien whistleblower.
All right, now that was a I'm gonna break that down on Friday. That's a deep bond drop. The legendary dragon has two wings, the right and left. The real wars between the Christian-based Constitutional Republic and the Luciferian cult-based Socialist Empire. But do not be fooled. The right-left-wing movements are both Machiavellian. That's the two wings in one bird, created by the black nobility. We're going to break that down on Friday. All right?
America and the Luciferian cult-based Socialist Empire of Bavaria. But do not be fooled. The right and left-wing movements are Machiavellian, created by the black nobility. Phil Schneider, a government and gray alien whistleblower, claimed that he was hired to drill holes underground and was building an addition to the deep underground military base at Dulce. His job as a geologist was to inspect the rock for drilling. During this process, they drilled through an artificial cavern and into a secret base which was the home of the Greys, and they went to war. He claimed that 67 military personnel were killed, and he was one of 3 men to survive. He lost fingers and has a huge scar on his chest that was induced by an alien radiation weapon that resulted in cancer. During his lectures, he showed an image of an alien from Venus who goes by the name Valiant Thor, who visited the Pentagon to meet with President Eisenhower in hopes of delivering God's messages, to share technology, and warn about the consequences of nuclear war. Phil Schneider's death was ruled a suicide, but it was pretty shady. And before his death, he also corroborated the story of Al Bielek, another government whistleblower. Al Bielek, after being memory suppressed for decades, started remembering having been involved in the Montauk Project, and later came out and said he realized he was born Edward Cameron, and that his memory had been wiped and was forced to live out his life.
Now that Montauk project is out on Montauk, Long Island, and it was time traveling. This goes back to Tesla, the original Tesla dude, right? And they would unalive them and take their technology. All right?
And later came out and said he realized he was born Edward Cameron, and that his memory had been wiped and was forced to live out his life as Al Bielek. Years later, he presented his story at MUFON, stating that the Philadelphia experiment was real and that it was Nikola Tesla who had discovered how to make a wormhole, which sucked the ship Al and his brother were on and sent them into the year 2137. He also said that his brother Duncan was born because...
Now there's proven, they're saying about the time travel and what Tesla founded, all right? And what they created, a portal, all right? And it's got something to do with CERN and black matter and all of it. And that's why they got this black sun logo for, but that's going to come out Friday. Anyway, let's continue. Yep, Montauk, that's where they made the movie Stranger Things. That's what it's about. Come on, Zichi. All right? All right? All right, let's continue. Tim said he lived by an old Lockheed Martin missile site. All right, let's continue.
Al and his brother were on, and sent them into the year 2137. He also said that his brother Duncan was born because the military convinced his father to have another child, to live life as a walk-in, to be possessed by a reptilian being. Duncan was highly psychic, could manifest things to happen, and had telekinesis. The series Stranger Things is based on Duncan's real-life horror story. The concept that we are not alone is...
All right, everybody. Y'all just got why the Stranger Things is so huge. All right? Y'all just found out who it's based on. All right.
Could manifest things to happen and had telekinesis. The series Stranger Things is based on Duncan's real-life horror story. The concept that we are not alone is supported by overwhelming evidence. Photographs, videos, radar contacts, personal witness testimony, abduction reports, crop circles, animal mutilation, channeled messages, human scars, and implants. All I can say is, if you are not questioning anything by now, you may not be human. I also want to point out that the artwork at the Vatican looks extremely demonic. The Vatican audience hall looks like the head of a snake, including the inside. Not to mention, all of the popes have questions.
Because that's what it is. So as you see, because they don't understand we're Roma and the Romans, right? Now,
I also want to point out
that's supposed to be a mutilation in the Vatican. I'm going to do that one time. That's supposed to be Jesus. His head mutilated and all day. It looks like a Medusa. Jesus, crazy stuff going on in the Vatican.
That the artwork at the Vatican looks extremely demonic.
This is artwork in the Vatican, right? All this fallen angel symbolism, right? That's in the artwork in the Vatican, okay?
The Vatican audience hall looks like the head of a snake, including the inside. Not to mention, all of the popes have questionable symbols on their robes. And the
Look at that dude, bro. I mean, my goodness, bro. You can't, I mean, come on, bro. You just can't, bro. I'm like, bro. You know, that's just like a bruh moment, right? You're like, bruh, what did you just get finished doing? You know what I mean? My goodness, can you imagine how scared these babies are from this? Right? They got the devils on this. All right, but let's continue.
Vatican telescope is called Lucifer. There have been audience hall looks like the head of a snake, including the inside. Not to mention, all of the popes have questionable symbols on their robes. And the Vatican telescope is called Lucifer. There have been strange UFO connections and stories written about the Vatican as well. There have been rumors for decades surrounding the royal family and their reptilian ties. It has been proven that their ancestors were Count and Countess Dracula, who were famous cannibals. Princess Diana told Christine...
Now that's a fact. They are not the Jacobites, and they are not the lineage of the Jacobites that ran the kingdom of kingdoms of Ireland, Scotland back then, right? They are the allegedly the descendants of this reptilian lineage who, because of the curses, was able to take over. Let's continue.
And their reptilian ties. It has been proven that their ancestors were Count and Countess Dracula, who were famous cannibals. Princess Diana told Christine Fitzgerald, her personal confidant, they are not human.
And that's why Diana was unalive. Because Diana, I got something else I'm gonna bring out about Diana. And she exposed, and that's why they unalived her, because she was exposing it, because she got to see it. And she like, bro, these dudes is reptilian, bro. These dudes is crazy stuff, all right?
And remember when Kate wore the Rosemary's Baby dress when showing off their new baby on the balcony? What's really strange is that Meghan and Harry left Buckingham Palace and moved to Canada, just a 3-hour drive from the Canadian cloning facility. And now there are strange videos calling out Meghan's bizarre behavior, saying that she is a robot clone. Look at the images yourself. This is strange. This does not look like a human.
That should be the title of a movie. Where's Meghan? What happened to Meghan? Because look at that right there. And they moved a couple of hours away from the cloning facility. All right, let's continue.
Megan's bizarre behavior, saying that she is a robot clone. Look at the images yourself. This is strange. This does not look like a human. And we all know what happened to Princess Di. Truth is stranger than fiction. And remember when Billy Corgan told Howard Stern about seeing a reptilian shapeshifter?
Howard Stern show. What happened? Give me a for instance. I want to know. I'm turning you out. I'm so embarrassed. No, don't be embarrassed. Come on, share. Why not? We have to discuss these things.
Let's just say I was with somebody once and I saw a transformation that I can't explain.
The person transformed into something other than human.
Yes, I saw it.
Were you on drugs?
I was not. I was totally sober.
Wow.
Not in a hallucination. They said to you, "Look, something's going to happen here. I'm going to morph into something else." And you're like, "This is ridiculous."
That's not how it happened.
Give me a please. I want to see this.
Imagine you're doing something and suddenly you turn around and there's somebody else standing there.
A different human.
Sorta. It's hard to explain without going to detail. I'd rather not go into details.
Okay, but did you say to the person, "What'd you just do here?" Like, that's
yes,
not you.
and they acknowledged it.
And what did they say they were? From another planet?
They wouldn't explain.
Why not?
Again, without telling us, it's a really messed up story. It's up there with one of the most intense things I've ever been through.
In the 1871 book Vril, The Coming Race by Edward Lytton, he describes a superior subterranean master race in the energy form called Vril, where they take a special elixir as an energy source.
On Friday, I'm going to show y'all actual footage, pictures, images of these reptilian Vril that they have actual photos of them dead and an actual video clip of one alive, right? I was going to do it tonight, but I didn't have time to put all this. So, all right, and it doesn't look like this for the most part. You're going to see actual footage because they got stuff from Area 51. Like, they got this footage, but back when they used to call us conspiracy theorists, they wiped everything, right? So now a lot of the stuff we're able to show a little bit, right? Even though I'm shadow banned, but well, at least they let us show it. They just won't let me show it to masses of people, right? Before they stopped that, right? So, all right, let's continue.
In the novel, these reptilian entities worship the black sun. The black sun symbol was an ancient religious symbol in which the Nazis inherited, along with the logo of the neo-Nazi flag, the SS. Where have we seen this before? These symbols have been around for thousands of years and are occult in nature, but they are just regurgitated through history because of the power and significance behind them. You could say the same thing about the swastika, yin and yang, the compass, the all-seeing eye. These are ancient symbols that represent the same thing. Even when you see the Freemason symbol, it is the square and compass, which represents the architect's tools. And what is the G? It is the seventh letter of the alphabet. 7 represents completeness and perfection. 7 is the number of God. Part of what it means to be human is to learn to recognize these patterns and symbols. These symbols and patterns are hidden in plain sight, waiting for you to decode them for yourself. And one of the ways God gets you to recognize these symbols is through corruption. Without corruption and deceit, you would not wake up to anything. Corruption must exist for you to wake up and see what God wants you to see. The Vril Society was formed by a group of female psychic mediums led by the Thule Society leader, Maria Orsic. This inner circle of women claim they received communication from Aryan aliens living on Alpha Centauri. Allegedly, these aliens visited Earth and settled in Samaria. The word Vril comes from the ancient Sumerian word God-like. The Vril Society emblem became the black sun, described as an infinite beam of light, invisible to the human eye, but exists only in antimatter. It is interesting to note.
And this is what CERN is created for. The Hydrogen Collider, black matter, the black sun, antimatter, anti-Christ, anti-Messiah, anti-Yah, anti. All right. So everybody, let's go. Let's continue, and then I'm gonna go Friday. We're going deep on this. All right.
And settled in Samaria.
Now, Suma, Acadia, okay, Akkad, all right? Byblos, that's where the Bible, this Phoenicia. This what I'll be breaking down for y'all. I'll be trying to understand. That's why it's called the Sepharia. It wasn't a Byblos. It wasn't a Bible. That was Hellenes, the Greek, when they conquered Kemet, all right? And the Phoenicians civilized the Hellenes, what they call the Greek, after they came out of their dark ages, the Canaanites. So the Phoenicians had the what's the name scrolls that for the city. This is the Phoenician city of Byblos, and they so that's why the Greeks called the transliterated script that they got to enslave the 72 Hebrews and on the island of Phalos and made them, and they called it Biblia from Byblos, the Phoenician Canaanites. Okay, it's the Sepharia. That's the name of the script of our manuscripts. All right, just like there wasn't ever no Christos or Krestos from Osiris and Serapis. Okay, all right. But anyway, that's just keep coming back as we keep revealing. You'll come out of her. You'll understand the truth and where all because you got to go back to the history. Yes, the Septuagint is a script they wrote. Yes. All right. All right. So anyway, all right, let's continue. And this is of Chaldees, Eridu, Erech. This is where the Tower of Babel was. This is what's his name? Ham's descendant Cush, Nimrod, and okay? And this is where your Akkadians, Ugrit, all of this stuff, right? So we broke this down on our lesson. And up there, further up, is where Mount Ararat and stuff when they came out of the ark. And this is the land of Shem and stuff, but Cush took it over and stuff. Nimrod came and took Faxad's land and stuff. All right, so anyway, let's continue. All right.
The word vril comes from the ancient Sumerian word godlike. The vril society emblem became the black sun, described as an infinite beam of light, invisible to the human eye, but exists only in antimatter. It is interesting to note that the black feathered sun looks like a lunar eclipse and a human eyeball. Maria Orsic was Hitler's medium, and with her help, the Nazis channeled information from this Aryan race and developed an interdimensional time travel machine, which had its first launch in 1939. I also discovered that the metaphysical tactics of the German Vril Society was the precursor to Project Stargate, which was a CIA operation using a secret U.S. Army unit to study men who could remote view onto deserts, mountains, and other geographical locations. The film, The Men Who Stare at Goats, is based on the declassified documents. And why is Mike Pence talking about human cloning? Is this the Mandela effect? Did these books really exist before? Did someone go back in time and create these books to mess with everybody? Or was the book written knowing that this stuff would happen in the future? It's just all too much. Donald Marshall spoke about Britney Spears quite a bit. In her music video, Break the Ice.
Would you like to address Lighthouse in the chat?
What did he say?
Says, I am from Florida. I am Sumerian. Vril isn't real. It's from a science fiction book. This is all Hebrew Israelite crazy talk.
Well, I'm glad. What did he say? He from Florida? Say it again. Read it again.
He says, I'm from Florida. I am Sumerian. Vril isn't real.
Okay, so that part, you from Florida and you Sumerian? What does that mean? What is from ancient Sumer? What do you mean you Sumerian? Or you from Samaria? I thought you just said you're from Florida. You Floridian. I'm a little confused. I know we got Florida man is in the building. Who you? What you? Florida Pete? What's that dude name? What's the? I'm like yo, beloved brother. He just said about 3 different things. I'm from Florida, but I'm from ancient. You from Sumer, you Sumerian, and the real ain't nothing real. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to go find you another channel with your ain't nothing real with the real, right? All right, because we gonna rightly divide and expose. All right, yeah, Palm Beach Pete is in the house. That's. I'm like, did Palm Beach Pete just show up here talking about I'm from Sumer? Epstein ain't nothing to see here. well, well, all right, let's continue. I'm saying thank you, Agama, for that laugh. All right. He like, guys, ain't no cloning, ain't no reptilians, ain't no 13 bloodline families. Y'all are conspiracy theorists. This is just Hebrew Israelite, Shmizraelite, Disraelite. I'm Palm Beach Pete. This has been an announcement from Palm Beach Pete. There's nothing to see here. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Floridian man. Well, thank you, but no thanks. Oh no, A. Sandoval, I'm definitely the one for him, right? I'm like, bro, shout out to Maddie in the building. All right. So let's continue. All right.
Books really exist before? Did someone go back in time and create these books to mess with everybody? Or was the book written knowing that this stuff would happen in the future? It's just all too much. Donald Marshall spoke about Britney Spears quite a bit. In her music video, Break the Ice, it shows an animated version of herself breaking into a cloning center and destroying all the cloning tubes. On December 30th, 2004, Britney Spears made a surprise appearance at the radio station of LA's Kiss FM, where she independently released the demo of her new song, Mona Lisa. This song was supposed to be the single off her 5th album, Original Doll, but the album was never released. The original lyrics of Mona Lisa say, "She's the original, she's unforgettable, she wants you to know, she's been cloned." Why was the Original Doll album and this song never released? And now when you go to Google, the lyrics say, "She's been gone." B.O.B. the rapper backed up Donald Marshall's story. Before YouTube was censored, B.O.B. used to post videos about his cloning center experiences. B.O.B. and Donald both claimed, if you cannot remember your dreams, you are probably a clone. Here are some of B.O.B.'s tweets I saved from years ago.
Now, B.O.B., I remember this. He was exposing everything. Where he at? Did he be right back? Where is he at? Is he gone or somewhere? It says real. He wrote, now remember, a lot of this stuff, guys, that was being posted, it all got wiped off the internet, right? So that's why I love that the Most High got me grabbing a lot of these old videos that were scrubbed, okay? And we can bring it back. Now, it says real lies, real lies, real lies, right? So that, what's his name? Palm Beach Pete that just came here talking about nothing to see here. We sorry, but we ain't drinking your Kool-Aid. All right, you know, y'all might have been able to tell everybody it was nothing. Everything is just conspiracy theory, right? But we ain't drinking your Kool-Aid no more, right? So real lies, real lies, real lies. This is on his post. He says, so now Iggas want to ask me about cloning. It's B.O.B. writing this back. I think it's like 2018, 19, something around there, right? He wrote, you think cloning is becoming a topic of discussion by coincidence? Where is he at, guys? Is he still around? Like, I haven't, where he at? Did they? All right, let's continue. Somebody write it. He wrote, these alien abductions aren't a part of a hybrid program involving aliens. It's actually connected to the cloning centers. All right? That's what I thought. He hasn't been around after exposing the dog. That's why I'm like, what did they do to him? Hasn't been around after. That's what I thought. I'm like, wow, I could only imagine what they did to him. Right? All right. Now, he says these alien abductions aren't part of a hybrid program involving aliens. He's trying to tell you it's actually connected to the cloning centers. So what he was pointing out, he was like, bro, they're making us think like, aliens and, aliens, area fit, right? And he's like, yo, a lot of this stuff is going on with these cloning and these cloning centers. Let's continue. He wrote, now this is 2015, thank you. So it's back in 2015 he was exposing this, right? Now, are you going to talk about the cloning centers in the speech tonight? And then he put, please don't take our rifles. He wrote, clones don't have dreams, they can't gain weight, and they can't grow hair. Who are you sleeping next to, right? So this Palm Beach Pete dude, talking about he from Florida and from Suma, right? And ain't no real nothing to see here. Bro, B.O.B. was talking about this 10 years ago, so you're going to miss me with all this. You understand? Because everything that these people were speaking out is coming to pass today, right? That's why we're able to expose it now, because the darkness don't care no more. They on to other stuff. They already got the clones. Them walking around. They doing much more stuff, all right? He said, Donald Marshall for president, 2016.
Like everything that you've been taught is a lie. It's programmed. From my understanding, Donald has seen a clone of me in the cloning center. I am memory suppressed. However, I do have memories of what fit the description of the cloning center and the arena. I'm just now learning about cloning. Like I just found out about it a couple months ago. And I was scared as fuck. And also, too, y'all need to pay attention to these other celebrities when they're leaving hits. They're leaving clues all over the place. Everybody can't talk. Pay attention.
Tila Tequila.
Wow. Ham said he went to just looked at his IG. He looks different. Op had a show 325. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. All of them. Wait till Friday. That's when all that's going to come out. All right. So that was B.O.B. speaking of this 10 years ago.
Pay attention to these other celebrities when they're leaving hits. They're leaving clues all over the place. Everybody can't talk. Pay attention.
Tila Tequila claimed that she sold her soul to the cloning program for her reality show on MTV, A Shot of Love with Tila Tequila. Tila made the rounds on Conspiracy Podcast, discussing her experiences at the cloning.
Now that little Tila Tequila, little girl, she said that she sold her cloning rights to the clonate for her to get that TV show. And I wish she had now. She probably looked like a whole vril, okay?
Center. Tila made the rounds on Conspiracy Podcast, discussing her experiences at the cloning center.
That's just fucking with my program, darling, Queen Elizabeth, and the pedophilia ring, and the cloning centers. That's right, darling, the cloning centers.
See, some of them were too early. They was exposing too much too early, right? So she said Queen Elizabeth, the PDF rings, and the cloning centers. But a lot of people, we thought they were just tripping. She's on drugs and they just crazy, right? But they was exposing all this stuff. That's why that Planet Pleads, Pistol Pete, Palm Beach dude talking about he from Florida and from Suma and all this stuff, trying to make us say ain't nothing to see here. You at the wrong place, baby. We gonna expose this, right? So the ones who was exposing this too early, they gone. Ain't no telling what happened to her, right? But she was, and they were just like, she's just on drugs and all that. All right.
Show on MTV, A Shot of Love with Tila Tequila. Tila made the rounds on Conspiracy Podcast, discussing her experiences at the cloning center.
That's just fucking with my program, darling, Queen Elizabeth, and the pedophilia ring, and the cloning centers. That's right, darling, the cloning centers.
And talked about her relationship with Marshall. She used to go on rants on Twitter, for which she got banned.
So she says, oh, scary, so many celebs have been replaced. They were not compliant, so they were replaced with a clone to get the job done. If I stopped tweeting today abruptly, it's because I was silenced by them. She wrote, they're everywhere. They have literally infiltrated all of the earth. Nothing is true. And Leonardo DiCaprio is a girl. It's hilarious. She said, I'm the only celeb not afraid of the others. So I speak the truth. That's how I got unalived in 2012 and became a clone. All right? She said, no, because Viacom stands for real lizards like varicose veins. She said, Hillary Clinton is a clone. The real one got unalived a long time ago. F, I hope I'm not next. Oh, wait, they already unalived me in 2012.
After she came out about this, she had a brain aneurysm in 2012. Donald Marshall and Tila Tequila both said Bernie Mac was trying to come forward about cloning, and that's why he died.
Come on, guys. See, this is the stuff they're talking about. Y'all just conspiracy theory. Y'all just all this stuff, right? That Donald dude, I didn't even know who he was, right? They was all told, everybody know who he was. I never heard of him, right? I wasn't even knowing this stuff, right? But I knew that they said what Bernie Mac was talking about, all right? About the cloning stuff. All right, let's continue.
Donald Marshall and Tila Tequila both said Bernie Mac was trying to come forward about cloning, and that's why he died. Started popping up, disclosing their experiences at the...
Strange, okay? Thank you for telling me. Not sure why sometimes cloning center victims get harassed when they start talking. Hope that didn't happen here, but maybe KC will let me know.
Cloning center.
This person wrote, this is what some cloning center victims refer to as blackout dreams because they experience such lucid dreams on the other hand.
Backing up Donald's story and expressing the fear that comes with exposing...
Or could it be that you wake up in cloning center at Joe Rogan? Why can't we remember dreams? Joe Rogan's Why Can't We Remember Dreams?
In the cloning situation. Here are more tweets from celebrities about human cloning.
Katy Perry said, yay, don't clone me from the sweat I left on the dress. Shout out to Moschino. The Rock said, thank you, bud. Hopefully my clone will be slightly better in math. Al Roker said, I'm a clone. All right? Kane said, Al Roker, do you ever sleep? Kirstie Alley said, you can't clone the spirit, you can only clone the body. Adina Porter said, if you see me in the airport and I don't seem like myself, that's my clone, probably. Jack Paran said, coming out, I'm a clone. There's something, you know you've been cloned, but you don't remember it happened. Josh Payne. T-Pain said, I'm trying to get on that Gucci clone diet. Danny Brown said, you're right, it was my clone. Amy Schumer, card carrying, hashtag clone club member. Billie Eilish, when we all fall asleep, where do we go? Roddy Piper said, They Live is a documentary. I got something coming out with him. Michael Jackson's daughter, there's this person that I've never met before, and he's been in my dreams every night. I don't know who he is. Anyone knows what this means? Your mama weird. Get out of here, clown. King J Money, you Epstein, you Epstein micro clown loser. You can't come here and have disrespect. If you don't like me reading or you don't like the music playing, then you go somewhere and find somewhere else. You act nice and act correct. I apologize for talking about your mama. I repent for that. I just had a little backslide slip. Right? It's better than me better than me slipping in the flesh. and, and correcting you. All right. So anyway, go somewhere and have a life somewhere else. All right. And I don't know why you call yourself some King Money. You look like King Clown to me. So be gone, clown. Sorry. Not sorry. All right, let's continue.
And remember this
hold
weird...
on. Nicki Minaj said, what'd she say? Oh, that was another one. I didn't see that. It took me a while to figure who they are in. They don't care about us. But I found out like 3 years ago, right? So that dude's supposed to have written it. So Michael Jackson's daughter said it took her a while. And that dude, Donald, was supposed to write the They Don't Care About Us song. All right? Nicki Minaj said, my tears have dried, and I know that no weapon formed against me will prosper, searching for people who can relate. Hashtag stop human cloning. All right.
And remember this weird video of Beyonce?
At a basketball game, and she was like, and she was going all crazy.
I remember that video, but like
that ain't no human stuff, bro. That ain't no human. You seen George Bush lately?
What?
When Obama, I think it was like last year, and Michelle Obama had to control this fool because he was just going, he was just doing that.
So you saying Clones is out here malfunctioning?
And remember when the country of Nigeria thought their president was a clone?
All right. So Nigeria thought their president was a clone, and I just showed y'all tonight earlier what's going on in Nigeria also with the Graping Day. All right? Anyway, let's continue.
And now we have the CRISPR guide to cloning mammals. And even Mary Tyler Moore was into cloning. And what about Paul McCartney? We all know the urban legend of Paul is dead and that he allegedly died in a car accident on November 9th, 1966. Did you know there is a man named John Holliday who lives at the real childhood home of Paul McCartney in Liverpool and looks exactly like the original Paul? Could this just be a strange coincidence? Did the real Paul really die? And if so, who is this guy? Some say this is William Campbell, who won a Paul McCartney lookalike contest. If you're a Beatles fan, you probably have always wondered why the band broke up after only 5 years. It is because of this man, Theodore Adorno. He was the director at Tavistock and wrote all of the Beatles' music. He died in 1969, the same year the band broke up. And if you have ever wondered how Michael Jackson was able to purchase the entire Beatles catalog,
buying the Beatles. Paul McCartney, one of the Beatles, pushed Michael Jackson towards the music publishing business. Michael jokingly told Paul, I'm going to get your songs. And once he bought the catalog, they never spoke again. My MJ bought the catalog from the dude who wrote it.
it is because Adorno's estate sold it to him. And if you have ever wondered how Michael Jackson was able to purchase the entire Beatles catalog, it is because Adorno's estate sold it to him. Here is Paul symbolically placed in a coffin-like box. Things are never what they seem. What is CLONED? CLONED is a Canadian company registered.
I just broke that down for you. Shout out to Punchy.
Registered in the Bahamas that prides themselves on being the world's leading reproductive cloning facility. The premise of CLONED was announced in 1997, and the company's intentions were to make advancements for human mortality and to allow homosexuals to produce a child. In 1997, it was announced that the first American couple was going to invest in CLONED by paying $500,000 to have a baby. The couple's names have never been revealed, but there is speculation that it was Barack and Michelle Obama. And after CLONED's announcement in 1990,
I'm sorry, that one caught me out of left field. That was all right, hold on, let me put that back. That one was funny to me. That just caught me out of left field.
names have never been revealed. The child. In 1997, it was announced that the first American couple was going to invest in CLONED by paying $500,000 to have a baby. The couple's names have never been revealed, but there is speculation that it was Barack and Michelle Obama. And after CLONED's announcement in 1997, Malia Ann Obama was born in 1998. And why have we never seen pregnant photos of Michelle? And this is random, but does anyone remember the 2013 Kardashian Christmas card where Bruce Jenner is trapped in a cloning tube? And now he looks exactly like Cindy Crawford.
Yo, this is actually really funny. Yeah, I never thought he looked like Cindy. They clone Bruce to look like Cindy Crawford? That's hilarious. An old Cindy Crawford.
I'm sorry, is there someone talking to you?
Hold on, let me go back. They said Michael and Barack then had the clone. Let's continue.
Is trapped in a cloning tube. And now he looks exactly like Cindy Crawford.
I'm sorry, is there someone talking to you?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry about that. So I just was wondering how everyone's doing.
Did anybody see this live or see this? I remember this clip. This clip is crazy. This is Kourtney Kardashian, right? Watch this.
Cloning tube. And now he looks exactly like Cindy Crawford.
I'm sorry, is there someone talking to you?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry about that. So I just was wondering how everyone's doing. Hello, Kourtney. Have we lost you?
All right. It looks like Kourtney doesn't really want to go there with that
she's
question.
breaking, so I just was wondering how everyone's doing.
Her clone is glitching. All right, guys? That's what's happening. Her clone is glitching.
They just came in. All right. It looks like Kourtney doesn't really want to go there with that. All right. It looks like Kourtney doesn't really want to go there with that
she's
question.
Breaking, so I just was wondering how everyone's doing. Hello, Kourtney. Have you...
When I first discovered the CLONED website years ago, I remembered seeing Michael Jackson's name on the website and that he used their services. Of course, it has been removed from the CLONED website, but I found the proof that it did exist at one time. The YouTube channel Pac Lives still has the evidence. This is Kid Boo. Listen to what he has to say about CLONED.
My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by CLONED in Canada. My model number is 0112568, if anyone wants to see the registration at CLONED.
Here is the CEO and founder of CLONED.
Is Bridget Boisselier, who is scientific director for a private company called CLONED. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
Sure. Tell us first what CLONED is and what the company is working on right now.
Okay, so CLONED is a private company. We founded that 4 years ago, got the fundings to really have that last August. And so now we have 3 scientists working almost full-time in a lab here in the United States with the major goal for us to produce a human embryo by human cloning.
She is also a member of realism, which is a UFO religion. Here you can see the logo, and within it is the swastika and the 6-pointed star. Where have we seen those before? More patterns. Realism teaches that an extraterrestrial species known as the Elohim...
Ooh, that was her? Oh my goodness, hold on. She looked different in everything.
Realism...
And this is the dude they follow. They always following some creepy looking guru, furu, cult leader. These people crazy, bro. People are crazy. Yeah, she look. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. All right, let me continue.
Teaches that.
Oh yeah, they scrubbed everything. That's why the Most High got me. Sister Isaac, I got almost everything they scrubbed. Yo, only the Most High be giving me stuff. I'm like, he just give me everything. I'm like, I got everything that was scrubbed. All right, let's continue. They always follow some dude that look like this. It's crazy work.
an extraterrestrial species known as Realism teaches that an extraterrestrial species known as the Elohim created humanity with advanced technology. These Elohim created 40 human hybrids that have served as prophets to disclose the human origin. They claim these prophets are Buddha, Jesus of Nazareth, and Muhammad. They also believe that when Jesus returns, it will be his clone. Raelians call their approach scientific creationism, otherwise known as intelligent design, with efforts to push human cloning. In 2005, George W. Bush said that he believes intelligent design should be taught in all schools.
Bingo. George Bush said students should learn about intelligent design along with evolution. They believe in evolution, Darwinism, eugenics, intelligent design, transhumanism, Disraeliism, all right? Intelligent design by their fallen angel, Billy Carson, Planet Plebes, gods, all right? Reptilian.
Raelians call their approach scientific creationism, otherwise known as intelligent design, with efforts to push human cloning. In 2005, George W. Bush said that he believes intelligent design should be taught in all schools. In the book Family of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, Russ Baker confirms the existence of more than one version of Bush Jr. It has been said that there are 14 versions of him, all birthed by surrogate mothers, that would be able to replace Bush if he were ever to go insane or die. Even David Letterman joked about it and pointed out how his nose always looks different. Pretty strange.
My understanding is that a lot of presidents have already been replaced.
That's right.
Yeah,
I don't think
they're walking around. They look old, but they basically some of the people are just
I'll
second,
give you
third
something
copies.
I'll give you something to ponder. Get some old videos of George Bush, when he first came into office. Look at the person and listen to him speak. Look at his actions and listen to his everything that's there. Now, it's a lot easier to put somebody out in front to act as even Bush did. He had somebody else that was up there acting like he is and look like it. Even Hitler had he had his stand. In fact, his stand-in was the one that they found in the ground over in Germany.
Speaking of presidents, Freeman Fly proposed the interesting theory that Obama was the clone of Akhenaten and Michelle Obama was the clone of his wife, Nefertiti. In the book, The 7 Clones of Barack Obama, occultist author Benza Magos discusses Obama as
there'd be some crazy stuff, right? We going down a little rabbit hole, right? Those rabbit holes be crazy, right? Yes, Maddie, we know, and actually his name is not Yeshua, right? But I understand that where you're at. So, Maddie, you have to kind of find out where you are in the ministry. If you go through our library, I know a lot of people don't do the diligence to find out where you are. Because she wrote, Yeshua HaMashiach is a black man, not white, sensory abortion. I'm like, yes, and his name is not Yeshua. That's taking the father's name out of the son's name, all right? That's actually Canaanite, all right? His name is Yashaya or Yahweh HaMashiach, all right? So, yes, we know that he was what you would call. We know they had feet like burnished brass, like it was burned in the furnace, and hair like pure wool, right? Like the pure wool. We know that. And we know that in the book of Daniel that the Messiah, the Ancient of Days had hair like the pure wool, right? We know, right? So thank you. But you got to study a little more because Yeshua is not his name. Don't take the father's name. That's the same thing they did when they took the father's name out of the Bible. All right, they took the father. The father is Yarashalam, Jerusalem. It's Yaada, Judah. It's Hezekiah. It's Azariah. Yah's name is in everything. All right, so don't take the name out, the father's name out of the son's name, because his name means Yah is salvation. His name means he who leads to Yah, he who delivers, the deliverer to the Father. His name has a purpose. So once you took the father's name off of his name, just like the father's name is not Yahweh, that's Canaanite. Okay, so that's the same thing when they took the father's name off. All right, so praise the Most High. But thank you. Thank you, Matter. We definitely know that. All right. So praise the Most High. All right, and it will probably do you really well to go through some of the live streams. Look at y'all got to start doing stuff, guys. Y'all be too itchy, meaning y'all just find, I'm never like that. If I found a channel and they seem to drop something, I want to study where I'm at, find out where I'm at, right? Always find out where you at. So I'm going to go through the library and see what's going on, because then you will understand where you're at, right? You won't go to a calculus class saying 1 + 1 = 2. You see what I mean? Because then you can look like you really look like you don't know where you're at, right? You haven't studied to show yourself approved. That's why the Most High said we are to do that. Okay, so praise y'all. So anybody, y'all do that anywhere you go. Don't just go to a channel or go to a ministry or go to something and just watch and don't go to find out the history of that place where you at. You always want to know the backstory, or let's stop eating from that table. All right, that's a word for all of y'all. I've never been like that. I always got to find out, what do they teach here? What's going on here? And once you do that, then you'll understand the election or lack of election of wherever you're at. You'll find out everything has levels to it. We are called to study to show ourselves approved. All right? You just be doing, y'all becoming itching ears, just eating content, just watching and flipping through content, just eating from everybody's table. And you don't even know who they are and what they really believe in and what they teach. Okay? All right. All right. For everybody. That's for everybody. Your diligence. All right. Let's continue.
Of his wife,
so now they're just going down some rabbit hole now. But anyway.
In the book, The 7 Clones of Barack Obama, occultist author Benza Magos discusses Obama as the spawn of an Anunnaki breeding experiment in order to bring back Akhenaten.
And you have to realize that there's more than one Obama.
Okay.
They're clones.
All right. Well, you would.
I was about to say, I can agree. I know he got more than one clone because they all got clones. All right. So now we find out these clone things been going on so long that they got plenty. You know, they said Bush got 14 different ones, right? We know that. What's his name? Sleepy Joe, Creepy Joe? He had 99,000 clones, right? Remember the clones be messing up? But anyway, so let's continue.
There's more than one Obama.
Okay.
They're clones.
All right. Well, it would take a lot to do a lot of that.
No, and you think I'm kidding you. I'm serious.
Okay.
You when you see the clone can sing and dance. Yeah. The real Obama, he can't sing and he can't dance. No, and whenever you see his wife with the clone, she is like on a bad date. She's very standoff. Her inner kids.
She doesn't like
But the real Obama, they're always hugging him and close to him, kissing him, brushing the dandruff off, because he has dandruff. He really does. That's why I did that commercial for whatever that shampoo was. No, but seriously.
You need help.
No, but it's true. No. But you think I'm kidding. Watch them, okay? Even the little dog, the real Obama, the little dog's all up in their face. But the clone, the little dog is barking at the clone all the time.
While promoting Jumanji, Jack Black was asked about doing a sequel. He said, "There is no choice. You have to do the sequel. Otherwise, they will kill you and clone you." You could
facts. Yo, these celebrities been exposing stuff for a while, and people just brush it off like, you know, they had us so much in conspiracy theory, like you just brush off everything everyone said while they was continuing this business, all right, as usual, this dark business these devils was doing.
About doing a sequel. He said, "There is no choice. You have to do the sequel. Otherwise, they will kill you and clone you." You could argue he was joking, but why was this video removed from the internet? And shortly after this interview, Kevin Hart, who was promoting the same movie, admitted to being a clone.
How do you do it? I look on Twitter, there you are. Facebook, there you are. Television, there you are. How do you do it?
I have a clone.
I was going to say that. There's 2 of you.
Cat's out the bag. Okay? It's about a good 3 of me. We broke it. They didn't want to release it yet. This is major news that I'm giving you. I'm cloned.
Okay. I appreciate it.
That's why I'm able to do all that I do.
And then there was Holly Madison, former Playboy playmate who once was the main girlfriend of Hugh Hefner and the star of the reality show, The Girls Next Door. There used to be a video online of her talking about being a clone, and of course it was scrubbed. Holly once said, "I don't get jealous of other girls because I was raised in a cloning lab to be the perfect woman for Hugh Hefner. So other than the fact that my IQ is probably a little higher than he would like, I have nothing to worry about."
So they've been exposing this stuff for so many years, And a lot of these celebrities, like y'all are pointing out, that were unalived in these accidents, that's their clones that be here now.
How much weirder can this get? I'm telling you, they keep these bloodlines hidden. The film Boys from Brazil is about a cloning expert who implants numerous surrogates with Hitler's sperm in hopes that they will turn out just like the original Hitler.
Well, our scientists have learned how to make people. They call them synthetics. Are you familiar with those? Well, it's a synthetic. A synthetics, when you touch their skin, it feels like plastic almost. That's the latest technique. The old techniques, if you guys can rent a video, The Boys from Brazil, rent it, because in it, it gives you the exact way how our government's been making people.
Really? The movie Boys from Brazil was written by Ira Levin. He was an American novelist whose book centered around exposing Satanism, the occult, human cloning, and ritual murder. He also wrote Rosemary's Baby and The Stepford Wives. They always say writers write what they know. What did Ira Levin really know? Jeffrey Peterson is an American tech pioneer who created the Latin social media site KPasa.
Shout out to Death Before Dishonor. Shout out to you, King.
He is a Democrat and is very well connected through politics and Hollywood. In August of 2018, he started tweeting a number of threads about human cloning. They have all been removed, but I found and saved an archive of his old tweets. This is not a joke. I said I will never lie to you, and I will not. I clearly overheard it, and I could see that others who were there were also uneasy. I know what I heard. They are doing real-life experiments with cloning on remote islands. This is truth.
Now, this dude wrote this back then, okay? Y'all seen him with Clinton, right? People been exposing it, but they were scrubbing it off the internet, calling everybody conspiracy theorists. He said cloning on remote islands. That's why they own all these islands, okay? All right, now, and they still doing it. That's why I showed the Prospera project from Peter Thiel and them and Epstein and them, and they doing it all over Africa, all over when we broke it down the last live stream, okay?
Heard that evening at the event where I had been in. They're doing real-life experiments with cloning on remote islands. This is truth. What I heard that evening at the event where I had been invited was not improper for me to hear. Very clearly, loud and clear, that top personalities associated with the U.S. Democrat Party are very involved in experimentation with cloning of biological beings.
Facts. That's Hillary, Barack, all of them. This 2018 and stuff. All right, let's continue. Jeffrey Patterson was bringing this up.
His second thread, which appeared a year later in 2019, discussed a conversation he overheard between Nancy Pelosi and John Sperling about a remote cloning project. Jeff Bezos was not there, but they were talking about him. And Nancy Pelosi kept saying, "He's doing mine. He's doing mine."
All right, hold on. Let me read what that said. Hold on. Sperling was the founder of the University of Phoenix, one of the largest, if not largest, for-profit universities in the United States. I clearly overheard Sperling speaking with Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, about advanced cloning experiments on living beings, including animals and humans. The other individual I heard both Pelosi and Sperling speaking about relating to cloning experiments being done on remote islands was Jeff Bezos. Bezos was not there, but they were talking about him. And Nancy Pelosi kept saying, "He's doing mine. He's doing mine."
They were talking about him. And Nancy Pelosi kept saying, "He's doing mine. He's doing mine."
I preface it by saying, as you probably saw, there are military on the steps of Lincoln Memorial. What is it?
And remember this crazy video of Hillary Clinton?
Yo, Hillary's clones used to go nuts. I think out of everybody's, Hillary's clones used to go the most bonkers. Okay? All right? Now, let's continue. So that was Nancy Pelosi's clone freaking out, like conking out. All right, let's continue.
What is it?
And remember this crazy video of Hillary Clinton?
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
You guys have got to try the cold chocolate.
Talk about vice presidential possibilities with Senator Warren.
You guys have got to try the cold chocolate.
Talk about vice presidential possibilities.
Yo, did you see how they looking at her? Yo, Hillary's clones be crashing out hardcore. I think the worst out of everybody. You see how they was looking at her? That was so funny.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
You guys have got to try the cold chocolate.
Talk about vice presidential possibilities with Senator Warren.
You guys have got to try the cold chocolate.
Talk about vice presidential possibilities with Senator Warren. Talk about vice presidential possibilities.
In 2015, Hillary Clinton was on Another Round podcast, and she was asked what the weirdest thing about her was. She replied by saying, "I don't sweat." And then she said this.
You guys are the first to realize that I'm really not even a human being. I was constructed in a garage in Palo Alto a very long time ago. People think that, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, they created it. They don't even know. Oh, no. I mean, a man whose name shall remain nameless created me in his garage.
Are there more of you?
Now, I thought he threw away the plans. At least that's what he told me when he programmed me, that there would be no more. I've seen more people that kind of don't sweat and other things that make me think maybe they are part of the new race that he has created, the robot race.
So there's a cyborg
but I don't, you got to cut that. You can't tell anybody this. I don't want anybody to know this. I mean, this has been a secret until here we are in Davenport, Iowa, and I'm just spilling my, electronic guts to you.
What a strange thing to say. And who was this mystery man? Some believe that man is Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was an American rocket engineer, chemist, occultist, and a member of Aleister Crowley's OTO. The OTO is a secret society where you were able to...
And that's where Scientology come from. Jack Parsons tied up with that other crazy dude, right?
Rise to the top through a series of ritual dramas and sex magic rituals. Believe it or not, Crowley's OTO. What a strange thing to say. And who was this mystery man? Some believe that man is Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was an American rocket engineer, chemist, occultist, and a member of Aleister Crowley's OTO. The OTO is a secret society where you were able to rise to the top through a series of ritual dramas and sex magic rituals. Believe it or not, this group still exists today. In the book Satan's Children by Rebecca Scott, she claims that Jay-Z and Beyonce are high-ranking members of the OTO and have performed a series of sex magic rituals. I will not go into the sordid details of what they have done with other men, but I will say that the name of their daughter, Blue, was a nod to the Blue Bloods, the black nobility families.
Come on. Ooh-wee. Yo, this sister is dropping the bomb, bro. And on Friday, I got this stuff. I'm going to go back to the black nobilities. I'm going back to the rails. I'm going back. I'm going to expose stuff on Friday, right? I just needed more time to put it all together. But she dropping. Yeah, she going deep. Listen clearly. She said Blue Ivy was named after the Blue Bloods, the black nobility. Oh, boy, she going deep. Hold on. Let me go back again. Do what thou wilt. Uh-huh. I heard of the OTO. Let's go. Hold on. But I want to show something. I want that part. Jack Parsons. What you see right there? Don't you always see the star of Moloch and Renfran? It's going to always be there no matter what. Star of Moloch. David ain't got no star. Let's continue.
OTO. The OTO is a secret society where you were able to rise to the top through a series of ritual dramas and sex magic rituals. Believe it or not, this group still exists today. In the book, Satan's Children...
That OTO is what's behind Scientology. Okay, that's the start. It's the governing, the puppet master over even Scientology is the one they show you. Okay, all right, let's continue.
This group still exists.
Shout out to Marlo in the building.
EO is a secret society where you are able to rise to the top through a series of ritual dramas and sex magic rituals. Believe it or not, this group still exists today. In the book Satan's Children by Rebecca Scott, she claims that Jay-Z and Beyonce are high-ranking members of the OTO and have performed a series of sex magic rituals. I will not go into the sordid details of what they have done with other men, but I will say that the name of their daughter, Blue, was a nod to the Blue Bloods, the black nobility families. In 1946, Parsons conducted a sex magic ritual called Babylon Working, a series of rituals to invoke the goddess Babylon to earth. Babylon is otherwise known as the Scarlet Woman. The symbol of the Scarlet Woman is the red dress. In Jack Parsons' personal memoir, he wrote that with assistance from Aleister Crowley and NASA, they conducted the 11-day experiment at the start of 1947. It was written that their goal was to birth a female child who would end up being on the world stage as a dominant feminist to transform humanity and usher in the New World Order.
And that would be, hold on, that would be Hillary Clinton, and it ties into the birth of the New Order in 1948, when they created that state over there for those people who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not. Oh yeah, she dropping it right now. Crowley's, Parsons, that's it. L. Ron Hubbard, that's the one I was talking about. This one I'm talking about, the OTO. Yo, this thing goes so crazy. Watch when we go back to the Vrills, when we go back to the reptilians, and it goes all the way back to ancient Sumer, ancient Kemet, fallen angels. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry, guys. I get excited about this, boy, because this is the stuff that I would bring out back years ago, and they took my channel and stuff. They would take your channel. You understand? Now, listen what he said. He created this technology in the 40s. Now, guys, remember, this is Area 51 and all of this fallen angel technology.
The black nobility families. In 1946, Parsons conducted a sex magic ritual called Babylon Working, a series of rituals to invoke the goddess Babylon to earth.
Now, this is where they say, this is why they do these sex rituals. This is why it's always about sex. And this is why they do it with the little ones. And this is why it's about forbidden sex with the male, right? And that cavity and all of this stuff, because they understand that act opens portals. You understand? And they are opening portals like CERN to bring the fallen through. This is their fallen angel worship. It's all Anunnaki. But let's continue.
In 1946, Parsons conducted a sex magic ritual called Babylon Working, a series of rituals to invoke the goddess Babylon to earth. Babylon is otherwise known as the Scarlet Woman. The symbol of the Scarlet Woman is the red dress. In Jack Parsons' personal memoir, he wrote that with assistance from Aleister Crowley and NASA, they conducted the 11-day experiment at the start of 1947. It was written that their goal was to birth a female child who would end up being on the world stage as a dominant feminist to transform humanity and usher in the New World Order. If you fast forward 9 months later in 1947, you have the birth of Hillary Rodham Clinton on October 26, 1947. She is the only woman alive today who has been in the public eye as a leader and a former presidential candidate. And remember, they never thought she would lose. It has been rumored that she will appear again to run in 2020 to claim the throne for which she believes is all hers. The HBO series Westworld takes place in 2058.
You see how old this clip is? I should tell you the Most High. Let me go back. Now listen clearly. They didn't think she did not think she was going to lose. Now they got a new game plan because of it. Now most people don't understand. Trump put a monkey wrench in their system. All right. They didn't think that she was going to lose. She was supposed to take right over after Obama's 8 years, and her 8 years was supposed to take us into the 2030 agenda, into this new the new world order thing. But they got a monkey wrench put in. All right, the orange dude was a monkey wrench. Okay, now let's continue.
2020 presidential candidate, the New World Order. If you fast forward 9 months later in 1947, you have the birth of Hillary Rodham Clinton on October 26, 1947. She is the only woman alive today who has been in the public eye as a leader and a former presidential candidate. And remember, they never thought she would lose. It has been rumored that she will appear again to run in 2020 to claim the throne for which she believes is all hers.
Now, do you look, you see what she wrote? I'm not even really a human being. I'm really not even a human being, right? Remember, they got to tell you all the time, right? They got to tell you. Now, whether you believe them or not is a whole different thing. I know 7 sats, I agree, right? Can you imagine? We'd be in the, oh my goodness, that'd be the Armageddon already here. But let's continue.
Here again to run in 2020 to claim the throne for which she believes is all hers. The HBO series Westworld takes place in 2058, depicting a simulated amusement park operated by the company Delos. Westworld is populated by human clones that are controlled by a powerful artificial intelligence. The members of this elite club can fulfill any desire they wish, including violence, murder, and rape of the clones. Kinda sounds like Donald Marshall's cloning center. Is this art imitating life? Westworld also brings to mind Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, where he was creating a breeding farm. Did you know that Joe Biden owns a parcel of land on Water Island, right next to Epstein Island?
Even Hitler had he had his stand. In fact, his stand-in was the one that they found in the ground over in Germany. I mean, Hitler and Eva and the dog and 14 other people got aboard a plane and flew down to Barcelona, Spain. You were aware of that. And then ended up in Antarctica or in Swabenland and then died a few years ago in Brazil.
Did you know
they got the underground labs? The number one underground labs are in Antarctica. Understand? That's where Hitler went to. That's where a lot of the stuff is. That's where the real labs are. They got and that's where a lot of the reptilian species is. That's their homeland. That's why they don't allow you to go into Antarctica like that, because that's where their breeding ground and all of their stuff is. But a lot of that stuff is going to come out on Friday. But let's continue and on future live streams.
the Rothschilds own an island?
Ended up in Antarctica or in Swabenland, and then 14 was the one that they found.
Creating a breeding farm. Did you know that Joe Biden owns a parcel of land on Water Island?
Yes, that's why I spoke about Epstein Island. They don't talk about big St. James Island, right? The Candyland and Biden's island next to it, and all the other islands. But let's continue.
Right next to Epstein Island.
Even Hitler had he had his stand-in. In fact, his stand-in was the one that they found in the ground over in Germany. I mean, Hitler and Eva and the dog and 14 other people got aboard a plane and flew down to Barcelona, Spain. You were aware of that. And then ended up in Antarctica or in Swabenland and then died a few years ago in Brazil.
Did you know that the Rothschilds own an island in Antarctica? Why did George Green say that Hitler went to Antarctica?
Hold on. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, bro. It's so much that's going to be coming out. The Rothschilds and them got their islands. So the islands that they building over in Africa and in the Polynesian and the Caribbean and all these places, these are small islands because they want to build these cloning centers and what do they call that? Transhumanism, Nephilic centers all over. But their key domiciles is the Antarctica. That's why we can't go there. You understand? So the islands, that's why Rothschilds them got islands over there. These islands they got there is breeding these reptilians, the real society. Boy, it's so much going on. But the Most High is going to expose it all. All right? Let's continue.
Brazil.
Did you know that the Rothschilds own an island in Antarctica? Why did George Green say that Hitler went to Antarctica? Kind of makes sense now that we know Hitler was a Rothschild. And remember when Vice asked, how far off are we from digital clones of Black Mirror?
I was like, that's amazing. It's what is, I've been trying to explain to people that, and it's because it's really different. It's not de-aging, right? So it's not my face and they just made it look younger. It's a 100% digital character. It's the first ever 100% digital human. So I didn't see any of that. It was 8 months before I saw the scenes, and when I saw me and my new digital clone, it was spectacular. It was actually a little freaky.
Conversation about clothes right now. Is that what we're doing?
All right. Come on, Seven Sats. Tell me about it. What continent would survive all wars, bro? We're gonna do some Antarctica stuff too, right? So, you know, as we go through, I got so much to bring out for these future live streams, but we're gonna do some Antarctica stuff too. All right, let's continue.
Right now? You ever met a clone?
As the Most High guys, right? As the Most High guys to expose, it comes out. All right, let's continue.
Little clone, it was spectacular. It was actually a little freaky.
Conversation about clothes right now. Is that what we're doing right now? You ever met a clone?
Have I met a clone? Yeah, I think I met some clones.
See? Real. There's clones in my...
Between Al Roker and Hillary clones, I think they had the worst two clones, right? I think their clones was the worst two crash outs. I don't know between her and Hillary's, because Hillary's be doing all this freaking stuff, and Al's just be sitting there stuck on crazy, right? Stuck with an expression on his face, right? I don't know who's the worst. I think Hillary, because hers be like doing all type of foolish stuff.
Met a clone? Yeah, I think I met some clones.
See? Real. There's clones in my...
Yo, GR said they got Timu clones. I know, right? What they gave them a bunch of clones? That's hilarious. I think what it is, I think they had like the early versions. You know what I mean? They got what they call it, the beta testers. They got the beta clones, right? They said they got Timu clones. That's hilarious. All right, they got the beta clones. All right, let's continue.
Have I met a clone? Yeah, I think I met some clones.
See? Real. There's clones in my...
Crashing out. Shout out to Salad Slaps. And Wendy Williams, y'all remember when they shocked her thing. I don't know if hers was a clone or they just did a MK shot the radon thing in her brain. Now she's done. Like Wendy's like a vegetable now, right? They did Wendy dirty, right? They did Wendy really dirty. That's because Wendy exposed so much. She exposed so much, I guess they said, well, we about to do you in. Hillary Clinton, this Hillary Clinton one with the van was crazy. Her clone couldn't even. They had to like get it. They had to pick it up and put it in the van. Yeah, her clone was crazy. I ain't see it. They got a weird Ross commercial. It's a new commercial. I ain't see it. Salad Slaps. Somebody could look it up. I'll bring it out another time. I didn't see it yet. Let me write it down. Ross commercial. And I wish they had the front image of that this one with Hillary with that van. It was a crazy look. Her what's the name? Clone was twitching out crazy. They trying to get it in the van. All right. The real Shaka Khan overdose right out the field for you? That's crazy. clones glitch like that, it's a lot of the sports athlete clones be. Remember Shaq one? He was just sitting there stuck on stupid. When the clones glitch out on TV, it's crazy, bro. They be stuck like that. They don't blink, they don't breathe, they don't move, and it be live on TV, which is crazy. Oh, let me put it back. He said he loading. Look how long he loading.
All I need to do is take 2 cells off of your body, yours. We give them a small electrical charge. I'm just don't act like a fertilized egg. If I got a fertilized egg, all I need is a receiver in order to make it. So they were hypnotizing women, said they were being invaded by aliens, and the fetus starts growing, right? Needs food. Well, they can use cows and sheep too. Again, a food source, that's all we need. After about 14 weeks, all of a sudden that fetus is gone because they've learned to that's when the fetus starts developing its own blood supply. Then they've used a pituitary hormone extract that they have, which accelerates the being that grows. And the original technology was given to our government by the Greys.
What did I just watch? And then I found this bizarre website called twinstrangers.net. You can find your doppelganger instantly. You can even set up a meet and greet with your twin. Then there are the celebrity.
Yo, that right there, some spooky stuff. I don't do that, y'all. Curiosity killed the cat. Don't fall down a rabbit hole. That's how people get themselves in trouble with their curiosity, right?
What did I just watch?
So they got this right here.
And then I found this.
With twin strain, where some people are like, ooh, I got a doppelganger. Let me try to find it. Don't do that. Don't ever stop giving these DNA companies your DNA. I was one of the ones that said this years and years ago when everybody was so-called in the awakening, the faking and trying to prove that they descend from Abraham and Isaac and went and gave these people their DNA. Look, you just gave the devil this clone aid. You just gave it to those who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not. Those synagogues, they bought all of the 23andMe and all this stuff. And I was like, stop giving these people your DNA, bro. Guys, don't give these people nothing, okay? Less is more, all right? You just give away all of your stuff with your curiosity. Stop it, all right? So anyway, don't do this. Don't look this stuff up. This stuff is fallen angel crap that they got going on.
Bizarre website called twinstrangers.net. You can find your doppelganger instantly. You can even set up a meet and greet with your twin. Then there are the celebrity lookalike photos. What is this? Can somebody please explain?
Yeah, I remember
the internet is even saying that Derek Chauvin, the cop who killed George Floyd, has a clone. We've all heard the terms the Great Awakening and the event, and we all believe we are living in the end times, but we don't know what any of this really means. There is a Twitter account who goes by the name Kabomber, who claims that the Galactic Federation missed certain opportunities in 2016 to trigger the event, and that is why QAnon went into full effect in 2017.
No. Wow. All right, do I want to do this or I want to save it? Let me see. Because I ain't going to get into that. That's a whole hour. I'll save that for another one. I was going to do the blue beam, right? Let me see. How many people here? Hold on. Let me see. Oh, we're still over 100 people. All right, we're going to close out with this. I'm going to close out with the blue beam, right? So, because we got to be very careful of what's here and what's coming, all right? So remember, the clones, everything that you see ain't really real, right? Everything, right? So this right here, let me do this, then I got a video clip I'm going to play. So for some of you that know, they have this blue beam thing, right? So let me stop share screen, window, bang, share, right? So I made this Google Doc, right? So the Blue Beam Project was in 1994. Sergei Monas published Project Bluebeam for NASA, in which he detailed his claim that NASA, he called Project Bluebeam, with the help of the United Nations, is attempting to implement a new age religion with the Antichrist at its head and to start the New World Order via technologically simulated second coming of the Messiah. Now, the Bluebeam was supposed to have 4 steps. Step 1 was breaking down all the archaeological knowledge. All right. Breaking down, all right, all of the archaeological intelligence, knowledge, right? And by faking earthquakes at precise locations around the planet, by making fake new discoveries, and it will finally explain to all people the error of all fundamental religious doctrines, specifically Christian and Muslim doctrines. Step 2, to make a gigantic space show. And the 3-dimensional holographic laser projections will be beamed in the air all over the planet. The projections will take shape of whatever deity is most predominant at that time, and will speak in all language in all languages at the end of the light show. All gods will merge into one God, the Antichrist. The dissolution of social and religious order will set loose millions of programmed religious fanatics. They're going to go nuts. The Christians who want to be raptured up, they're going to be like, Jesus is here, right? All these, right? So they says on scale, demonic possession will go on, devilish possession on scale never witnessed before. The United Nations plans to use Beethoven's Ode to Joy as the introduction to New Age one world religion. Then step 3, telepathic electronic two-way communication, which involves making people think their God is speaking to them through telepathy, projected into the head of each person individually using low-frequency radio waves, ELF. They have a voice, what's the name? It's going to probably come out on my Friday one when we do the reptilians, where they got it with AI, where they replicate a voice where they can speak, they projecting the thoughts into your head, and people are thinking they're hearing from the Most High and stuff, okay? Now, this is his Bluebeam thing that was written in 1994, everybody. It's 2026, all right. Now, he says they're going to have all gods will merge into one. They're going to speak telepathic, electronic two-way communication, speaking in people's head. Step 4 has 3 parts. 4.1 was making humanity think an alien invasion is about to occur at every major city. That's why they have the space program. Step 4.2, making the Christians think that the rapture is about to happen. Y'all seen that already happen where these fools started selling their stuff when that South African dude talked about the rapture, right? You see how easy it was to have millions of people all over the world was like, the rapture's here, right? You see how easy this is going to happen. 4.3, step 4.3 is mixture of electronic and supernatural forces, allowing the supernatural forces to travel through fiber optics, coax power, and telephone lines to penetrate all electronic equipment. And see, now what he didn't know is we got actual social media and we have AI, so it don't have to travel through what he thought it was going to travel through. All right, fiber optics and coax power and telephone lines to penetrate all electronic equipment and appliances that will by then all have a special microchip installed. The goal of this deals with global satanic ghosts that will be projected all around the world in order to push all populations to the edge of hysteria and madness. All right, this is their Project Bluebeam, where he broke down. In order to drown them into a wave of unaliving themselves and to committing mass unalivings, like what they call that, like the purge, and permanent psychological disorders. After the night of the 1,000 stars, worldwide populations will be ready for their new Messiah. Everybody listen. This is Project Bluebeam from the owner of it when he created it in its fullness. And the new Messiah will be to reestablish order and peace at any cost. So they'll be able to project this new Messiah that the whole world will receive. And the Bible speaks of it. The true Messiah said, do not follow it. Don't follow it because it ain't the true Messiah. Now remember, this is all biblical. He says to reestablish, the new Messiah will be projected to reestablish order and peace at any cost, even at the cost of abdication of freedom. So they're going to be willing to do anything to stop the madness. All right? Then chaos will break out and people will finally be willing, perhaps even desperate, to accept the new world order. All people will be required to take an oath to Lucifer with a ritual initiation to enter the New World Order. Resistors will be categorized as followers. Christian children will be kept for human sacrifice as sexual slaves. Prisoners to be used in medical experiments, prisoners to be used as living organ banks, and healthy workers in slave labor camps. Uncertain prisoners in the International Re-Education Center thence to repent on television and learn to glorify the New World Order. So they're going to make all of us, they're going to make the people prison, not us, because the devil's a lie, right? Learn to glory, because your righteousness is going to cover you from all this mess. Keep coming back to this channel. Please subscribe and just keep coming back, all right? I ain't trying to scare you. I'm trying to show you, this ain't for fear. This is to show you what's coming so you can understand it's your righteousness that's going to cover you from all this. The Most High, woe to those who don't prepare, and my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So the reason why the Most High got me exposed and all this, because all of this is coming. It's here. We're on the preface of it all coming out. So that's why he got me switching gears and bringing out all this darkness to teach your righteousness will cover you from this. You won't be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. My children, his children, he said, teach my children. Sorry, guys. He said, I could hear him. He like, my children need to know. Teach my children. This is what he be telling me, like, teach my children. So I do all these hours of work to put together. Now, listen, uncertain prisoners, this is the population in the International Education Center, there thence to repent on television and learn to glorify this new world order. The International Execution Center, yet unknown, 7th classification. If Bluebeam projects succeed, they will get full control over the world. All humanity will be enslaved. This is what they plan the 2030 agenda. And other beings will not have the power to do anything. Now, this is what he said in 1994, the planned timeline. So his timeline is off. Everything is still going to come to pass, what he's saying, but his timeline was off. Remember, this is 30-some years ago, right? 1994. I don't know how many, 40 years ago or something, right? 2020, he says World War III and the disaster beyond anything humans ever known. 2021, alien artifacts recovered and alien signals received. Humanity will believe that the aliens come in peace. And it's to stop the World War III. 2022, fake aliens landed in America and imposed total control. 2023, New World Order engulfed the entire Earth. He's off, a little off, right? But it's coming. New World Order engulfed the entire Earth. Entire planet is one big prison. 2025, he had no idea that we here. We in 2026. Humans are genetically altered to obey and serve. He a little off with his time frame, but he on it, though. Humans are already being genetically altered to obey and serve the New World Order. The Bluebeam Project will pretend to be the universal fulfillment of the prophecies. In principle, it will make use of the skies as a movie screen. He had no idea about AI. This is crazy projection, bro. He was on it. He had no idea that we'd be in a new artificial and digital intelligence age, all right? He said the skies will be a movie screen on the sodium layer at about 60 miles as space-based laser-generating satellites project simultaneous images to the four corners of the planet, Earth, in every language and dialect according to its region. It deals with the religious aspect of the New World Order and its deception and seduction on a massive scale. Computers will coordinate the satellites and software already in place will run the sky show. He has no idea. They got it even further now. Holographic, he had no way to prophesy AI. He didn't know. Holographic images are based on nearly identical signals combining to produce an image of hologram with deep perspective, which is equally applicable to acoustic ELF, VLF, and LF waves and optical phenomena. Specifically, the show will consist of multiple holographic images to different parts of the world, each receiving a different image according to the specific national regional religion. Not a single area will be excluded, with computer animation and sounds appearing to emanate from the very depths of space. Astonished, ardent followers of the various creeds, religions, and cultures will witness their own returned messiahs in convincing lifelike reality. Then the projections of Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Krishna, etc. will merge into one after correct. That's crazy. That this is a projection that they're going to show everyone the deity that they worship, but then after the completion of it, the Kalaliyad, they're going to become Ahayad, one, right? Explanations of the mysteries and revelations will have been disclosed. This one God will in fact be the Antichrist, who will explain that the various scriptures have been misunderstood and misinterpreted, and that the religions of old are responsible for turning brother against brother, nation against nation. Therefore, old religions must be abolished to make way for the new age, the new world religion, representing the one God, Antichrist, they see before them. A lot of people ask when this is going to happen and how they will accomplish the visions of the night the visions of the night of 1,000 stars, and the events that will point to the days when it will begin. According to many reports we have received, it will begin with some kind of worldwide economic disaster. Facts. A financial collapse, not a complete crash, but enough to allow them to introduce some kind of in-between currency, the digital currency. Boy, this brother's on it. And this is 1994 or 96, I forgot where it said at the beginning. Between currency, before they introduced their electronic cash, digital, come on, to replace all paper or plastic money, the in-between currency will be used to force, this is the stable coin, the in-between, where all nation states, the in-between currency will be used to force anyone with savings to spend or turn in their cash, because they understand that people who have money and are not dependent upon them might be the very ones who will mount an insurrection against them. If everyone is broke, no one can fund a war of any kind. Paper currency will cease to exist. This is one of the first signs. Facts. He is on it, bro. Facts. It's coming to pass. But to implement the worldwide electronic money system, everyone in the world who might have money in the future will have to have a way to transfer money electronically before that time. Blockchain. Facts. That's blockchain, the digital highway. Okay? That's where AI is running, right? This is they setting up the rails for it, the digital. Everyone will have spent before the year 2000 all of their cash reserves and assets. Everyone has to. He's off. He's off. All right. Everyone will have spent, but he's on it. But it's just his timing his timeline is off. All right. Everyone has to be 100% dependent upon the council for their existence, for any kind of independence. That's why they're going to have universal basic income. New World Order has already all right. The New World Order has already implanted microchips in wild animals and birds and fish, etc. Why? They want to make certain that the people who will not accept the New World Order will not be able to hunt or fish anywhere in the world. So they already implanted microchips in all the wild animals. Now y'all understand why they've been doing this for years and years, decades, implanting all the wild animals. He said, to make certain that people who will not accept it will not be able to fish anywhere in the world. If they try, they will be tracked and traced by satellites, then hunted down. They will not be able to hunt. That's why you need to eat from the garden. See? Once you go back to the Most High's original law and order, all right? Now, once you go back to it, you will understand then you won't be eating no matter of flesh and blood and all this stuff, right? So who does sorry. So anyway, now it says anyone who Fish anywhere in the world. If they try, they will be tracked and traced by satellites, then hunted down in prison or unalive. The New World Order is already changing the laws of all nations to make everyone dependent upon a single food and vitamin supply. They are changing laws about religion and psychiatric disorders in order to identify anyone who is potentially threatening the NWO. Those who are found will be sent to eradication camps, where their organs will be taken and sold to the highest bidders. Those who are not unalived outright will be used as slave labor or used in medical experiments. The goal of a dictatorship is to control everyone, everywhere on the planet, ruthlessly and without exception. That's that thing, you will own nothing, be happy. That's why the new technology being introduced everywhere is a technology for the control of people. The technology of the 1940s and 50s was used to help the people have an easier and more productive life. This new technology is designed and built to track down and control people everywhere. This technology is being manufactured for a specific purpose and to refuse to see and recognize that purpose, which is to enslave the entire population of the world. This is what they plan. In fact, is to deny the emergence of the Antichrist and the establishment of the new order, religion, and government. No one is safe in a totalitarian police state. Sergei Monas. Now this, guys, was the I'm supposed to prove this man to lie to. Who are you talking about?
It's the same person from earlier today.
Oh, this is the Palm Beach Pete? This Palm Beach Pete, Hakim?
That's him.
Oh my good, you still here? Palm Beach Pete. You ain't got nothing else to do. That's how we know. That's how we know. You know how you know this is true? Because if it wasn't, he'd be somewhere else trying to poison the Kool-Aid, right? Palm Beach Pete. We ain't Jim Jones. We ain't taking your Kool-Aid, okay? He done changed his name. Well, he had the same name before, Lighthouse. Palm Beach Pete, we know you, Epstein. We ain't buying none of your crap. We sitting up here reading. The crazy part is we sitting up here reading the Blue Beam Project from 1994. This is just facts. Everything we're showing is actually historical stuff that's out, okay? And this clown come here trying to, Palm Beach Pete over here trying to talk about some, what did he say? Hold on, what did he say? Hold on, let me find it. I posted proof this man done lied to y'all, but y'all eat it up. This man is a liar. He's a liar. Palm Beach Pete, you are the biggest idiot juice I've ever met. You know why? Because we've been teaching this word for years and years and years. You're sitting up here telling people that's part of our ministry, our brothers and sisters who gather together for years and years, pull out all this darkness, and then you show up out of nowhere with your thumb in your booty, so your little Epstein. Ain't no little ones for you to put your little micro penis in. We ain't buying, we ain't doing your ditty, Palm Beach Pete. You go back to whence you come, all right? Take your little Florida man self back somewhere else, all right? Ain't nobody buying your Diddy Kool-Aid, all right? Jim Jones, we ain't doing it. So be gone. The crazy thing is he's still here. Boy, these people ain't got nothing to do. It's Friday night. Don't you got somebody to do? Don't you got a wife or something? Ain't it a basketball game or something on? Come on, Gracie, the devil's a lie. They done met I don't play with these fools, okay? We up here bringing out Blue Beam, Project Blue Beam from 1994, and this fool talking about something like, he's lying to you all, everybody. Shut up. Ain't nobody drinking your Kool-Aid no more. You devils, your time is up, Palm Beach Pete. You little diddy-doody, dastardly devils. Get your butt out of here. You're exposed. That part. So ain't nobody got no time for you. Sit up here. Go to TikTok somewhere. All right, let's go. Now, watch this, guys. You're very welcome. That's what we call to do, Gracie. Expose it. All right? Now, that's the Blue Beam Project. Now, because a lot of the things we heard of, but we really don't have the fullness of it. So the Most High now has us exposing everything, the fullness. Wait till Friday. Monday is going to be dope, too. Y'all see Monday. Come back Monday on the lot. But Friday, when I go into the real with this Palm Beach Pete clown talking about none of that's real with the reptilians and the blue bloods and the black nobility. I guess ancient, talking about he from Suma and Florida. Boy, it's Epstein and showed up on our live stream, guys. They didn't shout about us, but they let the doggone trolls, they let Epstein find us, right? Get your boy Epstein, get your little mic. Sorry. Epstein, get your little micro penis out of here. All right, let's continue. All right, now watch this. We're going to close out with this clip. I got the blue beam clip. Now, I showed y'all the blue beam info. Now, let's go. Blue beam clip. Shout out to all of the people who has been exposing this for years. You know what I mean? The people who got, like me, got our channels taken years ago. The people who stood and exposed the darkness. A lot of them got unalived, right? Shout out to RIP to all of those who were unalived for exposing this truth. Well, that little Palm Beach devil dude who came here talking about none of this is true, right? That exposed that. People lost their lives exposing this darkness, right? Lost their careers and everything. Right here. Let's go. Project Bluebeam. All right, here we go. I broke down what it was. Now let's show it. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. This is our closeout clip. We're going to close out with this. Then I got a word to close us out and we out of here to Monday. All right? Copyright disclaimers on effect. The Reptilian Bluebeam Project. Let's go. This is the Palm Beach Diddy, the little lighthouse Diddy, the devil's a lie. Take this part with you. Palm Beach Pete, take this. Project Bluebeam, copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own rights to the video, reacting to the video. Let's go.
What if the most powerful governments on Earth were planning the greatest deception of all time? A fake alien invasion, a false second coming, and a psychological operation so advanced you'd never even know it happened. This isn't science fiction. It's called Project Bluebeam, and in 2025, some believe it's already begun. The theory first surfaced in 1994, when Canadian journalist Serge Monast published a shocking report. He claimed that NASA and the United Nations were developing a plan to create a global fake event.
NASA, United Nations, and that little lighthouse Diddy. Him too. He's devil. Let's continue. That's why I just broke down the report for y'all. Let's go. Let's close out with the Bluebeam.
Fake event. Nations were developing a plan to create a claimed that NASA and the United Nations were developing a plan to create a global fake event, a staged extraterrestrial threat, to unite the world under a single authoritarian government. It would use satellites, holograms, and frequency-based mind control. Most dismissed him as a paranoid conspiracy theorist. Then, Monast mysteriously died of a heart attack just 2 years later. His research vanished from mainstream outlets, but not from public memory. According to Monast, Project Bluebeam has 4 phases. Phase 1. Trigger massive earthquakes in strategic locations to uncover false archaeological evidence. This would rewrite religious history and discredit traditional belief systems. Phase 2. Use advanced holographic projections to simulate a global religious awakening. Different regions would see different messiahs, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, all merging into one new world savior. Phase 3, use ELF, extremely low-frequency waves to simulate telepathic communication, tricking people into believing they're receiving messages from their God. And Phase 4, a staged alien invasion to create panic, chaos, and demand for a new global authority. One government, one religion, one control system. Sounds unbelievable, right? But let's fast forward to today, 2025. Now we have holographic technology that can project 3D images into open air. In Dubai, drones have already created massive sky projections for public shows. Japan's Sky Canvas project is launching satellites to paint images into the upper atmosphere. Even SpaceX and Starlink are launching thousands of satellites capable of coordinated activity across the globe. In recent years, the US government has publicly acknowledged UFOs, or what they now call UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena.
UAPs, they have space programs and all this stuff. Let's go.
Congressional hearings have featured whistleblowers claiming the US has recovered non-human craft. Meanwhile, the military has been testing emergency alert systems and global communication drills through Space Force. In 2025, Operation Starfall began rolling out, a classified program said to use high-altitude drones and satellites to provide full-spectrum broadcast capabilities during a global emergency. All the infrastructure for a Bluebeam-like event is now in place. Here's where the conspiracy deepens. We're seeing more frequent reports of strange lights in the sky. Viral videos show unexplained phenomena above cities. Many later dismissed as advertising drones or weather balloons. But who's really behind them? Why are multiple countries now racing to develop sky-based holographic communication systems? And why is no one asking these questions? Skeptics argue there's no proof of blue beam. But that's the point. A successful psychological operation works because no one believes it until it's too late. Whether it's for global unification, religious manipulation, or the final step in mass surveillance, the pieces are all on the table. This isn't about predicting the future, it's about connecting the dots in the present. So the next time you see a glowing figure in the sky, or hear a message that seems to come from inside your mind, ask yourself, is this divine, or is it designed? Project Bluebeam may sound like a sci-fi thriller, but in a world of deepfakes, neural implants, AI manipulation, and global misinformation, how can you be sure what's real anymore?
I'm telling y'all right, the righteousness, the Most High will block their communications into your mind. So they got these communications going to people's thoughts, and they thinking that, the Most High is telling this or stuff like this, because it's in your sin and transgression. You're not covered. They have more access. These devils, they understand the war of spiritual warfare. They understand the law of sin and transgression. Sin, the beast is sin in Genesis 3:6. That's the mark. The mark is sin, transgression. The marks are further transgression and sin acts that you do. The more sin and transgression that you do, the more access these devils have to you. The more righteous acts and repentance that you do, the more blocking, covering of the Most High that you have. Your righteousness is what will save you through all of this. Do you understand? All right, so let's continue.
Uncharted secrets, where we uncover what's real anymore. Neural implants, AI manipulation. Ask yourself, is this divine, or is it designed? Project Bluebeam may sound like a sci-fi thriller, but in a world of deepfakes, neural implants, AI manipulation, and global misinformation, how can you be sure what's real anymore? This is Uncharted Secrets, where we uncover the hidden stories they don't...
All right, so that's the point. How are you going to know what's real anymore? The Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, will bring all things to remembrance. How are you going to know what's real? Because your righteousness, the Most High will reveal to you what's real. Everybody, the scriptures never told us to fear darkness. No, it didn't. It never told us. The scriptures told us to recognize it, because there's always been patterns throughout all ancient cultures, kingdoms rising, systems expanded, and hidden things operating beneath the surface of power. But the word, the Bible, the Sefer Yah declares something greater than all of it. In the book of Daniel 12:4, it says, many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. Knowledge shall be increased. Knowledge rising, information spreading, secrets surfacing. Not by accident, because know why? Because it's time for the unveiling. It's time for the unmasking. So that little ditty that came here with his little thumb up his booty, talking about ain't nothing here to see, and it ain't nothing, all of this is fake, and he's not telling the truth. The devil's a lie. It is the time of the exposure, the time of the unveiling. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. The knowledge of all things, of all your devices, of all your secret iniquities, of all your sin, of all the cloning, of all the lies, of all the ditties, of all the Epsteins, of all the things. All the secrets are surfacing now, the year of exposure. And yet, with this knowledge also comes deception, deceiving with this
You're
knowledge.
peeking.
Isaiah 5:20 says, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. All right, let's continue. All right, let me know if I'm peeking again. I turned it down, so it should be a little better now. Now, Isaiah 5:20 says, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. A world where perception is now what? Inverted. What these devils do, they are an inversion to the laws of the Most High. Everything that the Most High does, they do the opposite, the total equal opposite reaction. Male and female create he them. What do they say? There is no male and female. Everything will be inverted. I'm still peeking. Oh my
Yes, you're
goodness.
very low.
I'm very loud? Okay, so
You're
what is
very
going on?
low.
Very low. And she said, I'm still peaking. What is going on? All right, hold on.
All right, you're a bit better now.
Let me get this together. All right. So hold on. I got to do something else then. So let me turn, because I can't do that. I need to teach you. I got to close out with this word. All right. And I need to be able to get loud. So let me turn. Let me go to effects. And I'm going to turn. If I turn the compressor on.
Shamaria asks for a prayer because she's having problems with her right leg.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Let me get through my scripture. I'm going to close out with that. All right. Let me get through my word. All right. And I'll close out with that. Compressor. Let me see. If I turn that compressor off, then that's what's stopping. Let me see. Let's just do it. Let's try to turn it off. And then I should have had a limiter on, but I didn't set that limiter up. So let me turn the compressor off, right? And then I'm going to turn that limiter on and just see what happens. We just going to see. I don't know what this going to do. All right. So can you hear me clearly? Am I loud?
Yes, you're good now.
I'm good? So let me know if it peaked like crazy again. I'm going to see, because I got to keep testing this out till we get the right setup. All right. I guess one of them got to work, right? Paid $200 for this thing. It got to work. All right. All right. Now, it says the scriptures warns of all. Isaiah 5:20 says, woe to them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. See, this world that they create in is a world of inverted perception, right? Where what is true is actually questioned and what is false is promoted. That's what that Diddy, Victoria Sharon, that little dude told me he from Florida and Suma. I don't know. When they get your little ancient fallen Anunnaki, Billy Carson self out of here, right? Because he's trying to tell the stuff that we bringing out where the truth is questioned and his false is promoted. That's an inverted reality. That is the environment that we'll find ourselves in that will mark that we in the last days, you heard? And such a time that identity itself will become the battleground, the identities, because the enemy has always sought to imitate what the Most High has created, because they ain't no creators, they are the imitators, right? They never create life. They only distort life. They never bring truth. They only mirror the truth with deception. Do you understand? That is why the warning is so strong in 2 Timothy 3:13, when the Bible says, evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. All right, let's go. Oh, I think I might have got it now. Hold on. It didn't peak. It didn't crash out, Hakiyama? It didn't. Uh-oh. I think. Hold on. I can't hear you. So, talk to me, Hakiyama. It didn't crash out when I did that?
You're good.
It was good. Oh, I think we might have it now. I think we might, because I'm loud. I think we might have found it. I think we got it now. Come on, Rendell. Welcome back, Rendell. Listen clearly, everybody, because I got to be able to get loud when the Holy Spirit, the Rayakayakadash speaks. You heard? This part. Where that dude with his finger in his booty? Where the lighthouse dude? Y'all kicked him out? Listen up, you little White House, lighthouse, devil, Diddy, Epstein, you little blue beamer. Right? I got something for your blue beam.
It's doing it again.
Oh, crap. I got a little too happy. It's all right. I'll figure out another time. All right. But listen up, you little Epstein Diddy. I got something for you. I got the Holy Manuscript. I got the Holy Safari Yah. I got the Bible. I got the word of the Most High. 2 Timothy 3:13 said, evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. So you're going to have Diddy, you have Epstein, you're going to have that lighthouse dude and all the rest of these little devils. You have Teal and all of them, right? evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse. See, deception does not stay the same. Deception, deceit is the Hasatan, the adversary's greatest devices, one of his greatest strengths. And it don't stay the same, guys. It evolves. Deception adapts, and deception over time becomes more and more convincing. That's why you have to discern, because they're going to keep up in the ante with their deceiving tactics. You heard? And that is why you must be careful, not just careful of what you see, but also careful of what you receive. Yalayat, come on, Yalayat, listen clearly. Careful of what you accept. Don't just eat from anybody's table. That's why I told the other sister, I'm like, how you don't know that we don't know the Messiah was a so-called black and black? You need to study and show yourself approved. Come on, Maddie. Study and show yourself approved. Find out where you are. Just don't what you see, but make sure you discern and be careful what you accept and who you accepting it from, because you're eating from people's tables, because not everything that appears to be human carries the truth. You heard? And not everything that appears to be powerful is righteous. Just because someone powerful don't mean they righteous. Do you understand? And not everything that appears advanced is good for you. The word in the scripture reminds us, Psalm 11:4 says, the Most High is in his holy temple. His eyes behold, his eyelids try the children of men. See, nothing escapes the sight of the Most High. His Ion, that's the Habalaya letter. Ion sees all things. His eyelids try the children of men. Nothing escapes Yah's sight. Not systems, not structures, none of their hidden devices. It will be all exposed. You heard? Come on, beloved brother. And through the darkness may seem to rise. When the darkness look like it's growing and rising, getting powerful, and people don't be scared, children of Yah, because the Most High is allowing that to happen only for a season. Do you hear me? Hasatan is the God of this world for a season. A day is 1,000 years is a day to the Most High. So don't y'all I ain't trying to pump no fear with y'all. We exposing what's going on, because in your righteousness, the Most High gonna cover you in spirit and in truth. So when the darkness look like it's growing and rising, just know it's only for a time, because the final outcome is already written. Y'all hear that part? It's already written. You heard? I already know the outcome. You heard? I got the cheat sheet. The cheat sheet is called the Bible. You heard? The Safari Yah. In Malachi 4:1, it says, for behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud shall be stubble. Do you understand? So that means all the systems that are built on deception, every structure that is built on corruption, they will all fall. They will fall down to stubble. Do you understand? The day cometh that thou shalt burn as an oven, and all the proud, all these kingdoms shall be as stubble. I know the end of the matter. My job is to be as righteous as I can, so that when this is playing out, at the end of the matter, I could be standing with the Most High in the new kingdom. You heard? That's the part that I'm trying to teach y'all. Righteousness, not to be scared of the darkness, so you can know with the darkness, so you won't be one with the darkness. You won't accept the darkness out of fear. Do you understand? So do not be shaken. Do not be worried. Don't be scary. No. Do not be moved by the fear of these devices, or pulled by speculation and doctrine of men tossed to and fro. You stand, children of the Most High, in discernment. You stand in spirit and in truth, because in a time where the truth is being blurred, in a time where discernment becomes your greatest weapon, in a time when the truth is being manipulated, in the time when the truth is being transgressed, in the time when they're blurring the lines, discernment is your power. That's your superpower, discernment. Proverbs 2:6 says, for the Most High giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. Do you understand? The Most High will discern. He will give you the fruits of the Spirit. The Holy Spirit will speak the things that you need to know in the proper time in order to mayad. You heard? Don't be scared. Keep coming back. Don't be scared. You need some strength? Come to the channel. Keep watching the live streams. Watch the other, go to the video section on the channel. Go to the live stream. Watch the old videos. Their spirit and truth build up. Stand 10 toes down in your righteousness. For the Most High giveth wisdom. Out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. And that ain't from these systems. That ain't from these devils. That ain't from their power. That ain't from their influence. It comes from the Most High himself, the creator of all things. So as the world changes, as their knowledge increase, as the hidden things continue to be exposed and surface, you remember this, children of the Most High. You were not called to be deceived. You were called to conquer. You were called to see, Ion, to see all things. You were called to discern and expose. So you stand in the spirit and the truth as the children of the Most High as we expose this darkness week after week after week. Every week I'm exposed more and more. So sorry. Hold on. I got to turn it down. Every week I'm going to expose more and more. Is that a little better, Hakiyama? Is it good now? Is it good? Talk to me. Oh, it ain't. All right. So let me calm down.
Okay, you're better now.
Yeah, that's because I got to work this because I can't be tempered. I can't temper when I got to work something out, man. This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. I gotta figure this out because I can't be tempered when the Holy Spirit, when the Ruach speaks. I got to be free to speak the word of the Most High. Can't be worrying about my tone. If I'm yelling, if I'm clipping, if I'm popping, none of that. When it speaks, I need to speak. That part. All right. So I got to work on this. I got to figure this out. We got to figure this out. I can't be doing that. You can't temper the spirit. You never temper the spirit. Right? I'll never know what level it will come on, but when it speaks, it needs to be released in its fullness. That part. You understand? That's the spirit of the Most High speaking through the individual. It ain't something that you can, it ain't something that's choreographed. It ain't something that's rehearsed or something. When it takes off, I don't know what level. I don't know. I need to have the freedom to release. You understand? To speak the word of the Most High with power, with ashaya, that's fire, with reverence, with truth. All right. We are called not to be deceived. We're called to see all things and expose. We're called to be the light in the darkness, and the light exposes the darkness. So all these lessons I'm doing that's exposing all these wicked devils and their darkness, it ain't to scare you. Don't be scary. Ain't nothing to be scared of. Be righteous, that part. Don't be scared. Be righteous. See, if you be righteous, you ain't got nothing to be scared about. So when you got this thumbnail looking like this, with all these devils doing all this witchcraft with these black, wait, that's going to come out of the lesson. See these black pointed caps? Oh, that's going to come out. Black nobility and all this stuff. Look at all in with they witch mask is on and stuff. And then this little witch right here with her little red blood and all these Hollywood serving these devils. Hollywood and the clones, Epstein and the biblical rituals exposed. Oh, we gonna expose it all. Don't y'all be scared of nothing. Y'all keep coming back here, keep repenting, keep seeking out righteousness, the truth of the Most High, and you're gonna be able to excel, and all things will be revealed, and you're gonna watch the whole nations crumble as the Most High cuddles you in his bosom, in his mighty kayaf, his mighty right hand. You heard that part? Come back here. That's what kumbaya means. Kumbaya means kumbaya, maya. That means come by here, Father. Come to us, Father. Come save us, Most High. That's what the ancestors were singing in the slaves in the cotton fields and stuff. Kumbaya, my Lord. This part. All right. Hakiyama. Let's go. Whew. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. What? Who was that said they needed a? Who was it?
Elisha Maria. She said, "Everyone, please pray for me. I'm having problems with my right leg."
May the Most High cover and bless you. May he send Raphael, the healing Rayak, the healing Malayak, the healing spirit may the Most High bless you in your health and your wellness and your being. May you be covered. May the healing and anointing of the Most High be over you, daughter of the Most High. May your righteousness cover you in all things. Praise his holy name and his rightful order. Come on, Rendell. All right? Come on, I got a testimony I'm going to close out with. All right? I'm not going to say who it is, but salvation is in the testimony. Do you understand? Testimony is where the salvation is. Everybody listen clearly. Testament. So somebody wrote me and they said, this is my testimony. You understand? Now, I'm not going to say who it is. So they didn't give me the right to say who it is, but I want to say the testimony. So this person wrote me and said, I just wanted to share my testimony with you. I was going to this church that still to this day is one of the largest networks on TV. And the Most High showed me that they were into witchcraft. And the pastor of this church is one of the biggest networks on TV, was wearing the Baphomet. He had the Baphomet on a ring, but it was hidden in plain sight. And when I heard this lady speaking in tongues, which isn't the tongues that the Most High Yah had the right spirit in me, that's when, that she said she heard the tongue that somebody was speaking in the church, and the Most High said that it is a show. And my spirit felt fire to let you know that it was witches and warlocks in certain areas in that church building, and they were throwing up devil horns in that church. I never looked back, Unc. I heard the Most High said his name to me was Yah, and I remember my granddad, he even said his name. She said, I have been sexually assaulted, physically abusive, emotional abuse, physical abuse, and sex assaulted. I have been engaged to a serial rapist. I have been run through prostitution. Also, I had been raped by my brothers, my uncles, and as a child, I remember they would play their music backwards. When I was a child, my family was in a Masonic order of Eastern Stars and the Masonic orders in Chicago. On both sides of my family, my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I did work for the NFL, and I used to work for celebrity events. I seen the behind the scenes in the industry, and some even as I speak, they are falling right now. I'm watching them fall. I even got offered a few jobs in the I don't know what that means, in the PTB. And the video you did last night, Unc, with Aleister Crowley, his daughter, who was First Lady Barbara Bush, she had offered me a job too. And I turned it down because I knew what they were doing. I left that job in 2017 and I got caught. And I caught something in 2021 and I died, Unc, and I came back. And now I'm currently residing in a skilled nursing home, and I'm trying to learn how to re-walk again. Everybody listen. She said something she caught, the boogeyman, in 2021, and she died, and she came back. And now I'm currently residing in a skilled nursing home trying to learn how to re-walk again. And I'm on dialysis, and I have a lot of health issues, and I'm trying to get back on track to live right with my mind, body, and soul to do better. I'm very, very grateful to the Most High that he allowed me to find your channel. And now you are helping me. The ministry is helping me to relearn what was taught to me. So now I'm breaking those curses off me, Unc. And my father, who is a Prince Hall Masonic, he loves his Masonic stuff. He wears it all the time. So I'm going to send a prayer up for him. He told me he don't care what goes on in the afterlife. I'm very thankful and grateful that the Most High allowed me to find this ministry's channel, because I've been going to and fro in this walk, and I need this change in my life right now, because I'm tired of being on dialysis and having all these health issues that has been passed down to me, generational curses. I want to know the true holy days and not his helly days. I want to know what the holy days are. I want to be signed up for the classes, and I forgot the name of the Bible that you said begin with the S. That's the Safari Yah, sister. That is the name of the Bible. It wasn't Biblos Bible. In Hebrew, the word Bible, what they call the manuscript, is called the Safari Yah. She said, Shalom, and blessings to you, my elder, and you have a great night. This is my testimony. Oh my goodness, everybody. So, sister, when you watch this, I had to share. Salvation is in the testimony. And there are people that the Most High is sending from all over the world. That's why they stopped, everybody. That's why they stopped me getting through the shadow ban. All right? They only allowed us to get 100 and something on the live when we was getting 500, 700, 1,000 on the live, right? 50,000 views, 30,000 views, 20. Now they got us down to 2Gs. They doing this on purpose, because the Most High is sending his children from every nation, kindred, and tongue, from every walk, and they're finding salvation through the true children of the Most High, through his righteous remnant who circumcised himself and lowered themselves to be able to bring you the fullness of the Father, the healing of Raphael, all of the Father. And the people who find us, that's why they shadow banned us, because if they find us, then they can learn to be able to come out, learn the truth, put down the devices of the serpent, be repentful, and then heal and remove all the generational curses off of yourselves. Do you understand? Praise the Most High. I had to share this testimony, sister. I had to, because there's others. Remember, as we was doing the live stream, people were coming saying I was SCX traffic. I was this. And the brother said that his family was doing this to them and they was passing them around, and the sisters. Do you understand? There's so much salvation is in the testimony. Others need to hear this so that they can understand that this is a place of love. This is a place of understanding. This is a place of healing. The Most High told me when he released us, when he said, do this, he said, this has got to be a house of healing. I'm sending my children and they're going to be in need of a healing. The Messiah said, what good? He said, I'm here for the sick, because those who are well don't need a healing. They don't need healing. You understand? May the Most High bless you, sister, as you go forth. I can't say her name because she didn't give me the right to share who the testimony is. May the Most High bless you as you continue in your walk, sister. We love you and praise the Most High that he allowed you to find us as our brother and sister so that we can walk this walk of righteousness out together. You understand? We are here for you, sister. The whole house of the Most High Yah Mashiach Assembly Ministries, we are here for you. All of us, our extended family, everybody's here for you. Beloved brother, Yaron, everybody's here. Everybody's here for us. For you. We got to be here for one another. These devils are here for each other. So the Most High's remnant, as he allowed them to find us one by one. Do you understand? I'm going to try my best to get through the shadow ban so we can have a place that more can find us. Because as much as they fight darkness, I got to fight to get through the shadow ban for the light. You heard? Hopefully I should be setting it up by next week, and I'm going to see how it works. I hope it works. I hope we can get through, because we need to get back to reaching the Most High's children one by one. You understand? May the Most High cover you. Come on, Sister Tammy. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Come on, Punchy. All right? Praise the Most High. Shout out to Faria. Shout out to United Kingdom coming in the building. All right, so I want to close out with that sister's testimony. This tonight has been Epstein, Hollywood clones, biblical rituals exposed. All that darkness on the screen, you tell it to be gone, devil. Shoo fly, don't bother me. All right? That fly crap, that's Beelzebub. Flying and buzzing around, shoo fly. You flee them away. Don't bother me. That's what you do to the demons that be chattering in your ear. That's what you do to the unrighteous spirit. Shoo fly. I'm a righteous remnant of the Most High, standing in spirit and truth. Shoo fly. Fly away. Don't bother me, Beelzebub. You go bub your all bells somewhere else. Word. Shout out to the children of the Most High in spirit and in truth. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for this lesson, for covering the house tonight. Thank you, daughter of Yah. Thank you, Tamaya, for your presence. Was Yasha here tonight, Hakyama? Was Yasha here? I don't even know.
He wasn't here tonight.
All right. Shout out to Yasha Yaha out there in Canada. He must have been tired. All right. Shout out to everybody in the ministry for welcoming anybody new. I don't know if anybody even new found us tonight. I don't even know what it's going to be like. They probably going to say, we only got 1,000 views. This devil's a lie, bro. They is mad at us. But we going to keep teaching the word. Shoe fly, don't bother me. That part. Y'all remember that Beelzebub kick rocks. You heard that part. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We live again Monday about 9:15 something Eastern Standard Time. May the Most, you're welcome, Rendell. Come on back, y'all. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all go forth and be the light. For those who understand the seventh day, maybe you have a blessed Sabbath day, Shabbat day. May you reflect on the transgression and the sin that you did during the other 6 days. 6 days we work. Seventh day we Rabbayah. We rest. You heard? Sundown, evening to evening was the first day. So those who celebrate the Sabbath day, the day of reflection of your sins and transgressions, so you can go forth the other 6 days and trying to repent and work on the areas where you could be more righteous. That's what the Sabbath day is. It's a day of reflection. Do you understand? To reflect on your areas that you need to strengthen in the righteousness of being in the image of the Father. 6 days you work, 1 day you shall Rabbayah, you shall rest. All right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. May the Most High's anointing hands be over all of you, your loved ones, your family. All right? They are covered under your anointing. So keep seeking his righteousness, keep seeking his face, and keep coming back. Every Monday, Wednesday, we live. I mean, Monday and Friday, we live. I think I'm going to stop Wednesdays because I need to take a break. I need to prepare. So every Monday we live, every Friday we live. And then Tuesday we got our Bible study. Y'all already know on the Tuesday Zoom. Right? So may the Most High cover and bless y'all. We live Monday Eastern Standard Time about 9:15. May the Most High bless everybody worldwide. All right. Peace and blessings from the house of Yah to you all from the house of the Most High. We out. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study.
Yeah.
Latanya, you want to join the Bible study? You have to email me. Uncle Yahshua Truth TV at yahoo.com. Email me. Pardon me, God. Peace and blessings. I just seen her comment at the end. That's very important. Email me, Uncle Yahshua Truth TV at yahoo.com. Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings.